Lorag, thanks for 10 quid. He says, "Hi RT, Lorag, founder of Kare here. Just want to remind you that you're a murderer who left my city to die. I curse you and this stream." Thanks, Lorag. It's good to have you here. Yeah, you destroyed Kare. We're cursed by a wizard and acquired the Serpent Ring. We did one useful thing. We've no money, we've no food, and we're within an inch of our life. This is pretty grim right now. This ring is the only positive thing we have going for us. Let's go. Night falls on this, the 8th day of your journey from Analand. Only the flames from the burning city of Kare light the road. You stand on the edge of Badubak, a wild and evil place. Beyond lies Mampang Fortress, the Archmage, and the Crown of Kings. The path has been long. Thank God there's a lot of fire to just light up the way, you know? It's pretty easy to get about. Leaving the hills, you journey into Kare. You journeyed into Kare, in the nefarious place that you abandoned to the ravages of a goblin army. The wizard Lorag cursed you in revenge. Becoming your god, you have braved the deadly portal traps of the city, ancient cruel magic designed to trap the unwary, and you faced an army of enchanted werewolves as they sought to overthrow the first noble. Wait, what? Where was the army of enchanted werewolves? I don't remember that bit. Well, Backlands are different. We'll ignore that. The plains of Badubak will be different. Once long ago, this land thrived, prospering in the warm shadow of the Fortress of Sorcerers, high in the Zanzunu peaks. Then something changed. They say the last refugee to reach Kare declared only, "They are all gone." The North Gate was sealed and the Backlands left to die. But it's okay, because now Kare has been left to die too. You know, they got a lot in common. They are closed still and offer no return. You are alone in a cursed land, and you are cursed yourself. No one from the young country of Analand has ever survived this wilderness before. You will be the first, or more likely, you will die in the attempt. Get the positivity going. Continue. Inkle presents. Steve Jackson's Sorcery. It's book 3, lads. This is a long one too. We got a long road ahead of us. A lot happens in this one too. They only get longer from here, and they're gonna get more challenging too. We're probably gonna die more. Lorag is the ghost of a long-dead wizard and the founder of Kare. His curse has made him into your god. You feel his sneering and his cold contempt. Let's pray for healing. Lorag is taking pity on you. Wow, thanks, Lorag. He's got our best interests at heart. The stones of the old road disappear under a layer of dust and sand. At your back, flames flicker from the rooftops of the city port of Kare. Ahead, there is nothing but an empty waste and the night. They like to remind us that we destroyed the city. Let's look back at it. For a moment, you look back to see the flames rising high above the wall. Screams echo across the plains, and the voice of Lorag assails you in your head. "That's right," sneers Lorag's voice in your mind. "Do not forget what you have done." "Be silent." "I am quite silent. No one can hear my words except for you," Lorag laughs politely, "and you will hear them forever." Oh, we have like a buddy now for the journey. You know, we have a companion. Every step along the broken road takes you further from safety and into the unknown. I don't know if the city was that safe. It did get invaded by goblins. Something sets your senses tingling. You're not alone out here. Is that the screech of a bird you hear or a distant scream? I draw my sword. Trusting to your instincts, you draw your legendary sword. At your back, you hear the rush of wings and the call of a gigantic bird. A moment later, a ferocious nighthawk is plunged from the sky, talons outstretched for your neck. This is pretty troubling. Roll aside, duck, slash at the bird. Roll aside. Nope, that didn't work. You tried to roll aside, but you were too slow. Sharp talons rake down your back. The bird wheels up into the sky to rejoin its group. You count 4 birds circling, ready to attack. Let's fight. Oh god, we're tiny in comparison to him. Look how small we are. Get him with a mighty starting cut. He didn't invest too much, so he's not even going to take much from it. I think this guy always attacks, if I had to guess. And you just kind of have to work out the pattern that he's attacking at. Like, I failed to do there. Like, now I think he's going to do a weak attack. So I just got to get him with that. I think he's now going to do a stronger attack. Yes, he is. Bigger attack here. Oh, you can see his level of stamina. Actually, I should be using that. Actually, no, that's his previous level that he hit at. Come on, big cuts. He's so defensive. Just keep slashing at him. And we gotta defend. I'm so nearly dead, and like our adventure has just begun. That's okay. 5 stamina lost. Rough going. We'll continue from here. You step away from the fallen creature, but there is no time to rest. 2 more of the creatures overheard shriek and start their dive. Should I just run? I don't know if I can fight them. I'm getting out of here. There is nothing else for it. You turn to run. Coward, Lorag exclaims. And quite suddenly the Nighthawks break formation. Something else shimmer into visibility in their very midst. Lorag, you just called me a coward, but can I pray for healing? Okay, thanks, buddy. Let's run up the hill real quick. You move up the higher ground while behind you the strangest of battles ensues. The wings of one Nighthawk snaps upward like a broken branch. A second is ripped into feathers by invisible claws. The remaining birds scatter. There is nothing left but your mysterious savior. I'm gonna call out to him. You step forward and call out your thanks to the invisible creature. There is a rush of air just in front of you. Whatever it is has landed. Whatever it is has landed. You hear the movement of unseen feathered wings. Can't you tell what it is? Lorag sneers in your mind. It is one of yours, a goldcrest eagle from Analand. Stand back to see what it does. You step back and watch it. The creature, slowly becoming visible, sees you have recognized it. It tilts its beak. Let's give it a bow. Yeah. You bow your head to the eagle. It opens its beak in reply and something falls to the ground. It is a message cylinder. Whatever it contains must be of vital importance, or the king would not have risked revealing your location like this to deliver it. Okay, take the tube. You reach down and pick up the tube. Inside are 10 gold pieces and a rolled parchment, sealed with the royal seal of the King of Analand. Oh, there's a message here. We trust these tidings reach you in fair health, but must warn you of impending peril. Your mission is discovered. The Manpang's eyes have spied our plan, and word is on its way to the Dark Fortress. Too late we discovered our unwelcome eavesdropping, and news of your quest is being carried towards High Zaman by 7 serpents, the Archmage's most trusted servants. By now they will have reached the Backlands, and here they will divide to complete their journey separately. If you are still able, seek them out, for they must stop to rest and eat. Destroy the creatures before they reach their goal, else the Archmage will prepare a deadly welcome for you. Find Shadrach the Hermit for advice, for naught moves through the Backlands without his knowledge. Our hearts are with you. Thank the eagle. You look up, but the Goldcrest eagle has already rendered itself invisible once more. You feel the rush of air as its great wings lift it from the ground. Then you are alone. Okay, we should destroy this message. Yeah, there's no reason to keep this. You tear the note into shreds and toss them into the wind. You will not quickly forget what it said. It would seem the Backlands are not as deserted as you had supposed. You must find these 7 serpents and destroy them, or your journey will be for nothing. Keep it might be useful. It's I mean I think if we get caught or something, it might just be bad. Like it potentially causes more harm than good. Although someone could be like, what are you doing here? And there might be an ally and we have to try and convince them to help. And if we don't have that letter, they may not believe us now. Which is unfortunate, but we have to take that risk. We have to make these decisions. Ah, dear. No decision is permanent. Click the rewind buttons. Like, sure you want to destroy that letter now? You might need it later. Okay, back to the road. Let's keep going. The stars turn in the sky overhead. Taking the pole as your guide, you rejoin the old road and make your way north. Before you, the backlands stretch away to a dim horizon. How can you hope to locate 7 serpents in such a wilderness? Lorag chuckles in your mind. Afraid, he asks? You should be. These lands are dead. What do you know? The backlands were rich and prosperous once. One man destroyed them. Much like Kari, don't you agree? Oh. The Archmage. The Archmage of High Zaman. He swept these lands to dust. And do you know what it was that made him do it? Destroy his own fiefdom. It was his fear of you, Analander. He foresaw your coming and destroyed the backlands to better fashion a trap for you. Lorag chuckles savagely, but before you can question him further, his presence inside your mind fades away. Lorag may not be all that bad, honestly. Like he's actually telling us quite a bit about the backlands. So I'm kind of thankful to have him here. After about half an hour, you see a deep black line across the earth up ahead, and catch your step just in time. You're 1 pace away from the edge of a sheer cliff. A few loose stones disappear over the edge and clatter away into the dark. Now then, sneers Lorag in your mind. How will you get past this one? Grow wings and fly. Well, grow wings and fly? Because he's condescending. Look for a way down. You pace along the line of the cliff in both directions, looking for a path down, but can make out nothing. Perhaps if you go closer, you'll be able to feel your way. Or perhaps you would do better to camp here and wait for daylight. You sense powerful stars in the skies above. Ooh, there's powerful stars. What does that mean? It could be some kind of magic. Click the ladders to find a spell. Yeah, so it's just giving us that instructional again. What have we got? Tough. How is just to find safe passage. Float in air. That only costs 1 stamina. That seems pretty handy, honestly. Yeah, let's just float across. You cast a spell, lightening your body weight to a mere fraction of normal. From across the plain, you hear the distant sound of flapping wings. More Nighthawks. More Nighthawks. Just look back real quick. You look back across the dark plains and see flashing claws and talons ripping against the stars. Then something happens. The birds are screaming, wheel, and break in formation. A figure moves in the darkness beneath. Oh god, do I go up? I can rush to the fight, watch further, or just look at the figure. Oh, I don't know. Let's look at them. You try to make out more through the darkness, but though you recognize the figure, you cannot place him. I recognize them. Okay, rush to the fight. I'm too curious. You rush a few steps forward, but suddenly the whole scene is gone. The plains and skies are empty once more. There is something very strange about this place. The wind skims over the stones by the edge of a cliff, rolling them like dice. Oh, okay, I think it was just an illusion. Rice, thank you for 100 bits. Dragon, thanks for the gift sub. I don't know if we should just jump. I feel like jumping is just gonna get us killed. I can peer over the edge. You stride to the cliff edge and lean out. The drop is considerable. The bottom of the cliff is lost in darkness. But after a moment, your eyes pick out a series of regular carved edges in the face of the cliff. A freak of geology or a staircase. It is impossible to be certain. Oh, there's something there. There's something. Live dangerously. You stride towards the cliff edge, putting all your faith in your magic. Then without waiting another heartbeat, you go over. Okay, alright, here we go, lads. Floating. Oh god, even our character has changed. Like, we're properly falling right now. You drift gently down the side of the mountain in the dark. It is actually quite a relaxing experience after so long on the road. As you fall, something in the cliff face passes you by in the dark, but you do not see what it is, and then it is gone. Ooh, I feel like we've missed something, but we're falling down this cliff right now. You've reached the bottom of the cliff. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. The sky is already beginning to warm in the east. Behind you, the rock rises almost sheer into the sky. It seems impossible now that you survived the fall. In the darkness, you can make out a little of the trail ahead. Wandering away into the dark would be a dangerous move. Check my provisions, all 0 of them. You have no food in your pack. And the plains out here are desolate and largely unoccupied. You'll have to move as quickly as possible if you are to avoid starvation. At least you've already eaten today. We did have a meal before we left the city. So it's at least something. I'm going to say we move on. Let's not stop to rest. You turn your eyes to the surrounding waste. Time to journey outwards into the cursed plains. We can follow the cliff or join the old road. Now look at the size of the map on this one. There's actually so much to explore here. There's an entire town. We got a lake, steppes, the forest, plains. So this is what I mean when I say that the books get longer as like time goes on. We're gonna try and do it in one day still. To the YouTube crowd. If this is like an 8-hour upload that comes up, I hope you guys enjoy it. I know this isn't for everyone, but it's for those who want it. I'd say we join the old road. It looks like there's gonna be something of interest here. That looks like some kind of dwelling there. So yeah, I'm gonna say that we start going off this way. The Southern Plain Road, Day 1. During the past day, you gained considerable gold, reached the pit of the Backlands, and found 3 new clues. We're being tracked in terms of time now, as well, which is important to note while we play this book. We're on the clock, and the serpents are on the move. So we actually have to be very careful here. We don't want to waste time. You leave the shadow of the cliff for the road that cuts across the plain. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You've been awake all night and are weaker for it. From here, the path is uncertain. Badu Bak is a wasteland, and there is no pass through the great ridge that forms its eastern border. Can't pray for healing right now, unfortunately. Forest of Snat is uncharted. The Zanzu Peaks and Mampag seem remote. The forest is uncharted. The forest of Snata to the east of the ridge is uncharted, and the Clatterback Steppes are said to be home only to under-evolved half-humans. No tracks climb the horns of Ilkala. No tracks climb the horns of Ilkala that lie beyond the forest, and there is no bridge across the Great Lake beyond that. The peaks seem remote. The Zanzunu Peaks and Mampang seem impossibly far away, and yet a way must be found. When the Archmage sent his birdmen to steal the crown of kings, they flew, but you must walk. Path beckons. There is no alternative. The future of the old world depends on you finding your way across this lonely dust bowl. There's a blasted tree, a marked cliff, or we can follow the road. I kind of want to check out the tree. Oh god, actually, look at the directions here. North, strike out, like we can go all ways here. Yeah, so we're just gonna be exploring here. There's so much. Let's check out the tree first. I really wanted to check out what that dwelling is too. We'll start out over here though. You leave the road and walk across the desolate plain. The air stirs a little, still cold, but at least fresh. After a while of walking, you see something to break the monotony. Too tall and thin for a skewer of rock or a building. You cannot place it until you get close. It is a single tree, leafless and dead, tilting from the desolate soil. Okay, let's look up at the tree. The tree must be the last remnant of an ancient forest, though why this particular trunk has survived when all the others fell is not clear. And that is not all. A rope ladder hangs from one of the higher branches of the tree. Ooh, okay, we can climb the rope ladder or we can go up the branches. Climb the branches. Thinking you could get a better view of the land from the upper branches, you swing yourself onto the lowest bough, then move on to the next. A moment later, you're on the ground with a painful thump. You didn't slip. You reach out for a branch and suddenly it was not there. Climb the rope ladder. You scramble up the rope ladder to get a better view across the lands, but the branches seem to be alive, twisting and bending as you climb. They are closing in around you like a trap. Cut the branches away. You draw your legendary sword and attempt to cut the branches away, but they move and bend out of reach of your sword. A moment later, another branch draws backwards behind you and releases, knocking you painfully to the ground. For the moment, you hear a sound almost like a laugh. Look back up the tree. You look back up at the tree resentfully, but now it is quite still once more. Who's there? Who's there, you demand? Stranger! The voice is faint yet echoing. Stranger! Look for the speaker. You look around behind the tree over your shoulder, but the endless plain stretches away in all directions. There is no one in sight. Let's look up at the tree. You look up into the branches of the tree to find the bare twigs have curved themselves into a human face, an old man's face, that looks down at you with an overturned mouth. Stranger, the tree face declares wistfully, you are lost. Oh, God. Stranger danger, more like. Did you knock me off your branch? What are you? Let's see. The tree shivers as though a breeze passed through it. Perhaps it is a chuckle. I am a spirit, it replies. And an old friend. Oh, God. Can you guide me? The branches flutter and break in a sudden gust of wind, the face disappearing for a moment. You seek the whereabouts of Shadrach of Badubak, the face declares. How does he know this? Ropey, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you very much. Yeah, how do you know this? The branches flutter and wave. The tree is laughing. I know Shadrach very well, it replies. I have known him for a very long time. Okay, where will I find him? Turn like a leaf in the morning, the face replies, sighing a deep sorrow of ash and autumn color. To the fishtail rock, he is expecting you. Another stronger breeze catches the branches and disturbs them, and when they settle, the face has disappeared. Okay, come back, you shout, but your words have no effect. I can wait a moment. You wait a short while longer, but it is no good. You walk away from the shade of the tree. I'm guessing this is Fishtail Rock. So if we keep walking along the road, we can go check it out. You walk on across the plain until you meet the edge of an old road. A few clouds scud across the sky. The road snakes across the Dust Bowl. In the near distance, you make out something through the haze. Not a tower, but a spire of rock. It seems to flicker strangely. From behind you, a voice says, "Excuse me." Ooh. Let's turn around. You turn around to find the road deserted. There was no one in sight in any direction. Hearing voices, are you? Lorag asks dryly. Lorag, what was that? An echo, the wizard replies. One that has been rolling around this valley for hundreds of years, never quite able to escape. But it could see me. Perhaps it could see someone, Lorag replies. But why do you say it was you? The cold wind whistles around you. The plains feel suddenly far emptier than a moment before. You continue along the ghost road. Yeah, Lorag is actually quite handy. Like, he's given us a lot of information. I just need to get my stamina back and actually find food, and we'll be doing decent here. Okay, let's head east. Continue on our way. Follow the old road. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. The road forks here, with the main path snaking up the mountainside to the east. Rocks have tumbled down the slope, and all but covered the road. Okay, we can look a few directions. You cast your gaze east towards the towering Badubak Ridge. The main peak is lost in haze, at the end of the long winding road that climbs the slope. I can look north. Looking north, the road winds along the rocky edges of the foothills. A particularly impressive stone stupa stands out a little way along. Stones shift and move underfoot as you walk. There is a mountain path here. But I kind of want to go to the rock. Yeah, and I think I should go there because I don't know how this is going to work. I'm worried I'll like end up in this pocket or something before I get a chance to explore this one. I think we should go like area by area if we can. Because like we gotta find the serpents. There's like 6 distinct zones I can see, so I'm hoping that there's a serpent in each. Let's go north. The ground underfoot turns into rocks and scree. The sun is hot now. You pause to rest in the shadow of a large rock spire that sticks from the dirt like a claw through cloth. Let's look at the rock. The rock is a single shattered spire, perhaps once part of the mountain range to the east, or perhaps driven up through the ground by some geological quirk. At the base of the rock is the mouth of a cave. Yeah, we gotta look inside the cave. This is our boy. He's living here. You approach the cave with one hand on your blade. The cave appears to go back some distance into pitch blackness. Someone seems to have scratched a message into the rock inside the cave. It is only just legible and must be ancient. Let's read the message. In the thin sunlight falling into the cave, you can make out the ancient scratched message with some difficulty. Stranger, I am waiting very long ago. Summon you. Call my name to the skies, and I will... Adra. Okay, I mean, this is our man. So let's call out his name. Message on the cave wall suggests calling out a name, but what name should you call? Lorak. Oh, I can't. I want to do a cheeky rewind. I just want to see what he says. Lorag, your cry rings out across the plain. Perhaps a malevolent creature has heard you, but nothing else happens. No, okay. Shadrach. Oh, I wanted him to say something there. Like Lorag, you're always berating me. Oh, he turned my back on my plight for healing. I just need some more HP. You cry the name across the plains, and the echo of it seems to set off a distant avalanche. The ground begins to shake and rumble, and you stagger to your knees. The very earth is moving, as though it was splitting or merging back together. You reach down to steady yourself, only to find that grass is growing between your fingers. Oh. You pick yourself unsteadily to your feet, feeling sick and unwell. Everything around you is the same, but everything is different. The rock has 2 spires for one thing. The cave seems smaller and darker, and in a fire pit built into the scrub at its mouth, a fire is burning. From inside you hear the gentle sound of singing. Let's approach the fire. You approach the fire. The sound of singing from inside the cave grows louder. Let's call out for Shadrach. Shadrach, you cry, I am here. The singing stops abruptly. There is a coughing and wheezing sound, and then an old man hobbles out from the cave, limping on a stick. This must be Shadrach himself, but you recognize the face as that of the tree spirit you met earlier. Ah, it's you, he declares, speaking thickly through his beard. I've been expecting you. He waves a hand around the landscape. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back. That's what... I don't think I've been here. Just so. You have come a long, long way, my Analander friend. He smiles. I know your mission, of course. I know all about you. And you know about me, I hope. My name is Shadrach. Now, what does he know about us? I know where you come from, and I know where you are going. And that is all one can know about anyone, don't you think? He smiles. I know you journey here from Carre. Tell me, how fares that city? You hear the voice of Lorag in your mind, boiling with fury. I'll tell him the truth. Carre has been destroyed by goblins, you tell him. He nods sadly. They would not dare, except they know the crown is gone. He strokes his long, thick beard with grubby fingers. The goblins will not stay in Carre long. They will want to travel south, as far from the Archmage as they can go. The goblins of these plains know all too well what the Archmage can do. Will they travel for Analand? Initially, yes, but Bryce, Ruddlestone, Lendoland, the rest, they will be next. I do not think the goblins will escape Manpang's clutches, but they will cause much bloodshed as they try. Goblins are stupid like that. He grabs a handful of dry grass from the ground and tosses it into the fire pit, where it blazes for a moment into flame. He appears to change topic. I must warn you that no one from Analand has ever crossed the Backlands alone and survived. Fun little aside thing. I believe these regions actually crop up in the other Fight and Fantasy game books. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, someone might know, but I think Eye of the Dragon actually does happen in Ruddlestone. These names do actually crop up, and like that one in particular rings a bell. And I've actually played a lot of those game books from back in the day. So it's kind of cute to actually see that, yeah. That's like in a reference to the original books. That's just kind of maintained, I guess. Because there is a full world of them that is established over the course of multiple books. Okay, yeah, I've been told of the 7 serpents. I was told you could aid me. The serpents are most terrible, Shadrach answers. I have often seen them, but they are no mere snakes. Do you know of their legend? Tell me. Shadrach nods. It is said that thousands of years from now, a few years ago for you perhaps, the Archmage of Manpang fought and slew a mighty Hydra, which dwelt in the caves of High Zaman. So formidable a foe was this creature that the Archmage took its 7 heads back to Manpang, where he uses dark arts to resurrect them as 7-winged serpents. They became his personal messengers, his assassins, his forces in dark places. Now, so we've gone very far back in time. Thousands of years from now, Shadrach smiles weakly. Indeed so. Look about you. I fancy this valley was not green with grass when you entered it. He is right. It is the same valley, and yet not the same. Don't understand what's happened. You will, Shadrach replies, but you will learn that for yourself. I must tell you this. Each serpent has a spirit to sustain it, that grants a great power, but also a powerful weakness. Discover these weaknesses, and you may be able to defeat the serpents. Unexpectedly, Shadrach stumbles. He smiles at you weakly. Oh, I can show him the serpent ring. Yeah, let's get a bit of information about this. You take the serpent ring from your pack and show it to Shadrach. Do you know what this is, you ask? Shadrach accepts it thoughtfully, turning the item over in his thick palm. I have never seen one, he says, but I would say it was a serpent ring. There are only 2 or 3 of these in the ancient world, or just one going round and around. You can never be sure. Okay, what does it do? I believe it is the component of a spell, he replies. Though quite what spell I fear I do not know. I am no sorcerer, you understand. And he hands the ring back to you. Try the Wizard of the Mountain, he adds. Climb from here through the trees. Shadrach is shivering slightly now. His face is pale behind the ruddy beard. Oh, are you unwell, you ask? Perhaps you have a weakness yourself. This whole land is unwell, he replies. I will not be able to stay for very long. He gasps suddenly. Please, ask me what you need to know and then leave. You play Swindlestone? Shadrach barks a laugh. You come all this way to speak with me, and you want to do it by playing dice. Why don't we simply talk? You're afraid I'll win. I do not think so, he shakes his head. And what you think you have to gain playing Swindlestones against a telepath is beyond even my cognizance. Yeah, he's got us there. He is psychic. It might not end well. Okay, do you know the serpent's weaknesses? He shakes his head. But those are the most closely guarded of secrets, hidden from simple divination. Please remember to me, all this is yet to pass. He smiles thinly. But one thing I have seen the air serpent defeat it, and I can tell you how it was done. I bid him to continue. It happened like this. The air serpent, huge and terrible, was transforming its being into a puff of gas that could suffocate and choke its foes. But in this form, its empty body was weak, and when that husk was destroyed, the serpent was destroyed also. Shadrach coughs and shivers. Friend, he murmurs, I wish I did not have to go, but I must if I am to close the circle. He gets his stick and pushes himself up to his feet. Close the circle. Where are you going? I go to rest, he sighs happily. I will plant my feet into the earth and lift my arms as branches, and drink in the sunshine for as long as there is water in the soil. Time to leave. He raises his arms to demonstrate, laughs, almost teeters over, catches himself with his stick, and begins to cough violently. There is, he wheezes, not too much time. I don't know what he means by the Oh, we don't trust circles too. What's he doing? What's he doing? I don't trust circles. Food, thank you for 100 bits. I have much to ask you. Shadrach nods. We will meet again. We have already met, I think. He waves a hand at his cave. I have left one more thing for you in there. Travel well. Remember, when you walk through the fields of Ishtar, you are safe from the serpents. But if you do not return to your own time, you will never defeat them. Ooh, okay. How can I travel between these lands? Look to the beacons, he answers cryptically. If any have survived into your time, they will hold a little of our ancient light left. There is one to the north of here, at least by the river. Go there. Reaching over, he places his hands on either side of your head, and you feel a great lightness entering your body. That done, he turns and stamps his way across the grass. Oh, we actually restored our stamina, which is more than like Lorag's done recently. Thank you for that, Shadrach. I can follow him. You get up to race after him, but a moment later he has disappeared, lost into the haze that hangs above the grasslands. To have vanished so completely, there must be something strange about this land, or else there is an unseen pit in the ground. He did mention a circle. You were left alone by the cave mouth once more. He did mention he left something inside here for us too. You look into the cave again, and this time find a strange horn hanging from a hook on the wall. It is ornately carved from a strange twist and shell with a hide of leather. It is a gale horn, one of very few in existence. You lift it down with great care. This is great. This is like a magical artifact. This lets us cast Huff, which we will need to fight some of the serpents. Blow the horn. See? You place the horn to your lips and blow a note. It is clean and mellow pitched and makes the air stir with echoes. You silently thank the hermit for his gift. Look around a little bit. You pause to look around the plain. Thin scrub grass stretches away north and west. To the east, the mountains are shadow in the sun. The whole world seems to have come alive around, but surely this magic cannot last. You make your way back to the old road that runs past the rock. To the north, you catch a glimpse of the tower Shadrach mentioned, covered in green ivy. West, you notice a young tree that surely wasn't there before. Oh, that was the tree with Shadrach before. Now, he mentioned... Did he mention it was over here? That we needed to go? He mentioned that there was like someone up in the mountain we need to visit. Yeah, it was a mountain wizard, wasn't it? But did he mean like mountain wizard up here? Or did he mean over here? He mentioned to go north. Oh, there's so much I want to explore though. Like, it looks like there's something there. He said through the forest and on the mountain peak. I really want to explore what's over here though. It looks like there's some kind of passage into Clatterback. Ideally we do not go that way. Okay, we do have to go towards that tower and we will eventually journey that way. I want to see what's over here first though. You pick your way carefully over the rocks to the edge of a road. Heat beats down from an empty sky. The east-west road into the mountains branches north here. In the elbow of the junction is a small stone idol. Now look at the idol. You pause to look down at the idol, which was definitely not here before. Foolish heathen magic, Lorag remarks in your mind. The stone appears to be carved into the ancient shape of an iguana. It stands upright on its tail, fingers splayed. A pictograph in the old hand is written beneath. Let's read it. The pictograph reads Sorceress. The fingers of the gecko you notice are pointing eastwards up the mountainside. Oh, let's touch the idol. You pause to touch the idol but receive no particular blessing from it. Perhaps its purpose is merely to inform you. You continue to walk, feeling the day's first rumblings of hunger in your stomach. Okay, let's go over here, up the mountain path. Jacob, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you very much. The rocks underfoot soon turn into a slope, and then the slope gets steeper until the going is hard and you are heaving for breath. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. The path quickly leads into an area of light forest, which covers the hillside with light shade. Animals scurry through the undergrowth, and birds fly overhead. It is the most life you have seen since you left Carrie. From up ahead you hear a repetitive, beating sound. Well, it's probably more life than Carrie now as well, am I right, lads? Oh dear. Let's just listen a moment. The noise is loud and regular and accompanied by the occasional cry. It seems to be coming from somewhere close, a little way to the north. I can forage for supplies too, I might as well. You ignore the sound for a moment and leave the path for a few steps, pushing through the undergrowth and scouring for fruit or roots that might be edible. Eventually you find a small plant with bright purple berries. I'm gonna taste a berry. You pick a single berry and place it in your mouth. The taste is bitter and sour. I'm gonna eat it. You swallow the berry and wait. Nothing happens. Let's pick a handful of them. You collect a decent handful of the berries. A few are squash, staining your hands a bright blue color. I'll save them for later. You push on through the trees, using the beating noise to cover the sound of your steps. I mean, it didn't kill me, and I got to pick up some. We got the mystery berries from the forest now. Let's follow the sound here. You leave the main path to follow the sound. The sun disappears from view as you step into the trees. On all sides, the ancient forest looms up. Slowly, the sun begins to make its way back down into the sky. You follow the sound of blows through the trees until you come across a clearing thick with knotted grass. On the far side stands a tall, wiry creature who wields an enormous axe. Whatever it has not seen you. His attention seems to be focused on a nearby tree. Ooh. I mean, I'm hoping he's gonna be friendly. Let's approach him. Greetings, you cry, striding out into the clearing. The creature turns to face you, swinging the axe carelessly onto its shoulder. It looks you up and down with its prehensile eyes. Who are you? I'm a traveler or I'm a sorcerer. Because there was a sign for sorceress in these parts. I'm debating. I want to see what happens if I say I can do magic. Maybe he might interpret me for someone else. The Archmage isn't known at this point in time because we've gone back in time. Right? I'm a sorcerer. Ugh, the creature replies in a deep nasal grunt. And what are you? It asks, when you are a little closer and it can focus on you clearly. Analand may not necessarily exist because we've traveled back in time. I'm a human. Like the wizard, the creature replies, nodding. I should have guessed, even if you do have less hair on your face. Hard to tell humans apart. What wizard? The creature uncurls an arm and gestures up the mountainside. The wizard, he says again. Then it seems he can think of nothing more to say, so he lowers his finger. So, he wouldn't know about the 7 serpents, because again, we're back in time right now. Tell me more about the wizard. The creature pauses for thought. Nothing happens. The creature closes its mouth. The woodsman points at your blue-stained hands with a claw. I see you've been grubbing in the berries. You know they're poison, don't you? Uh-oh. Are they? No, they're not, he replies, shaking his head. Then he cracks a smile. Everything will kill you in the end. Oh, thank God for that. Okay, no, I think we're fine. I think we're okay. He's bluffing. What are you doing out here? The creature regards the tree stump next to it. I was cutting down a tree, it replies. That's what I was doing. What do you know of the 7 serpents? The creature frowns. I don't know anything about serpents, it says. I know about beetles. As though on cue, a small insect crawls out of the bark of the half-cut tree, and the creature scoops it up with its tongue. You nod farewell, and turn to leave the clearing. Oh, it calls. If you do go see the wizard, it says, watch your back. Oh, okay. So I wonder if we go into the future, because he has an enormous axe or something, if there's going to be some remnant that he was here. If we go back to the present day, are we going to be able to get something cool? Because that's what I'm thinking. We got to think in terms of like two worlds at the moment. Live laugh, thanks for 300 bits. You walk back through the trees and rejoin the main path. The trees echo with birdsong. You push on through the trees. I want to check what's up here. The trees thin out, leaving only bare rock. The sun is sinking and the sky is turning bruised purple. It will be night soon again, already. There is a home here. So we found something. The summit. This was once perhaps the cone of a volcano. Now it is a wide, dusty stone bowl, but it is not empty. In the center stands a circular dwelling with steeply pitched canvas roof. Wait a minute. Circular? Just torch it. Look around. You glance around the wide pit of the old volcano, but there is little to be seen. No doubt the ash mixed in the dust is what makes the forest you saw on the slopes so lush and verdant. At least it seems fairly unlikely the volcano will erupt again. Cold winds claw at your skin. Let's make a move. The wind whistles across the top of the mountain. I want to approach this hut. I want to see who's here. You approach the hut. Its walls are made of painted wooden planks, well set into the rock below. This is no temporary shack or traveler's tent. A little thin smoke is rising from the stack. Ooh, I'm gonna knock on the door. Let's try knock at the door. You approach the door and knock. From inside, a wizened voice calls, "You're late!" A few loose stones tumble over the sheer drop to the east and disappear. Let's enter. Let's go inside. Intrigued by the voice's words, you open the door and step inside the low hut. Inside the hut, your vision is lost in gloomy darkness. Let us suppose, a croaking voice declares, that I am a sorcerer and you are a sorcerer too. Do you know which of us is the more powerful? No contest. Lorag, can you heal me right now? No. Leave quickly. I don't want to say that. You are the wizard. The voice chuckles. You've been talking to my wood golem. There is a pulsing glow from somewhere across the room, and a moment later the hut floods with brilliant, dazzling light. So bright you are forced to turn aside, eyes watering. I see you are not powerful enough to counter that, the voice remarks. The light finally fades to a more comfortable level. Counter. You hear the speaker rise and approach. A wizened, calloused hand is offered. Welcome. I mean you no harm, as you can tell by my advanced age. Just shake his hand, yeah. You shake the hand expecting a trick, but none comes. In the light from her spell, you can now see the sorceress, a woman so ancient that her features are lost within a mess of wrinkles. She smiles as you look at her. I could be anybody under all these years, could I not? She remarks. Where are you? She smiles. My name is Bria. I am a sorceress once of High Zaman, though I left that place some time ago. You are welcome. You're from High Zaman. I trained in the fortress, as all the true sorcerers of this land do, she nods. You are worried, but please, the Archmage of the fortress was not always as he is now. Oh, we're getting a lot of information from this person. I want to ask about herself first. Tell me more of yourself, you begin. She seems almost to blush. Ancient veins lighten up for a moment like a blown coal. There is little more to know. I lived in the fortress for most of my life, but came here in my old age. She gestures you to sit down and takes a seat herself. Do you play Swindlestones? I would win, she answers flatly. It would be a waste of time. The old woman stands suddenly and goes over to a side table. Tea. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take some tea. She nods and boils a pan of water by holding it between her palms for a moment. Drops a pat of goat butter in and stirs it around, then pours out 2 ceramic cups. I'm gonna drink the tea. I trust this person. You lift the cup to your lips and drink deep. It is warm and rich and refreshing. See, I think this person is friendly. We don't need to be like untrustworthy of them. Butter and tea is like an odd one, isn't it? I've never heard people doing that. I guess we don't have milk here, so it's the best we can do. You buffoon. It's American tea. Okay, ask about the Archmage. You knew the Archmage yourself, you continue. She nods. Imagine, if you will, a country of great peace and prosperity, ruled over by a group of wise and powerful sorcerers and sorceresses. They attended the fields, managed the weather, healed the sick. They chose their leader by an arcane process. Any child from the land might become that leader, and be taught their role from an early age. The Archmage is their leader. Their leader is the Archmage indeed, and when a new leader is found, the title moves on. A simple system, and an esoteric one. She sighs. Imagine the Archmage as a peacemaker, teacher, but also a thinker, a discoverer of many secrets of the stars. He looked too far, this Archmage. Don't just call him evil, because this woman clearly has some kind of respect for him. What do you mean? What do you mean, you ask, sipping at your tea? I was his farseer, she says. He had asked me to see further, deeper than anyone had seen before. He sought to protect the land, so I looked 1,000 years ahead. But I will not tell you what I saw. It did no good, to him nor to me. She winces suddenly. Hot tea is dripping from a crack in her teacup. Cheap pottery rubbish, she grumbles, digging up a small pot of glue from a box and repairing it. She leaves the glue pot on the table. Glue actually is useful for a spell. Maybe I can ask her if I can take it later. Shadrach said that the Archmage was scared of us. So she knows about us already. There's something going on here. Can I take it now? Take the pot of glue. You pick up the pot of glue and put it in your pack without another word. The sorceress watches you with some amusement, though you cannot think why. She stands. I am tiring of you. You should go, she says bluntly. But first, she raises a finger and points. One more thing, the woman adds. If you're traveling to High Zaman to face the Archmage, hadn't you best know a little of the higher functions of magic? What are they? Thank you for still helping me after I stole your glue. Magic is drawn from patterns of the stars. Starlight can be shaped to alter our world, like hooking the threads of a tapestry with your fingernails. But for every bend in one direction, there is opposite bend. For every one magic, there is another that undoes it. Spells can be countered with other spells, you exclaim. Just so. Can you teach me? It can take a lifetime to discover the parents and to master them, but I can show you something simple. She raises a finger adorned with a wide collection of rings. One, made of green metal, begins to pulse, but she does not fire right away. She has given you a moment to react. Oh, we can check what spell this is, because there is one that requires a green ring. Requires. So this is the one we can now do. Gum. What spell is the green ring? There's fog. There's mud. Gold-backed. Gale horn. Yellow powder. Jewel-studded pearl ring. Bracelet of bone. Green-haired wig. Zip. This spell enables the caster to teleport a short distance. Transportation can occur through soft materials such as wood and clay, but not through stone or metal. This spell requires a ring of green metal from crag and rock, but is somewhat unreliable and can have disastrous results. Okay. So she's gonna cast Zip. I don't know what spell would counter that at all. I have no idea. Piz. Use the glue. Are you guys saying it's gum already? Is it actually just count? I could just ask her. What do I do, you demand? Counter my spell of teleportation, she insists. I've already given you the clue as to what spell you need. Oh, okay, so that's what the glue was actually for. Yep. Oh no, you guys are right. So that was like a little cue of hers. G-U-M. Great glue. You cast the spell and toss the glue over your own feet. You feel it binding your boots to the floor. The sorceress smiles as she completes her spell, firing at you with her green ringed finger. What's my fate? I thought I died for a moment. You stare her magic in the face, but nothing happens. Bria the sorceress nods. Very good. Every magic has a counter magic. The spell of gluing opposes the enchantment of teleportation. Your own spell is evaporated as well. Your boots move freely once more. Prepare yourself, Bria declares. She shows you an open palm filled with rock dust. Laura, I think praying for aid isn't gonna help. Okay, wait. So let me check the spell book. I think she's just casting rock. Yep. The intended victim will petrify, quickly becoming a grey stone statue. What could counter that? Cast a spell. We could do a huff with the Gale Horn. Would that work? I can try it. What are my other options? Oh, maybe floating in the air because she's trying to get us to stand still, and that way we. I'm thinking like Pokemon types. I think flying beats ground. Yeah. Oh, ground can't affect flying, but rock actually counters flying. Oh no. I think Huff actually might be it because you just blow away the dust. Let's try it. Huff. Look into the stars, you craft the magic, pulling out the Gale Horn, intending to blow the rock dust away, but you cannot complete the spell fast enough. The witch tosses her rock dust over you and begins to wind her spell. I fear this may hurt, she remarks, but if it's any consolation, you'll make an excellent addition to my statue garden. Okay. Let's try my other bit of logic. Float in the air. We got it. You bind the starlight into shape around you, feeling your body weight shifting to a mere fraction of normal, just as Bria's spell of petrification begins to take hold. The two forces, one turning you to air, the other to stone, fight within you, but with decreasing force moment by moment. Eventually your body returns to normal. Bria nods. Yes, indeed. The spell of lightness is negated by that of petrification. Okay, so rock is a ground type and not a rock type. Whereas like floating is a flying type. So we gotta remember our new Pokemon types that we have to work with here. You have learned enough, she declares. You must leave, but not without a gift. She slides the ring of green metal from her finger and holds it out to you. I'm taking it. You take the ring swiftly and slide it onto your finger. You feel a pulse through your veins. I wish you well, she says. Now be gone. Oh, we did really well there. We got like 2 artifacts, and we got the horn before. Our stamina is back up. We have a little bit of money, and we even have some food. You bid Bria farewell and leave the hut. Chill wind slices at your cloak. Look around the hut. You walk in a circle around the hut. To one side of it, you find a smooth chimney of rock carved into the mountainside, leading as straight as an arrow to the valley floor far below. There is strong and generous magic here, as often occurs high up. I can cast some kind of spell. I don't want to fall down that side of the mountain. I want to go back the other way, because I feel like I'm going to miss too much of the world if I just move on. I don't really want to find safe passage. I think I just want to walk back. I think that's like, yeah, I think I just leave. Just make a move. Yep, there's the chimney. I think I want to go back to the pass. Because this way, this is the chimney here. And I'll skip all of this if I fall down. Because I don't see any way to climb back up this mountain after the fact. Except this little cave all the way over here. So we're going to go back to the pass. Let's journey on back. You head back over to the mountain pass. Make a move. Smoke pulses from the hut. That was a really good trip though. We got so many artifacts. Okay, back down the slopes. The ring is a circle. Oh no. Like we gotta take it off our finger. The slope is windswept. You trudge onwards. Night falls. You should find somewhere safe to sleep. If you keep going through the night, you will be weaker for it, especially after so long walking with an empty belly. Trees echo with a chatter of insects. You push on through the trees. For food at the moment, because I do have those berries, do I just eat them? Handful of berries? They're not poisonous. I think I can just eat them. It's worse, it's a cylinder. You eat some berries and immediately feel better. Okay, we can go off the path or we can stay on it. I kind of want to make as much headway as I can. This might even give us an encounter if we head downhill, so let's go for it. You climb down the mountain and rejoin the road. The moon moves slowly across the sky like a lidless eye. You're at the road junction once more. The idol indicates the road uphill. I can rest here. I could probably go back to that rock. I don't know if I'll make it in time is the thing. Need to destroy the moon. No, maybe I'm just gonna rest here. It is hardly comfortable here, but you are dog tired. You curl up on the side of the road. At least you have eaten once today already, so you do not need to eat again to avoid hunger. Okay, so you need to eat once a day. So it's on me now to make sure I eat my ration. It's not going to give me a prompt for it anymore. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. The silence is loud in your ears. Slowly, you will understand the true loneliness of this place. You long for human company. Even the tedious ramblings of Jan the Minimite, wherever he is now. But there is no one here. I do not long for Jan's company. I'd rather be alone. What is left of the night is filled with visions. A boy sits on a throne of skulls and swords, wearing a crown carved from solid bone. He seems not to notice you, but plays with carved model figurines of goblins, trolls, and demons, playing out a war, though he looks bored by it. And even while you sleep, you know the serpents are moving towards Mampang. Every day you spend out here is a day in which your journey might be discovered. Okay, so day 2. You've gained significant stamina and met Shadrach the Hermit. We also met Bria, we learned counter spells, and we got like 2 magical artifacts from her. It was a really good day. Get to your feet and stretch. Let's walk on. Somewhere east of the Badubak Ridge is the famed forest of Snada, perhaps the kind of place a serpent might hide. Lorag, we actually don't need his heal at the moment. Yeah, no, we're good for once. Something over here. Like fire pits, and then there's a tower there. Do I want to just go straight to the tower? I think I want to go straight up, and then we can go to that fire pit when we go around here. I think that's the ideal way to do it, yeah? Yeah, I want to check that out. That looks like there might be something there. You scramble back down to the slope to the rocks. The early morning sun makes the air glow. Once again, you see the distinctive fishtail rock sticking up from the earth, but there's no sign of Shadrach the Hermit. The fire outside the cave is burnt down to black embers. I can call out for Shadrach when I'm here. Try calling out for Shadrach once more, but nothing more happens. Wherever he is, wherever wherever he is, whenever he is. It seems he has moved on. Okay, I'm gonna keep going north. You make your way over the grass-covered rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can and scrambling the rest of the way. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot once more. The dusty plains have been transformed to fields, though the grass here is littered with rocks that have tumbled down from the mountain range to the east. From somewhere close at hand, a strange whistling noise catches your attention. Look for the sound. The sound is coming from the other side of a large rock. It seems steady enough. The sound of an ever-running wind. Peer around the rock. You peer around the rock and a strange sight greets your eyes. Whether a living creature or a freak weather effect you cannot tell, but hovering a short way above the ground is a swirling twist of air. It's trapped in a cove formed by the rock. It's just a tornado. A small fly buzzes over the head of the whirlwind. A moment later, it is sucked in and disappears from sight. Oh God. It's a circle, Daniel. These fucking circles. Should I just move on? I can look at it. It's the fun of it alive. Something about the way it moves suggests it is. It shovels around the rock enclosure as though injured and looking for a way out. I could try talk to it. Greetings, you begin. What manner of pestilence are you? That's not how you say hello to someone. The whirlwind kicks a short distance up in the air as if leaping, then it settles back down again. A reaction to your voice or merely a chance movement. Suddenly from somewhere above you hear a voice. Analander, I bring a message. Oh, look up. You look up and to your right, scouring the rock face until you spy a small boy, leaping from stone to stone like a goat. I bring a message from Shadrach the Hermit. What message? You call back suspicious. The fire serpent, he's following you. He's going to attack you while you sleep. Shadrach foresaw it. The boy is scaled halfway down the mountainside now, and he is just above the whirlpool and the rocks. He is about to jump. What is the fire serpent's weakness? Sand. Shadrach says I can't stand sand. The boy jumps from the mountainside, intending to land on the ground beside you. As he falls, you see him pull through the air towards the whirlpool. Am I supposed to just let him go into the vortex, or like, do I save him? Well, what spells can I cast? Do I have a counter spell for wind? I don't think so. I can huff it. I can huff it away. Let's try it. You weave the enchantment, lifting the gale horn and blowing a loud note. The wind blows the fallen boy sharply backwards, away from the whirlpool. He lands a little way down the path, momentarily stunned. Then he's back on his feet and running towards you. Thank you, he breathes. What is that thing? I don't know. He already told us his message. I don't know. You answer honestly, but it does not look safe. The boy chuckles, clearly in trouble by how close he came to being sucked into the whirl. Shadrach told me everything, he says. He checks things off on his fingers as he speaks. The fire serpent doesn't like sand. The water serpent doesn't like oil. And the moon serpent, the boy racks his brains. Only be killed once a month. It dislikes the light, you suggest? He's scared of fire, the boy replies, remembering. They are strange beasts, these serpents. Anything else? The boy shrugs. Only good luck. He says you will need it, because the Archmage will want to kill you very fast once you reach the walls of Manpang. He pales. I don't think that was part of the message. And with that he is gone, running away out of sight and into the midst of the plain. Okay, so we actually got a lot of information off him. We have 3 weaknesses now for serpents. Do I want to do anything with this tornado still? I'm just trying to see. Fire serpent doesn't like sand. Water serpent doesn't like oil. Moon serpent is fire. I don't think there's anything to do. I don't really want to jump into it. Someone said that I should go back to the tree in the past. I might actually do that. Move on. You move away from the whirling air. Whatever it is probably best left unexplored. The path leads in 2 directions from here. Okay, so I can go towards the tower. I can follow the road. Someone did say I should go back to the tree because apparently there is something there. So I'm gonna check that out, the tree. I'm gonna make my way back. I know I'm using some time here. You're back by Fishtail Rock. You continue on your journey. Let's go to the tree. You head out across the prairie. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds pick up. You swat at pestering flies and midges. The dead tree you saw here earlier is now a young, strong sapling. In its shadow, a woman sits cross-legged with eyes closed. Look at the woman. You watch the woman for a moment. She is breathing in and out slowly and murmuring under her breath. Perhaps she is praying. Around her neck she wears what looks like a giant's tooth on a leather string. A fleet of long, thin birds swoop and career overhead, snatching flies from the steamy air. Okay, she's got the tooth. We need that for another spell. We're gonna try and collect as many artifacts as we can. Let us greet this woman. You approach the meditating woman and cough quietly. Greetings. The woman opens one eye and shakes her head sadly. You're meant to be over there, she says, pointing a little way to the east. What do you mean? She shakes her head, opening her other eye. No matter. They tell me I will get better at divination with practice. She offers her hand. Let's shake her hand. You shake her hand and she laughs. How very formal. Well met, stranger. My name is Elthera. Welcome to Ishtar, the land of peace and plenty. Shadrach called this place Ishtar as well. And it's good to... Let's mention Shadrach. Of course, such it is. She smiles. But I see from your bearing you truly are a stranger here. Ishtar is the ancient world, from the Zanzunu peaks in the east to the Cloud Camp Mountains north, and down to the South Sea. I'm gonna mention I'm from Analand. We're being very trustworthy with the people we meet today, and it's gonna backfire at some point. But for the time being, we're gonna push our luck. It seems from her expression that the name means nothing to her. You must have traveled far, she replies. He nods politely. Will you sit with me a while? Let's sit with her. You sit down the long grass opposite her. She smiles at you. I need to practice my third eye, she says, tapping what appears to be a small gem stuck to her forehead. Perhaps we could play. And reaching into a pocket, she produces a small handful of stones. Swindle stones. My teacher used that name before, but that's not what we call them here. They are mind stones. I try to read your thoughts as you try to read mine. Will you play? But you can read minds. She shakes her head. No, I am learning, but the sense is weak with me. Please help me practice. What is the stake? Perhaps if you win, I will give you the dice. How is that? Okay, I want to play Swindle Stones. Gamble in time. Althera counts out 4 dice and waves at you to bid. Here we go. We're playing Swindle Stones against a psychic today. Okay. I want to trick her into saying that I've got 3s. Bid 2 3s. 3 3s. I've got no 3s. It's very unlikely she has that many. Call her right away. We're beating a psychic right now. 1 down. You're a traveler. She's bidding 1 4. I'm gonna bid 2 2s. 2 4s. I'm gonna bid 3 4s. Raise the 4s. You not think my pity will stop me seeing through your bids? They're like having a conversation as we go. Perhaps you could travel with me. I never really pay attention to the audio, the dialogue when I'm playing the game because I'm focused on this bit for Swindle Stones. But you can get some clues sometimes. Okay. So you live out here. I'm exploring these plains. Where should I go? Can I ask a different question? Bid 2 3s. True 4s. She can't. She probably doesn't have it. I'm gonna call her. Only 1/4 of the round is yours. RT's indulging in his gambling addiction again. I can't help it. Okay, bid 2 4s. 3 4s. I've only got 1 4. She's only got 1 dice. We've got her. We beat a psychic. Her Millennium Eye didn't help her either. I win, don't I? Althea laughs. You are a challenge in mind, she declares. May we play again? Let's go again. I'm gonna do it twice. Oh. Oh, I was just moving the dial. I thought it was adjusting the window size. 2 4s. She's betting 3 2s. I'm gonna bet 4 2s. Because I have 2 2s. 5 2s. Oh. Unlikely she has 3 of them. Call her. God damn it. There's nothing else to win, please, Dan. I gotta beat her twice. I'm not satisfied with this victory just yet. 4 2s. I have no 2s. All her dice are probably not a 2. Only 2 2s. We got her. Okay, let's bet 2 2s. 3 2s. We're doing so good right now. Dan is definitely addicted. Like this and like Caravan and Fallout New Vegas are like my favorite little gambling games, I think. They're just quite pleasant to play. It's like a bit different to the main game too. Okay, I'm gonna bid 3 2s because I do have 1 2 here. 4 2s. Okay, we got her. Go. She's not very good, is she? She hasn't won a single one here. 2 3s. 2 4s. I haven't got a single 4. We got her. You flick Aethera's final die off the ground with a grin. I win, you tell her. She laughs. Your thoughts are deep, she declares. Another game. I'm so tempted to just keep going. Okay, no more, no more. You reply, shaking your head. I'm growing tired. She nods. Gathering up the dice, she drops them into your palm. Here, take these, she declares. You'll have better use of them than I. I foresee as much. I'm gonna take her dice, yeah. You thank her and drop the dice in your pack. She nods and gets to her feet. I must be going, she says. Travel well. Come and visit me if you will. She waves in the direction of the cliff you came down when you entered the backlands, but quite why is not clear. Then she hurries away. Oh, she must have lived in Carrie or something. Look at the tree. The tree is relatively young, fresh, and strong, as though it has only been planted a few minutes before. It's hard to believe this is the same tree that you saw before, so tall and so very dead, but the position is the same. With the woman gone, you look around the plain. South and west of the great fault line of the cliff shields out the sky. The great fault line of the cliff shields out the sky, and at its top seems as dark as night. North, the grass stretches away towards a distant flashing line that seems to cut across the land. You turn your attention back to the landscape. Okay, so we can wander out of the time travel zone now. I think we're gonna hop on over here. We might as well. Yeah, let's check out the fire pits. Oh, don't rewind. We can go back to the tower, can't we? Or is it more efficient for me to go to that tower first? It might be. Okay, I'm gonna go to the tower first. People really want me to check it out. You walk across on the grassland until you join an old road. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air sticky. Away from the road to the northeast, a curious stone tower stands alone, overlooking the river. Towards the tower. You step off the well-paved road and cut across the grassy fields that have somehow replaced the plain that was here before. The sun is beginning to lower. The air begins to cool. You reach the shadow of the tower Shadrach called the Beacon. Its sides are too smooth to be natural, and yet there are no stones or brickwork. It's like a gigantic game piece, carved from a single block of stone. Thick gripweed curls up and around the tower like wool around a bobbin. Beyond it, a river rushes past. Tug at the gripweed. You give the gripweed shoots a sharp tug. The plant is tough as a rope and seems to be firmly anchored into the stone of the tower. Okay. We got the gripweed as an option. Look for a door in the tower. You walk a full circuit of the tower hoping to find a doorway, but there is nothing to be seen. But there is nothing to see. The tower's sides are made of solid stone, if indeed it is a tower. And at the very top, something metal glints in the sunshine. Look at the glint. Craning your neck and squinting against the sun, you're trying to make out what the gleam is. Some kind of brass fitting seems to jut out over the side. Strange to see worked metal and stone out here. Wasn't this place supposed to be barren? Can I just float to the top? Now let's see the future. It was foul, wasn't it? Can always use. I know I can't use huff this time. Can I use big and just step up? Let's try it. Consulting the constellations above, you bind the spell. For a moment it seems nothing will happen. It suddenly begins to grow 3 times your normal size. I can shake the tower. Let's climb up. You stretch your arms around the tower and attempt to climb up, but you cannot find a decent grip on the stone. Any cracks or indentations that may once have had are now far too small for your fingers to fit into. Let's look at the top. From here you have a much better view of the top of the tower, which seems to support a brass contraption of some kind. A long tube, which rests on a small wheel on the edge of the tower, and presumably could be pushed around its perimeter. The spell fades and you shrink back down to your normal size once more. We might as well climb on up. Look, there's a river too. You pause for a while watching the river rush past. The sound is common, even though it's on the far side of the plains continue, and somehow you must cross. Okay, the weed seems to grow all the way to the top. Let's climb on up. Quickly, you grab the gripweed and scramble up the outside of the tower. The roots of the thick plant offer plenty of footholds, and the ascent is easy going. Soon you are hauling yourself over the battlements onto the top of the tower. Make our way up. We got a fucking telescope up here. You stand atop the tower. The wind across the prairie whips at your hood, and the ground seems like an endless green sea far below. But the top is not empty. Indeed, there is barely a room to stand. Most of the floor space is taken up by a large brass contraption that has been built into the middle of the roof. We gotta take in the view, you know, it's kinda nice up here. Great job saving Rapunzel, RT. Oh god, do you think if we go in the future, like back to this tower, there's just like a skeleton at the top with just like a bunch of hair wrapped around it? From here, you can see all the way from the low mountains in the east to the cliff face that curves around to the south and west, and the Russian river that splits the land to the north. Look towards the mountains. Gonna take a sip of water too. Looking away into the mountains, they rise suddenly and steeply, blocking the view beyond. Dark winged shapes circle their highest peaks, more nighthawks perhaps, or worse. The slopes are partially wooded, with grass around the double spike of fishtail rock. Okay, look at the cliff. You look back at the cliff face down which you came. For a moment you seem to see a line of steps leading down the slope past a dark smudge. A cave mouth. Perhaps that is what Elthira was pointing to when she left you. For a moment the mountains to the east seem to spring into thick woodland, as though a dusty cloud had lifted, revealing a forest below. Then the moment passes once more. Do I want to go back and find Althea? Can I do that? Like, I don't really know. She seemed friendly enough, and she did have, like, a giant's tooth. I think it's worth a shot. Someone asking if this is only on PC. It's on PC, and I think it's on mobile. Like, it's definitely on iPad. I know that much. I think it's on regular phones though too. It's on mobile too now. Okay, yeah. So, like, if you can have anything on your phone, like kind of just reading a book and basically using it as a Kindle, like that's pretty good as far as games go. Yeah, and this is a game that like I would strongly recommend to anyone. Like honestly, it's just proper good entertainment. It's on Google Play. There we go. Okay, let's do something else. Let's look at the contraption. Have a look. This tower was clearly built to house the brass contraption in the center of the turret. You look it over with curious interest. A large brass cylinder. Wait a minute, that's a circle shape. It is set into a bearing in the center of the tower, and protrudes a short way over the battlement. It is rather like one of the Chief Mage's telescopes, but why would anyone set such a complex device out here in the wastes? Look through it. Crouch to look through the cylinder, but you cannot, as it has no eyepiece. The near end disappears unbroken into the brass mounting of the device. The bearing underneath the cylinder looks as though it might allow the contraption to move. Furthermore, set in the central dome is an impressive looking blue crystal. Look at the blue crystal. The blue crystal is not a gem you recognize. It pulses with a small interior glow, as though something lived inside. Can I take it? Let's try it. You touch the crystal, but as your fingers brush the glass, something happens, and you feel yourself whipped up into the air as though catapulted. For a dizzying moment, you seem to stare down at the center, at the entire land of Badubak. Then a moment later, you are back on your feet, head reeling, but feeling curiously powerful. I can touch it again. You reach out to touch the crystal again, only to catch yourself. The blue crystal on the contraption is flashing brilliantly, and then suddenly the cylinder ignites with a thick beam of syrupy light. The beam floods across the landscape, cutting through the mists and warping the view like a heat haze. You found a clue. The land in the light of the beam has changed. It seems the magic you witnessed earlier is happening again. Look at the view. The view is now partially lit with the beam from the tower, and a different land appears in its light. Birds fly. Gentle wind stirs pollen in a haze. And look at the beam. Careful not to touch the light, you examine the beam. It seems to come into focus a few cubits from the edge of the tower, and then floods outwards, changing the very color of the air as it goes. On the ground, you see dusty sand beneath its light, with grass growing on either side. This must be the beacon that Shadrach mentioned. I can adjust it. Oh, ho, ho. So look at this. I can turn that into like a waterfall if I want. And there's another one there. There's a house there. I can restore the bridge too. Oh, and this must be your cave. Like that has to be it. So if I want to go back and actually like revisit her, I'd have to kind of point it back that way. If you shine it on the place that's already in the past too, it turns it back to the future, see? That destroys the rock again. I kind of want to see what's in this cave over here. What we can do is we can get some of like the heat field covered in it too. Yeah, should we do that? So now we get this cave and we get to see this heat field too. You adjust the beam around its track, sweeping light over the land below. Okay, climb back down the tower. With the beacon blazing away, you swing yourself over the battlement once more. After an uncertain moment, you find the gripweed and clamber swiftly down. Let's go explore, yeah. I want to see what's in this cave. Back down to ground level. Let's leave here. The Grand Road runs from west to east across the plain. So see, so we gotta just like kind of beeline across here now. Road west. Return to the road. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Soon it will be dark. From behind you a voice says, "Excuse me. Is this guy again?" Turn around. You whip around to find a small boy holding a ring of green metal in his hand. He pushes it toward you. That's my ring, isn't it? Where'd you get that? You dropped it, the boy says. Oh, thank him. You nod your head in thanks. The boy smiles and puts the ring of green metal into your hands. Then he steps back and waits for something. Oh no, is he... I can offer him a reward. You look in your pack for a suitable reward. Offer him 3 gold pieces or nothing. Offer him nothing. You change your mind. This boy's aid is not worth anything to you. Without another word, you turn and move away. Just being helpful, the boy shouts from behind you before he disappears into the other direction along the road. It's only later you realize he somehow swiped the gale horn. No, I need the gale horn. I'm sorry. Draw my sword. You draw your sword and the voice yelps. I'm not attacking you, it exclaims. I thought you might want this. You whip around to find a small boy holding a ring of green metal in his hand. He pushes it towards you. Thief, you declare. Suddenly you see it at the top of your pack is open. Not a thief, you dropped it. The boy says, looking warily at your blade. Snatch it back. You snatch back the ring of green metal. The boy lets you take it with a shrug, then he waits for something. Move on. No, he's still got it. What if I ignore the boy? Wait, do I still have it? He didn't appear this time. Wait, what? I rewind it to the same spot, but... now he's here. Can I talk to him? Will he give me anything? I wonder. Or do I just want to like kill this boy? Be nice to him. Just give him a damn reward. Can I just ignore him? You ignore it, another mirage like the one you heard before. Excuse me, it demands again. Are you deaf? Let it go. Shake your head and leave the mirage behind, grumbling to itself. But then the ring's gone! I do actually drop the ring. Oh no. I'm trying to get through this without losing anything. Okay, alright, turn around. I'll give him... thank him. Offer him a reward. 3 gold pieces. The boy's smile grows wide at the sight. Thank you, he breathes. By Throth, I'm glad I followed you. I mean that I was here. You know what I mean. He puts the gold into a pocket. Talk to him. Squat down into your ankles to be more at the boy's level. He is clearly local and is likely to know a lot about the area. Hey, where are you from? Gary, he replies to your surprise. But I run errands. All the way to Tinpang sometimes. What do you know of the 7 serpents? Where is Tinpang? Across the marsh over the bridge near the lake, he answers. You can run there in about a day. The idea this boy can cross the entire of the backlands is startling. This is the most dangerous land you know. The boy is starting to look twitchy. Who lives in the cave in the cliff? Some ancient failed truth teller, the boy replies. She spent her whole life studying divination, but she wasn't any good at it. Her sister Bria was much better. The boy hops from foot to foot. Okay, what can you... Ooh. How might I cross the lake? You ask, thinking ahead. You can usually get a ride in the fishing boat, the boy replies. If you don't mind dawdling while they catch their fish. The boy smiles quickly. I have to go now. I really have to go. Where are you going? I'm going back home, he This fucker. It's rewind time. This is why I didn't want to rewind like ever, because the moment we start doing it, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. The only way to avoid it is don't talk to him, but I want to keep the ring. What if I go further back? Leaving the tower. Are we gonna take the... We can take the other road. I can escape him. Ah, dear. You walk on across the grassland. Rocky outcrops break the ground here and there, and as the trail rises, you are soon walking on bare stone. The sun lowers towards the horizon. Soon it will be dark. Rocks litter the path. You are back by the pool of whirling air. As you consider the whirlpool, a creature in an all-covering hood lopes into view. It is carrying something tightly in one hand, though you cannot make out what. Oh, wave a greeting. Greetings, you declare. The creature leaps in alarm, arms going wide, and drops whatever it was holding. A moment later, the whirlpool has sucked it away. The creature looks about in confusion. Point out the whirlpool. You point out the whirlpool, trying to explain with gestures what it is, but the creature shakes its head, clearly not following. At least it does not go any closer. Grumbling, the creature shambles away westwards, knocking into you as it goes. Follow the creature. Follow the creature along the road, but you've only gone a short way when it seems to vanish from your sight into the mists. Step back to the whirlpool to decide where to go next. Just move on. You think back to childhood stories of the forest of Snad as you walk. An old forest but not ancient. A place of wild beasts and even wilder magic. Perhaps someone there can help. Or perhaps its inhabitants will only mean you ill. Which way? I gotta go back to that cave. I want to check the sorceress. Wait, no, it robbed you. No, please. Is my ring just gone? Am I never gonna keep this ring? Is it impossible? Hang on. Sudden Tower Base. Is it actually... Because it's here. No matter what I do, something goes. That ring is fated to leave your inventory at this juncture. What can I do? I don't see anywhere I can go. If I go to the road west... The sad thing is I had it once. It's the ring or horn. We gotta lose one. Abandon your quest and live at the tower. Because he steals it right away, see? It's gone. Draw my sword. Can I kill this child? Thief. Thank him. Can I cast a spell? Is there a way for me to just cast glue on him? The beacons, the boy shrugs. Why are you interested in them? They seem most powerful. Just magic, the boy replies with a sulky shrug. Enough talking. Good time. There's no way. It's like... Wait, what if I go this way and I just ignore the figure? Or has he already stolen something? No, he doesn't have anything right now. Doesn't have anything. Sword. The creature leaps in alarm, arms going wide, and drops whatever it was holding. A moment later, the whirlpool has sucked it away. It's gone, isn't it? No. It's still there. Point out the whirlpool. I can't just move on. It forces me to follow it. If I cast move on from here. God! Don't let him get close. There's no way to stop him from getting close. Can I kill him? How do I kill this guy? Talk all languages. Mud. I don't have that. Can't do the glue one. I don't want to lose this. Yap. Yob. There's a lot of stuff with teat here. What does this do? Talk all languages. I think I just have to move on. No matter what I do. That made me try talk to the whirlpool. What if I go back here and I watch the creature? Just watch him. Just watch him. You watch the creature as the creature comes closer, passing with spitting distance of the whirlpool. Whatever they are holding looks little more than a rock. It's my ring, isn't it? No, I've still got it right now. Ignore it. Ignore it. This creature's troubles are not yours. You turn your attention away. Grumble and the creature shambles away westwards, knocking into you as it goes. This is where we need to stop him. He robs you and disappears into the mists. Oh my god. How do I stop him? You need to draw your sword and don't let him get close. The previous one had stopped, did it? By God, just go on the normal path. I'm trying to save this ring. Draw my sword. Stop the creature from going too close. He drops his item. You can see that the stranger's about to go after their trinket. So quickly you grab them by the arms and haul them backwards. The creature begins to shout in a language you do not recognize. Okay. I got him this time. Cast a spell. I'm gonna do it. We have to rewind. Wrap. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you put it onto your head and weave your spell, but it seems to make no difference to the language uttered by the creature. Curious, unless this attempt at language is in fact simply a series of strange noises. Casting your spell has caused you to open your arms, releasing the creature. It dusts itself down. It's already robbed me, hasn't it? Not just yet. Not just yet. I'm just gonna get up. Knocking into you as I want to save these items. Stop him. Keep him held. You're almost certainly going to be attacked if you let go, so you keep holding on. But the creature is stronger than it looks. It squirms and shakes and knocks you backwards to the floor. You land in a heap. Creature picks itself up, barks something at you, dusts down its robe. Playing about the whirlpool. He knocks into you. Even if I ignore it, there's no option to ignore. Just watch. Ignore it. Because then he always bumps into you. All roads lead to him bumping into you. No. Wait. Okay, wait, what if... This is drastic. Top of the tower. Look at the contraption. We're gonna touch the orb again. We're gonna change time. We're gonna change time itself. Okay. Adjust the beam. I need to carve a safe passage. Because I did that before. If I even adjust it slightly like this, I think it might be okay. Because that way, there's like a bit of road. You know, if I just do this, and then I leave the tower via here. Does that work? Oh, please. Please. Please let this work. Because we're doing so well for once. I just don't want to lose this ring. Or the Gale Horn. That looks like a pocket. Oh, that looks like a pocket. Oh no. I can't win. I can't win. Leaving the tower. The whirlpool are there. Oh, I want to kill this boy. Top of the tower. Is there any way I can adjust this? Let the ring go. It's my ring. Like, why shouldn't I keep it? Ah, God. I don't want to lose it. Careful now, Bilbo. Ah, God. What if I just destroy... Ah, no, because I need this to face over there. There's no way about that. Like, is it in the past or the present when I put the beam here? Because I can pop it here too. One of these spots will do it. We need to look very carefully. The pin is there. I need that spot to be guaranteed in the past. Khadgar, why? We're in the past. We're in the past. Climb down the tower. Save it. It's fucking flickering. see that? Do you see that? You return to the road. The winds pick up as the evening draws on. Soon it will be dark. The laws of time are mind control. We fucking did it. Across the plain. You abandon the road and walk across the suddenly grassy fields. The sun lowers towards the horizon. You crest a low rise and look down across the grass, offering something of a view. Okay, you can make out Aetheria's tree. There, to the east, the road makes a loop past the foothills of the Baduback Ridge, past an unusual double-spiked rock formation. And north, a wide river splashes spray up into the air, and that is all there is to see. You think back to childhood stories of the forest of Snatta as you walk. We had that one before. Oh, God almighty. Well, I gotta check my bag just in case. Hang on. It's there. It's there. We have it. You make your slow way across the verdant grassland. The sun is almost set in the sky and it's turned to deep purple. It will be dark soon. This den is the pit of the Backlands. It's not as fearsome as you would expect it, or maybe the sludge and grime of Karai has toughened your resolve. Indeed, in the strange magical light, it is almost pleasant. You march onwards. Okay, I want to check out this cave. Because it looks like something is here. Once more, you enter the shadow of the cliffs that surround this place. Darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially after walking all day without eating. The grass meadow ends by the cliff base, the carved stone steps that lead away from the Backlands. I'm just going to keep moving on to the cave. I don't... Wait. Oh, I have to actually look for the cave. Hang on. Look at the cliff. You gaze up at the soaring arc of the cliff. Barren rock, dusted by what little scrub can cling onto its sides, as if some great clawed hand had scooped out the earth. The foot of the cliff is pitted with shallow holes, no doubt dug by animals. I can climb the steps. You haul yourself onto the first of the gigantic steps that lead up the cliff face. Here we go. You clamber up the carved rock. It is painstaking work, as every step is about the height of your own body. Then about halfway up, you pause to rest near the entrance to a cave. The moon rises, filling the world with thin, silver light. Look at the cave mouth. The cave is clearly inhabited. A cloth hangs across the opening. Enter the cave. You push back the cloth hanging and enter the cave. Inside, it is roomy and dry and quiet. The perfect place to spend the night, perhaps. Oh, Sarah, I've travelled long and far to reach you. Welcome, murmurs a voice from the shadows at the far end of the space. Greetings. You reply politely. You hear footsteps paddling forward over sand, and then a shambling figure appears. A woman with crazed white hair, wearing rags of animal skin. You, she says with a quiet laugh. I had no idea I would see you again. Your voice is familiar from somewhere, but you have not met anyone so old since the witch above the waterfall in the Shamutanti Hills. Wait, is this not Althera? Because Althera was a young woman, it said. This is an old woman, apparently. Ooh, no, it is. Are we back in the future? No, because we met because we're in the past right now. Time travel. Oh, okay, right. Is it because does the light not reach the inside of the cave? You're in the past. Yeah, but she was young in the past. I recognize you. You begin thoughtfully. I remember your laugh. I laughed when you beat me at Mindstones, she replies. That was a very long time ago, of course. I was so young. I was rather in love with you, as I recall. Why is she aged? Because I'm still in the past. And to reach this cave, I have to go. I put it in the past. With that, she steps forward once more, coming into the pool of sunlight at the entrance of the cave. You gasp, though this woman is old beyond imagining, you recognize her face. It is Elthira, with whom you were playing dice only hours before. Elthira! Poor stranger, she smiles. You must be very lost to still be here wandering these lands. So beautiful once, but poisoned now. I'm not lost. When we met, I was barely 16, she says. Now, let me see. I suppose I am 113, if you don't count the year I spent as an eagle. It's typical phases of a wizard's life. She shrugs, sadly. But welcome, all the same. Perhaps you are thirsty. From a corner of the cave, she produces a jug, which has been catching water dripping down the stone. Thank you. Pours you a cup and you drink gratefully, and quickly feel thoroughly refreshed. Fancy to play some swindle stones. In barely any time since I last met you, can you tell me about the 7 serpents? Do you have any provisions? Just talk. In barely any time since I last met you, you tell her amaze. And the curse on this land affects me, but not you, she says. Perhaps you will be able to leave, unlike the others. What others? The others. All the others that survived the new crown, she replies. They wandered the wilderness in circles, lost, endlessly repeating themselves, quite unstuck. Fancy a game of swindle stones. You tell me about the 7 serpents. Elthira looks surprised. 7 serpents. Suddenly her face is alive with activity, and she hobbles back into the depths of her cave, returned a moment later, clicking her fingers. I have seen this. I have seen of this in the stars. About 7 serpents turns the fate of a man, and about that turns the fate of a world. I thought the 7 serpents were stars. She points. Up there. 7 serpents are real. They are most powerful, she replies. They are all but indestructible. If you see one of those serpents, stranger, I believe you must run. I've killed many serpents. I know that they have weaknesses. You tell her. They can be defeated. She tilts her head. Such bravery, such foolishness, she murmurs. You must know them to kill them, but to know them is to be killed by them. She shakes her head, and the whole land turns on this, so the whole land must surely fall. The woman coughs. You are a sorcerer, are you not? She asks. I am. She nods. There is a secret only known to the most powerful sorcerers in this land. The sorcerers of the fortress know it, I am sure, but they have tried to keep it secret. Would you like to hear it? Is it swindle stones? Indeed I would. Oh dear. It is said, you see, that sorcery is unstoppably powerful. The sorcerers tell us that magic controls the world's very warp and weft, that once woven, a spell cannot be unwound. The claim is bold, but I have learned it is also untrue. Magic can be undone. Magic, some magic, perhaps all magic, can be countered. Just as the parrying blade can stop a sword, I have discovered one such counterspell already. The magic of healing counters the pattern of the fireball. Okay, so we did learn something new at least. I believe if one can recognize the spell being cast, and one knows the form, then one can prevent that spell with the cast of the other. You've learned a new counterspell. What about most powerful spells? He shrugs. I have not tested it. But yes, perhaps even the most powerful spell can be undone. As she speaks, she draws a shape in the air. A horizontal line, a diagonal, another line. It is the letter Z. Do you have any provisions? The woman shakes her head. I do not eat, she answers. I sustain myself through passive thought. It is pure existence. Can you train me? If you have 50 years to spend in practice, she replies with a smile. But I do not have that long, I fear. The woman sits down quite suddenly in a state of some despair. Let's talk to her. Let's be there for her. You approach her hoping to console her, but she does not react to your presence. She does not even blink. The woman murmurs softly to herself. Look around the cave. You glance around the cave. Elthira has few possessions to speak of, but your interest is taken more by the dust that covers the floor. Stone dust can be very valuable for magic. Gather up some stone dust. You scrape together a handful's worth of stone dust between your palm and slip it into your money pouch for safekeeping. The woman's third eye seems to glow momentarily. Move on. You step away from the old woman and look about for where to go next. Then quite suddenly she grabs your leg. I will find them, she hisses. It will take some time to search. Come back. And her eyes roll up into her skull. We can go deeper into the cave, apparently. Did she steal my fucking ring? No, she didn't. Okay. I gotta check now. Funky Kong, thank you for the 200 bits, my man. Dear. Stepping carefully past the catatonic woman, you make your way further into the shadowy recess at the back of the cave. After a narrow passage, it opens out to reveal a wide space lit by torchlight. The walls are covered with scratched writing, curious symbols and glyphs, all in the same shaky hand. A tangle of ropes lies in one corner. A little dust trickles from the ceiling. Okay, let's look at the glyphs. Intrigued by the writing, you look over some symbols nearest to the torch. They are a mixture of star signs, letters, numbers, and shapes you do not recognize. There is no order. It is as though their scribe them. I think there's a typo there. It is as though their scribe them was desperately trying to capture as much as possible of a dream before it was forgotten. The results are quite indecipherable, especially in the darkness. And barely any space is left. Only one patch of blank stone near the base of the wall. Some of the glyphs on the walls are split, you notice, by crazed cracks in the stone. There's a lot going on here. Look at the blank stone. You squat down to look at the blank stone, but see nothing. It is natural rock, only remarkable because every other surface has been etched or carved. Above the blank section is drawn a rude outline of a snake, followed by a hand and two vertical lines. Look at the cracks. Turn your attention to the cracks in the walls themselves. It is as though the cliff itself is slowly shearing apart. One crack in particular spiders the ceiling and threatens to bring down the roof. Looking more closely, you see why. It is filled with the seam of some soft metal, which is slowly wearing away. Oh, I can dig it out, but that seems dangerous. Let's look at the ropes first. You go over to the bundle of rope and unravel it. Discover it is in fact a sturdy rope ladder. You bundle it up and put it in your pack. Okay. Dig out the seam. You dig at the metal seam with your sword. It is worthless tin and comes away easily. There's a noise-like rumble and thundering. The stones above shift perceptibly. Quickly, you put your sword away before you bring the rocks down your head. Does tin do anything? Is it a magical item? Stone dust. Set of dice. I don't see the tin listed anywhere. These? Okay, I probably shouldn't sleep here. This seems really dangerous. Let's just leave the cave. You head back out of the cave, avoiding a cascade of small stones from a crack in the ceiling as you go. Elthira, I hope you survived the night. You return from the rear of the cave. Elthira is still here, squatting in one corner and rocking quietly. Ask her about the glyphs. What do the symbols on the walls of the cave mean? She shakes her head slowly. Too much to see, she murmurs. Not enough space. Her voice fades once more. You leave Elthira to her mumblings. Do we sleep here or not? A part of me is like, we should sleep. Another part of me is like we should probably just get going. Okay, I'm gonna chance sleep in here. Sleep here. Though the shift in ceiling makes this place feel somewhat dangerous, you're unlikely to find a more sheltered spot. Elthira does not seem troubled by your presence. Laying your pack down on the floor of the cave, you try to sell despite the cold. You've not yet eaten today, but you have no provisions. Only 2 vials of healing blimberry juice. I'm okay starving tonight because I have a lot of stamina. So I'm going to save the blimberry potion for now. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. Your last thoughts are the curses of Lorag in your mind. You feel quite safe here, and you do not dream. Surprised I feel safe here. During the past day, you met Elthira twice. Day 3 has been well spent. Morning drips Morning drips light through the cave mouth, some of which reaches you. Althea does not appear to have moved. Thankfully, neither has the cracked and broken ceiling. Get to your feet and look around. I can cast magic here of all things. But I don't know what spell would be useful right now. Like rock? Turn to stone. Oh, that's excuse me. That's good to note too. It actually lists the counterspell. How find safe passage? It seems to be safe. Fog, summon darkness. I don't see what that would accomplish. Sus, sense danger. Sun, create light. I don't think there's any danger. That was just fog. That was rock. I don't know what spell to cast here. I don't have wrap. So for spell casting as well, just as an FYI, you can only cast the spells that come up as options here. So you can't just cast anything. I might as well cast Sus, sense danger. You wind the stars into order around you, but the calm voice you were expecting does not appear. Instead, the scholar Lorag's mean and miserable tones fill your mind. Sadly, this place is quite safe, he complains. Is there really nothing else I can do? Lorag hinders Sus. I mean, he still told me it was safe. He is helpful. Alright, he's just playing hard to get. You know, Lorag is a tsundere. To kind of put it into more relatable and understandable terms. Okay? He loves us really, but he just like acts like very uptight. He's actually our friend. Okay, let's just leave the cave. I don't want to cast rock there because it's not going to do anything. We don't want to waste all our artifacts. Step out of the cave on the stairs. The view below is quite Gideon. You're one step from plunging to the pit floor. Steps continue in both directions, otherwise you can return to the cave. What's the value in just climbing back? Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to Kari. We need to try and get across the bridge next. Sun, so you can see the glyphs. I don't have the jewel required for that. I don't have that artifact. Okay, I want to get my way back to the normal world. I want to explore a bit in the normal world and see what some of this stuff is. Because we do know the fire serpent is going to try and kill us at some point if we sleep in the normal world. So we do need to do that eventually. Do you still have the ring? Ring of green metal. Yeah, like we're going to like get the Crown of Kings back, but this quest is arguably now to destroy the One Ring too. And make sure it's safe. Okay. Let's move on from here. I can follow the cliff. Let's go into the heat fields. Leaving the shadow of the cliff, you step out across the waste. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. The sunlight turns the dust of the plain to a bitter yellow. As you walk, you come across an open area dotted with 20 or 30 small holes. Look at the holes. Each of the holes is about a cubit across and puckers up from the ground as if made by a gigantic needle pushing from underneath. Thin columns of dust rise from some, drifting specks gleaming in the midday shine. A flash of something catches your eye, but by the time you turn your head, whatever it was is gone. Holes are circles. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Sorry about that. I actually did mean to click cast a spell. Okay, so let's go back here. Cast a spell. What do we got? Summon a goblin. Doesn't help. Sus. Sense danger. You craft the spell, and once again Lorag replies, "You should stand on one of these holes. It might heal you," the wizard declares. Now you see, this is just Lorag's way of telling us that there's danger. He does tell us the information we seek. He's just very mean about it. Let's look into a hole. Put my eye to a hole. Oh no. You go over to the nearest hole and peer down. You can make out nothing inside but darkness. It is not clear how far down the hole goes. Something gleams from inside one of the holes. Okay, I'm not gonna reach into the hole. That's how you lose an arm. What magic have we got? Can we protect ourselves before we go in? This doesn't sound right. Foff, create a force field. Okay, yeah. Use protection. You cast a spell forming a shimmering force field around your body. You should be protected from all but the most serious injury now. A jet of steam erupts quite suddenly from one of the holes. Reach into a hole. You wait for the steam jet to erupt and fall back, then reach inside the hole. There is definitely something there. You reach in and pull out a yellow sun jewel. Oh shit. We got another artifact. We can cast sun now. The holes cover this section of the plane. You'll have to walk around them whichever direction you now choose. That was a real good find. If we go back to the cave and we cast sun in that room, we might be able to get something. But this is gonna cost us a bit of time. Let's go quick. Let's go quick. Move on. Into the cave. I gotta see what this is. Althera's still here. That's fine. Back at the cave. Cast a spell. Hopefully this actually does something. If it doesn't, then we'll just rewind to where we were and we'll go pick it up again. Sun, create light. Reaching up at the stars, you create the magic, and the sun jewel in your pack begins to pulse and throb with a brilliant, blinding light. The glow picks out details in the glyphs and carvings of the wall, letting you read several much more clearly. The bridge will fall and the river will become a chasm, reads one. Read another. You find another that reads, the blood candle must not be lit. So these are like prophecies. But Althera is she's not the best. Or at least she wasn't when we first met her. Maybe these ones though are better. Blood candle must not be lit. Do not eat from the larder of Throg. With that your spell fades and your jewel falls dark once more. So blood candle, don't eat from the larder. And the bridge will fall. Okay. We got some new clues from that, yeah. That's pretty good. And we get to keep the sun jewel too. It's not just like used up after one use. Okay, move on. I'm gonna see if Laura can heal me. No, he turned my back again. It's always worth trying. JF, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You rescued a baby bird out from the garage. We got it out and hopped it to our neighbor's garden, so hopefully it'll be okay. It was only small. Oh, I'm glad to hear he's alright. Yeah, God love him. Thank you very much, man. Okay, back to the plane. Back to the plane. Let's make our way over to the bridge now. Dusty plains. Do I want to reset it? There was a lot of stuff there. There was another tower here. And I feel like if I don't adjust the beacon, then I'm gonna miss some stuff here. Another night begins. You should try to find a place to sleep, especially after so much walking on an empty stomach. You journey across an open plain, approaching a curious black stroke that seems to have been drawn across the land. As you get closer, you see what it is a gash in the land, thousands of fathoms deep. The road comes to a stop at the edge of a wide fissure in the ground, and the ruins of an ancient bridge. The wind roars along the crack in the ground in front of you, like mockery of a river. Down to the crevasse. You creep to the edge of the crack to look down it. It seems to drop for miles, the sides plunging like waterfall of rock. It's filled to the lip with shadow. A broken bridge. There was once a bridge here. The road runs up to it, and a few stones push out over the yawning abyss. But it has long ago tumbled into ruin, and now it does nothing but give you an impressive place to look down. Suddenly, you see movement at the edge of the fissure. Some kind of long spike reaches up over the edge, bends and hooks into the ground, closely followed by another. Wait and watch. You wait and watch as the creature drags itself up from the crack in the ground. It is a long six-legged bug with hooked jaws and a deadly-looking sting, the size of one you sliced from the back of the manticore only days ago. Oh god. Okay, cast a spell. Creature's gonna steal your ring. Rap. Can I talk to it? I don't know if I'd want to talk. I can cast rock. Turn to stone, but that will use my dust. Sus. No, I'm quite clearly in danger. Talk with animals. Yap. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you pull it onto your head and weave your spell. The creature's clicking legs and rubbing jaws is suddenly transformed into words. Soft flesh, it murmurs. Don't run from me. Come to me. I am beautiful. Uh-oh. Stand and fight. Let's get going. Take him down. He's not too strong. It's a lynch bug. Okay, we got him. Easily dispatched. The lynch bug collapses into the dirt. You gasp for breath. The horrible creature is defeated. You look around once more. A few birds swoop and wheel in the crevasse, turning circles that are way below you, and yet still high up in the air. I don't think jump across is gonna help. I could just float across this. I'm pretty sure I could just... What was it, foul? No, I don't have it now. I guess big? It's letting me do zip, but I don't have... Oh no, this is a green ring as well! We can do zip! Let's go! You weave the constellations to a pattern around you, trusting to luck as the ring of green metal on your finger begins to gleam like a serpent's eye. You close your eyes as your body is wrenched away. A moment later, you reopen your eyes to find yourself on the other side of the fissure. We did it! And we get to keep the ring, too. Thank God. Yeah, zip is a quite strong one, honestly. The bleak plains stretch away once more. Behind you, wind whistles through the fissure. Yeah, I should probably rest. The edge of the fissure hardly seems a safe place to sleep, should you roll over, but to walk on through the darkness would be worse. Setting down your pack on the dusty plain, you try to stretch out despite the wind. You've eaten nothing today, but you have no provisions. Only 2 vials of blimberry juice. Drink some juice. You unstopper a vial of blimberry potion and gulp down a mouthful. You feel a little better, and all traces of hunger are soon gone. Then you stretch out and rest. Your dreams quickly become nightmares. There is a rope around your neck growing tighter. The king of Analan stands before you, cursing you for your failure. You were sent for the crown, he spits, and instead you wandered the wilderness like a fool. Let me just explain. You open your mouth to explain, but you cannot speak. You cannot even find words to breathe. Vow to do better. You make a whispered vow through your crushed windpipe to do better, to serve better. But with the words comes the crushing sense that you cannot hope to succeed. You know it, and so does the king. And the rope around your neck both tightens and grows thicker, until it is like an arm crooked at your throat. Your eyes flick open, a despair snake is wrapped around your throat, breathing its miserable breath into your eyes. Can I cast a spell? This isn't one of the 7 serpents. This is a despair thing. I can cast hot, but he's right on top of me. That might not go well. Can't do pop. I'm gonna replicate creature. Read its mind. I can do rock. Does cause slowness. That actually might help. Does. You cast the enchantment, and the moment the spell takes effect, the serpent begins to slow down to a fraction of its previous speed. You draw your sword. The snake leaps back from you, baring its fangs. Is this... Yeah, like, it's actually very, very slow now. Look at this. Just hack away at him. He doesn't stand a chance. Despair snake. No more. The despair snake is now afraid. You swipe at the air with your sword. For what good it will do, your blow hits home. With a final heartfelt sigh, the despair snake falls to the ground and promptly expires, as though simply given in. You suddenly feel much, much better. You grasp it with relief. As you clean your blade off on the skin of the split snake, something falls out of its belly. It's a key. Look at the key. Aside from the snake blood running between the teeth, it is a normal enough iron key. The snake must have swallowed it at some point and been stuck with it ever since. You pick it up, wipe it clean, and put it in your pack. It is unlikely you'll ever find the lock that it opens, but if you do, it will be a most pleasant surprise. The cold night closes in over you and you try to sleep. Okay, well, we made it to the Northern Plains. We've cleared the first bit of the Backlands. It's only taken 2.5 hours, and I feel like an hour of that, we were just like rewinding time. Yeah, the books do get longer. If needs be for this one, we might just do book 3 in 2 parts. Although, I mean, we'll see how we get on tonight, because I'm still going to be streaming a while. I'm willing to go at least 6 hours tonight. So we'll see how much progress we can make in that time. Pick yourself up to your feet once more. The roaring winds finger like pickpockets at your cloak almost immediately. Now what can I cast a spell here for? There shouldn't be a scenario. Is how? I can cast Zip again. Just to be cautious, find safe passage. Look into the constellations overhead, you craft the spell, and the accursed Lorag answers in your mind. The plains are open to explore, Lorag remarks. Why don't you just take a walk and see for yourself? The voice fades. The wind didn't take my ring, did it? No, it didn't. So paranoid. Move on. You must move on. I don't know why there was a spell spot there. You carry on tramping across the endless plain. The sky is blue and pink. The road is barely visible through the dust. A few scattered bones line the path. Look at the bones. Pick over a few of the bones. Thin femurs, long arms, elven most likely, or black elf. The wind has scoured them dry. Continue to walk. You've been wandering the Backlands for 4 days already, and you have still not crossed the ridge. Okay, I mean, there's a big old mountain passage we can start ascending. I feel like we have less time travel mechanics here now because there was a tower here. This tower was here, but it's now ruined, and then there's one more here. I don't know if those towers are going to work now or if they're operational. You can see other spots for towers on the map that are definitely still intact. What way do we want to go? I kind of want to see what's up this big place. I really want to see what's at this campsite here. If I can follow that east and go around. Yeah, let's see if we can investigate the tower ruins. Let's go here. The line of the road curves gently as you follow it. The air stirs a little, still cold but fresh. The plains are wide and empty. To the south, the fissure yawns, wider here and furiously deep. To the north, the land climbs a low, rocky rise. Okay, off the road. You leave the road and cut across the bone grey plain. A few clouds boil in the sky. You're climbing up a low rocky rise. Not a natural outcrop as you first assumed, but rather a pile of large carved blocks over which the dust of many ages is blown. Let's search the rubble. You peer in between the larger stone blocks and shift a few smaller ones out of the way. You see nothing, and then a glimpse of blue shines through. A gem? A small lizard scurries out from between two of the fallen blocks. Ooh, there's a lizard. There's something there. Reach for the blue gleam. Try to squeeze your hand into a crack in the stone, then reach out the blue gleam of crystal, but it is still only just visible under a heap of large stones. You cannot get close enough to reach. I cast a spell to get the blue gem. I want to see if I can take it. Wait, if I cast big, maybe I can just lift the rocks, because I'll be bigger. Ask the lizard. I don't know, there's no option to ask the lizard. I'm gonna try big. Big is very reliable. Turn the starlight into alignment around you, quickly swell into the height of a tree. Clear the rubble. You set about trying to shift the rubble, but the blocks of stone are so heavy that even in giant form, you are unable to shift the blocks on your own. Keep trying. You set your teeth and try again, determined not to be beaten. Putting all your strength into it, you're able to get your shoulder under one block and manage to heft it a few feet to one side. It lands with a heavy thud. But you've revealed the blue crystal. Take the crystal. Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. You touch the blue crystal, and suddenly you feel yourself ascending. Can I teleport? Whoa. Okay. Oh god, yeah, we're back here now. We can adjust this tower. A moment later, you're tumbling downwards from the sky, the wind rushing past your face. You are certain to shatter into 1,000 pieces, and then suddenly you're on the ground once more. You're back on top of the stone tower in the area near the southern cliffs. The beacon is lit, its polished crystal eye blazing. So we can now, yeah, we can just adjust them like this, apparently. Oh, and look at this. That means I can light up a fair bit more. Now, interestingly, there's like a town or something there. But if I do with that, it's like, yeah, it changes into a farm. Okay, let's do this. Oh, but we still need to find the serpents. That's what I'm worried about, because we're spending so much time in the past. Okay, let's do that. Touch the blue crystal. We're now on top of this tower. You are atop a stone tower which did not exist before in the northern plains of Badubak. Set into the floor area is a barren track on which a brass cylinder rests. A blue crystal is set into its length. Check myself over. Pat yourself down and check yourself over. You're all in one piece, if a little breathless. Yeah, look at the contraption. It's the same as before. You waste no time in turning your attention to the contraption on the rooftop. The cylinder is similar to the one you saw earlier, although this one is slightly narrower and about a cubit longer. On one side of the turret floor is a trapdoor, which is closed. Okay, well, let's adjust the beam. There's a village over there. And there's a bridge over there. Oh my god, there's so much here. Okay, let's, that reveals a cave too, which is interesting. Right. Let's put that there. Village means food. Yeah, I guess we'll find a village eventually. We just have to find the serpents, though, is the thing. We haven't found any of them yet, and that's kind of making me wary. I don't like that. They should have come at this point in time, but there's been none of them. Okay. Well, we shifted the beam around. Now let's open the trapdoor. You turn your attention from the beam to the trapdoor on the floor. You need to get down from here somehow. The trapdoor has an iron ring for a handle. Give it a sharp tug, but it doesn't move an inch. Twist it. You turn the iron ring, it still doesn't shift. Twist it again. Undeterred, you twist the ring again, but you don't seem to get anywhere. Twist it again. Pull it again. Twist it again. Pull it again. Twist it again. Pull it again. Wait, hang on, wait, what's going on here? You begin to develop a crick in your shoulder from all this tugging and heaving. You attempt a sharp tug and you start to wish that you were not traveling alone. So at least there will be someone to laugh at your feeble attempts. Impatiently you push the ring. For a moment it seems as though the trapdoor is loosening, but then you realize it's your own sweaty fingers slipping from the cool iron of the ring. With renewed effort, you give it a sharp tug. As you struggle and strain at the door, you begin to remember your childhood in Chawberry Wood. You were always the smallest, the weakest, the most feeble of your family. No wonder you were chosen for this fool's mission. Oh my god, he's just getting increasingly distressed. It's like, God, I suck. I can't even open the trapdoor. Twist it again. Stubbornly, you rotate the iron ring. You are gripped by the sudden fear that perhaps the Archmage is watching your performance right now from somewhere in Manbang. Pull it. You try a sharp tug. With a heave, the trapdoor shatters and opens. We did it. It worked. It worked. Oh god, I'm so embarrassed. Okay, let's look across the plain. You turn about in the spot, taking in a view from all directions. The fissure in the land is now to the south and rushes with water. And where the light from the cylinder falls, all is bright and green. The effect makes your eyes water. Okay, make a move. You clamber down through the trapdoor into the body of the tower. You've won, but at what cost? The inside of the tower is cavernous and empty but for a stone staircase that spirals around the walls. The hatch at the top of the stairs is open. Search the room real quick. Instead of going going through the hatch, use the light to poke around the corners of the room. You find it little of interest until you stumble over what appears to be an old traveling pack. Open it. You open the pack and are surprised to find the brand of the Analand Letterers inside the top flap. Digging inside, you find 3 unstoppered vials. Oh. Examine the purple vial. You lift the purple vial and shake it in the lift. The liquid inside is thin but shines slightly. You recognize it, of course. Blimberry. You put it in your pack. An excellent find. Okay, the brown vial contains a thick oil that you do not recognize. Smell it. You unstopper the vial. A heady, woody smell fills your nostrils. This is an essence of bark. A good thing you did not try to taste it. That's another magical artifact. We want to keep that. Yep. You put the essence of bark into your pack alongside the purple vial. Examine the yellow vial. The yellow liquid is thin and sour looking. The vial has a mark on it, depicting a serpent. Ooh. This one's strictly taste it. Taste it. You unstopper the vial and take a generous swig. A moment later, you feel your throat constricting and your eyes beginning to water. The liquid is poison. Spit. You try to spit out your poison, but your tongue has become stiff and paralyzed, and you cannot muster the energy of the gag. Choke. You choke and splutter, wondering if this is your last hour. But a moment later, the worst of the sensation passes, and you are left weakened but alive. There's still plenty of poison left. Let's keep it. Okay, we know that one's poison, because it tastes like it. Perfect. You put the yellow vial into your pack. So long as you are careful, it may come in useful at some point. Then you close the pack, satisfied with what you have found, though the memory of your breathless panic at the poison has not yet left you. Now it is time to move on. You go back out into the plain or up to the top of the tower once more. Let's leave the tower. You step out into the sunlight at the base of the tower. You stride forwards. Okay. I mean, that bridge is reconstructed and there is a road. But there is also a village here. I don't know which one I want to view first. We do have a bridge, but there's a village. It's a circle. I want to go towards the farm, I think, at any rate. So let's go there first. You continue across the prairie, keeping your eyes and ears open. The mid-afternoon heat floods the valley. In the middle of a tended field, you come across a lone hut. Look inside the hut. Peering through the grimy windows of the hut, you see a stooped young boy sitting by a fire. He is squatting on the ground, intent on something, perhaps drawing symbols in the dust. Enter the hut. You push open the door. The boy jumps to his feet, grabbing at a crooked stick. Hello, don't mind me. I'm just wondering if you have any loot. Who are you? The boy demands. The stick in his hand is solid oak and raised, ready to swing for your head. What do you want with me? Just real quick. Lorag, is he gonna heal us? No. Gotta check. I've been betrayed before. I'm just making sure. We're okay. Put that stick down before I beat you with it. I mean you no harm. Who are you? I mean you no harm. You reply, trying your best to sound reassuring. But who are you? The boy demands. This option did help before, but that's because we were interacting with another fellow sorcerer. I imagine at some point they're going to be scared of sorcerers. I'm a friend. You do not need to fear me. The boy seems relieved by your words and is more than happy to lower his stick. Please, he says, gesturing you inside. Come and share the fireside. It's all I have, but you're welcome to it. He props the stick by the heart and gestures in welcome. You live out here? You ask. The boy shakes his head. Only when the animals are grazing. Otherwise, I live in the village. What village? Kariyama, he replies, in the foot of the mountains near the long bridge. You nod to the boy and take a seat beside him. Peaceful atmosphere and gentle warmth is most restorative. We actually got some stamina back for that too. Do you play swindle stones? Reach into your pack for your stones. The boy shakes his head sharply. My father plays dice with my mother, and it does nothing but make them argue. I don't touch the things. Put the dice away once more. Okay. Ask about the 7 serpents. What do you know of the 7 serpents? The boy looks blankly back. Is that a story for children? If so, I've never heard it. There aren't any serpents around here anyway. No serpents at all. None, the boy replies, laughing. Because of the mongoose, obviously. Looks genuinely surprised at your ignorance. You really are new here, aren't you? The boy lifts his crook once more, but uses it only to poke at the fire. Can you tell me of the towers? The beacons, the boy asks. They were built by the sorcerers, of course. I'm not sure what they're for, but they're meant to keep us safe. Built by the Archmage. Not the Archmage himself, the boy replies with a laugh, but I suppose it was on his word. Safe from what? He shrugs. I don't know. My mother says rock falls, but I don't understand that. Where would all these rocks fall from? The boy pokes the fire a little, but the Archmage can see the future, so I'm sure what he did was for the best. I can also see the future. Would you like to see yours? The boy nods nervously. There is actually a spell, unfortunately, that does let you see the future, but you need specifically a crystal orb, and I don't think we have that. For some reason, I can just start flying. Open locks and doors cause slowness. Read minds but tell. Cause depression. Would you like to hear the future? Oh, it's a sad future. You weave the spell and the boy seems to slump lower. He does not expect to hear anything clearly, or at any rate he does not expect anything good. I see you as an old man with 7 children. I see you as a great warrior fighting the giants. I see this land as a pale and empty desert. Old man with 7 children. Sounds like hard work. It's clear he does not believe you. Thanks for trying to make me feel better, he says dejectedly, but I've lost my goats and I'm for it. It seems he does not feel like talking further, but turns to stare away into the fire. You bid him farewell and leave the hut. We did it. We caused depression. Oh no. Okay, we can go towards the village, or there's something over here. Let's try venture over here real quick. The afternoon is starting to draw on. You walk through wide fields, thick with crops. A few goats graze on low hillocks in the land, watching you with beady eyes. This place seems to be rich, far richer than the villages west of Carre. It seems impossible that it could ever become a place as desolate as the Backlands. Looking south, you see a tower. Further on that direction, a river rushes through the plains. Stride on through the long swishing grass. Then from somewhere close at hand, you hear a voice. Someone there, got any water? Have you? We still have it. Look for the speaker. You turn around the spot, but there was no one else in sight. The grassy plains stretch endlessly away. Where are you? I can't see you. Aha, the voice declares. I thought I heard someone. Down here, please. Any food you have, water, anything. Someone very small, perhaps. Hopefully not another damned Minamite. Look in the grass. You hunt through the long grass. Warmer, calls the voice. Getting warmer. Approach the sound. You approach the source of the sound, though you can still see nothing through the long grass. Then suddenly the voice yelps, "Watch out, careful!" You look down sharply to see a face staring back at you. A head is sitting in the mud, just by your boot. Greetings, it declares, cheerfully enough. Do you have any water? I'm dying of thirst. What are you doing down there? The head wiggles its eyebrows, perhaps the equivalent of a shrug. Stolen too many goats, it replies. Ishtar is a great place, but they don't take too well the goats steal them. It gets their goat, as they say. Gets their back right up. How did you steal a goat? You ask, thoroughly bemused. The head frowns. I don't want to send you down that path, stranger. It doesn't end well. It's like, listen, I don't want to help you steal a goat right now. Listen, do you have any water or don't you? Give it some poison. Oh god, what spells have we got? Like can we cast a spell to get him out of the ground, maybe? No, that just creates more quicksand. Pop. Cause an explosion. Sus, sense danger. Tell to read his mind. It's mud again. That one was pop. Sus. I don't think there's any spell I can cast. I don't have the sand for mud. I don't want to give him the Blimberry potion. I don't have any water. You tell the head. It sighs. Well, nice talking to you then. If I need to save my moisture. If you come back this way, do stop by. The head closes its jaw. Come with me. The head growls. Very funny, it replies. Why don't you stay here and keep making jokes like that? I don't understand. Sure you don't. The head rolls its eyes. Stuck down here and all I get is idiots to talk to. Oh, you can't move? Of course I can't, the head replies. Don't you think I've tried? I'll help you. Get me some water and that'll do, the head says. Unless you're saying you want to dig me out. I can dig him out. I'll get you out of here, you declare. The head jiggles. That would be a great idea, it agrees. Be more grateful than you can imagine. Pick up the head, dig in the mud. Cast a spell and leave the head. What do you mean I can pick up the head? Cast a spell. What can I do? He's not just a head, is he? Big. We got big shovelly hands. Works every time. Exalt in the stars, you bind the magic. Inflate to more than twice the usual height. The head gasps in shock. Stop. Why does it keep giving me options to just murder him? The head gasps in shock. Using your increased size, it's an easy thing to stamp on the head like some kind of bug. You squish it flat. With the head gone, there is little more to be done. Just kill the man. No, I gotta rewind. I can't just kill this guy. I'm not just gonna murder him and like squish his head. I'm not that cruel. Okay, approach the sound. Look at the head. Okay, what you doing? I'm gonna just try to get it back so I can get him out again. I don't have any water. Come with me. Don't understand. Can't move. I'll help you. Okay. Dig him up. Okay, we're gonna cast big again and just not step on him this time. I can't just kill this poor guy who's buried in the ground. Big. Okay. Dig up the head. There we go. With fingers the size of shovels, you tug away the clods and earth around the head to discover it is in fact a man, buried up to his neck in the ground. As the spell fades, he clambers to his feet and dusts himself down. Blessed Throth, he breathes. I can hardly believe it. Turning to you, he lowers his eyes in solemn acknowledgement. I am quite clear I owe you my life. I will repay you the debt any way I can, though I have little to offer. Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. Pats down his pockets. I have nothing to offer you. I don't want to search him myself. I kind of believe him. I require information, you tell him. He shrugs. I've been buried in the ground for some time, but I'll tell you what. I'll go back to Kariyama and find out what I can. If we meet again, I'll give you the meat of it. Acceptable. I should rebury you. That's acceptable. He nods, and so we are quits. Be well. Then with a flamboyant wave, he takes off across the field at a run. After a few paces, he seems to trip on something, but he quickly gets up, apologizes for something you cannot see, and it has gone into the mists of the backlands. If that little boy is following us again. Let me check my items. We still have it all. Serpent ring too. Okay, let's go towards this construction here. Yeah, let's explore this. You walk for half an hour across fertile grassland, enjoying the soft chirping of the insects. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It will be night soon. Nearby, you hear the sound of hammers on stone. Follow the sound. You approach the sound to find a group of workmen erecting a scaffold. They ignore your approach. As you approach the scaffold, you are stopped by a large Sven wearing a metal helmet. Stay back, the creature says. Big rocks high up. What are you building, you ask curiously. This 7 beacons. This will prevent collapsing in the cloud mountains. Also make weather nice. He turns to glance over his shoulder and shout incomprehensible insults at a group of worker Svins who are clambering about in the upper reaches of the frame. How does a beacon prevent avalanches? The Sven shrugs. Magic is magic, he answers. We know. This high, this wide, this strong. Strong enough to hold Oliphant. The rest is them problem. He jerks a thumb in the general eastwards direction. It looks strong. He frowns at you, puzzled. Bamboo shell, can't hold a pig. Tower will be stone. Scaffold sits in a deep pit in the ground, which is being used to hold foundations. Need to cross the mountains to the east. The Svin shrugs. Use the bridge we built for this. There's a crash from the site, and the Svin turns around and roars, stomping back towards the construction. Ooh, should I leave now or follow him? Follow him. You follow him curiously and see that one of the bamboo supports is bent and buckled under the weight of two Svins, who are now clinging on like spider monkeys above the pit below. The Svin to whom you were talking is scratching his belly and trying to work out what to do. I can try help him. I'm hoping that I can get a bit of bamboo here, because actually a bamboo flute is one of the artifacts. Help him. You step forward, intending to assist, and realize you do not know what to do. The two creatures are some height up and swaying violently back and forth. The leader is scratching his chin, clearly thinking hard. You open your eyes to begin a spell, but the Svin knocks your hands down on reflex. None that, he scolds. We engineers. With that, he goes over to the edge of the pit and collects two unused bamboo rods and lays them down across the pit. He then gathers another two, and you quickly realize he is building a support framework to allow the stranded Svins to climb down. You look around the site. You take advantage of the distraction to walk around the site and poke into the materials they have in their stores. It's mostly as you might expect: bamboo, hardwood for cutting joists, and various hammers, chisels, and lathes. If there is to be stonework, then that must be arriving later. Behind all of this is a small metal box with a catch on the lid and a gourd of water. Okay, take the gourd. You take the gourd and test the water inside. It seems fresh enough. It presumably belongs to one of the workmen. If the guy was still buried, we could give him the water. Okay, open the box. You squat down and open the box to reveal a small blue crystal. It is currently dark, but looks very similar to ones you've seen on previous towers. Let's take it. Checking to ensure no one is watching, you reach out to pick up the crystal. As your fingers brush the surface, it flashes. Find yourself rising up into the air. Oh, I have to teleport to this one. That's interesting. Do I still have the item? You plummet from the sky. You're back at the top of the tower in the plains. The cylinder here is lit up, shining strange orange light over the land. If I touch it, is that like a teleport over there? No, it's not. Okay, that's a one-way trip. Interesting. Video just went live. Thanks, Amber. Okay, I think I want to go to Kariyama. I want to see what's going on there. There is a bridge too. I think I just want to carry on. I think you can repair the entire bridge if you want to walk across that way. It looks like it. I'm going to rewind just back to here, I think. And maybe... No, do I have the orb? Do I keep it? Or is it just left there? Serpent rings. No, I don't have it. The water gourd is apparently a ration. That's good. It's the same jewel. Okay. It's just a touch. Alright, I mean, we can pop back here real quick. Near the pit. Okay, follow the sound again. What are you building? Prevent avalanches. And you eat the cross. Follow. Help him. I can slice the bamboo in half, or I can just look around the site. I want to get the gourd of water again. Take the gourd. Okay, opening the box. We're just going to leave it this time. You flip the box closed once more. Whatever the jewel is, it's presumably important to the builders. The rest of the materials on the site are uninteresting, except for a sharp-edged hewing axe. Take it. You pick it up and quietly slip it in your pack. Then it's time to go. You move on, leaving the workers to their task. Oh, so we got something out of that, yeah. Lorag, do you have anything to say? No. He doesn't even want to heal me right now. East. Travel back in time. You make your slow way across the waste, and the grass turns to dust as you go. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. Soon it will be dark. Scoured into the plain here are deep, curving ruts. From a cart, perhaps. Most likely not. They curve backwards and forwards. So unless the driver was blind, drunk, or led by a maddened horse, such tracks would be impossible. Most likely they're the tracks of a snake, but the size is hard to comprehend. Each groove in the land is large enough to stand in, up to the height of your hip. Oh, follow the tracks. You follow the curving tracks backwards and forwards across the plain. They turn a little way southwards, but continue on toward the mountains. Oh, are we going to be able to follow this, though? Because we're going back in time now. The tracks give out as the ground underfoot turns from dust to broken rocks at the foot of the eastern ridge. Oh, okay. So I think there is a snake here. But we need to adjust that beacon. The problem is if we adjust the beacon, the village is going to disappear. But we have, I mean, but if it's a serpent, we have to do it. We have to do that. So maybe I go to the village first and I just make my way back. And then we'll turn the beacon away and we'll climb up this way. Yeah, I think that's best. So I think there is a serpent there. You walk among the uneven stones until you find level ground, an old road. Night falls. You need to rest, especially after traveling all day without food. On and on you go, pausing every now and again to scout the land ahead. Then suddenly you stop. Something is moving over the next rise, approaching very fast. Wait and watch. You stop in the middle of the path and watch as the shape approaches. It is a small two-legged creature about half your size, but it seems to be approaching at a remarkable rate. Hail it. Raising your hand, you hail the tiny creature. As it gets close, you see it is a small gnome-like creature with dark skin and ugly features. Its little legs move at an incredible rate, and it helps itself along with a walking stick. Hello? Look at the stick. You can't help but notice that the stick is carved into the shape of a serpent. Oh, look at the creature. Looking at the creature, it's hard to imagine anything could be so ugly. Its features are scrunched up, as if drawn on paper that has since been burned. Its hair is matted and filled with bones. Some use as ties, and others the remains from creatures who had crawled in and died. Silently, you wonder to yourself if the creature is friend or foe. Have it whichever way you like, shouts the creature in its squeaky voice. A telepath. Indeed I am, continues the creature, replying to a thought you did not even have time to formulate. The gnome smiles. You think very loud, like shouting in a thunderstorm. The remark doesn't make much sense. I don't know if I trust him. I really don't know if I trust him. Say anything bad, I'll steal the ring. I'll be your friend. Very good, the creature replies, and it narrows its eyes. Now prove it. It holds out a grubby hand, expecting some kind of gift. Give it an item. You look into your pack for something to offer the gnome. I can give it the poison. Try something else. Oh no, that doesn't let you rewind it at all. I thought there would be more items listed. Oh no. Give it a coin. You take out a gold piece and hand it to the creature, who throws it immediately to one side. Rubbishy metal, it scoffs. If I want metal, don't you think I can find my own? You pick up the coin once more. Give it nothing. Shake your head, keeping your pack closed. Foe then, the creature replies. It shrugs. Shame, we could have been good for each other. Now get out of my way. You can't order me around. The gnome sniggers. Analander replies, if I don't care if your pride is wounded. That's nothing to the wound I'll give you if you don't get out of my way and let an old lady pass. The creature is reaching for its stick. Uh-oh. Draw my sword. You draw your legendary sword rushing forth, but the creature only laughs. It makes a swift motion with one finger, pointing at your feet, and suddenly your boots seem to take on a life of their own, tripping you face down on the rock. The gnome's legs blur into movement, and a moment later it is gone. Oh no, I want to get this showdown with the gnome. Wait and watch. Hail it. Approach the creature. Okay, telepath. I am your foe. Can't order me around. Creature is reaching for its stick. Is there something I can do here? Drawing my sword did not do it. Stand my ground. You stand your ground, not afraid of this midget. It lifts its stick and makes a strike across the cheek. Parry the blow. You draw your legendary sword and parry the blow. But the moment your blade touches the stick, it is transformed, and you're suddenly grasping a twisted, ugly snake. Ignore it, it's just an illusion. Your illusions don't fool me, you tell the gnome, who shrugs. While the snake in your hand tilts up and bites you with poisonous fangs, the gnome hurries away into the distance. Oh no, I gotta get this gnome. I'm killing him. Oh no, he's disappeared. We rewinded too far. He must die. I want to kill this gnome. I love how we were like, no rewinds, and now we're going all out. No, he's just gone now. He's gone. We can't get him back. What if I rewind again? Because it did this sometimes with the boy. Like, sometimes he just wasn't there. We need to travel, I think. Yeah, I think it's because it's flickering. Okay, approach the creature. Telepath. Let's win him as friends. I'll be your friend. Give it an item. I can offer the magic chain. Or I can just do a potion. Offer a potion. You hand over one of your blimberry potions. The gnome shrugs, accepting your gift. Thank you, I suppose, it replies. As the creature speaks, his voice begins to shift and change, from the gruff croaking of the gnome to the softer tones of a middle-aged woman. I'll do you the favor of being honest about myself in return, the creature says. And before your eyes, the gnome transforms into a tall woman, dressed in long purple robes. Who are you? I am Din Tainta of the Steppes. Others call me the Sham. She bows to you. The Sham. She shrugs. I don't like it, but it's what they call me. And who are you? Do I tell her? This could be an ally. I intend to kill the 7 serpents. Many have had that intention, she replies. Very few know their weaknesses. But do you know them? The serpent's weaknesses are most heavily guarded secrets in the whole of Mampang, she replies dramatically, before smiling. Of course I know them. Or at least I know of 2. I will be grateful to hear them. I am certain you would, she replies. Know then that the earth serpent must stay in touch with the ground. Secondly, the goddess Throth is the mortal enemy of the earth serpent and can help you defeat him. Thank you. It is my privilege, she replies. Your journey will be hard enough regardless. What kind of sorceress are you? A busy one, she snaps. Why do you waste my time with stupid questions? Where can I find them? One's gone off to hide in the waters of Lake Aiklala. It means to pick you off as you come across, but it will wait until you are alone. If you travel with the ferryman, you will most likely be safe. You She shakes her head. That's any help. I don't suppose it is. Okay, enough questions. You nod her, in thanks for her time. She turns to leave, begins to weave her spell around herself once more. Thank her. You nod in thanks. Then Tainted becomes an ugly creature once more, and a moment later has whisked herself away across the plains and is gone. Oh, so that actually marks one of the serpents on the map. Yeah. So we know where the water serpent is now. That's a big old clue. Yeah, that's really gonna help. Let's move on towards the village then. Just fading in and out of the world. The path winds through the low foothills towards an open area in the mountains. As you approach the foothills, you see a wooden palisade, spiked trunks planted to form a fence with a single gate. From beyond comes the sound of crackling bonfire and merry music. This must be the village that the shepherd boy mentioned. Look at the village. Seems to be a busy, bustling place. Presumably, this village owns the fields and farmland through which you've been walking. You could go in or skirt around. Let's go in. Let's make friends with them. If we can. There appears to be some kind of cave system too. Check the ring. We have it. It's okay. You pause on the other side of the gate. One hand in your sword hilt should anyone be foolish enough to spring a trap. But nothing untoward occurs. Look around. The village is a small collection of wooden huts built into a basin with the mountains at its back. In the center is a roaring bonfire surrounded by tables and benches. A few people sit here, drinking and talking in quiet voices. Let's go into the village. Let's see what's going on here. The clock cover of a large hut snaps in the wind. For a moment you see lines of mattresses. The stars are flooding the sky. I can sleep, I can go to the fire, or I can leave by the south. Let's check the fire. The fire pit is in the center of the village. You walk past the low huts. A few figures glance at you, but they show little interest. The fire is built high and hot. Smoke swirls up to obscure the stars. A few people surround it, watching and talking. Can Lorak heal me? No, I'm just checking. Introduce myself. Greetings, you declare to the gathered people. They look up at you with some curiosity. What is this place? A lounging woman answers. This is Kariyama, the central village of all of Ishtar. Then they seem to lose interest in you, and return to staring at the fire and talking to each other in low voices. Someone passes around a charred joint of meat, offering you a bite. Let's eat it. Take a bite. The meat is black and sooty, but rich with flavors and spice. Take another bite. Take another bite. You take another bite. The people around the fire watch and nod approvingly. You pass the joint on once more. Let's talk to someone. Yeah, we had food for the day now. That's pretty good. You sit down beside the woman who spoke earlier. She looks familiar from somewhere, but you cannot place it. She nods in acknowledgement, but says nothing. I keep meeting characters where it's like, I know you. You're familiar. May I ask you some questions? The woman laughs. Of course, how could I prevent you? What can you tell me of the Backlands? He frowns. The Backlands. Seems the name is unfamiliar to her. We're in the Backlands. He laughs. This is Ishtar, she replies. I am quite sure. Feel the soft wind in your face. Is it not good? It seems wherever you are, this place is far removed from Kakabad, at least for these people. How can I get across the ridge? You're so eager to leave already, the woman smiles. There is the bridge. You have to pay the bridge keeper his toll, of course, but he rarely asks too much. What is the toll? Whatever you have, obviously. You can't take a toll from you that you don't carry. Is there another way? The woman looks briefly uncomfortable. I've heard it said there are tunnels, but they're all blocked up because of the pests. What pests? Invisible creatures. They came in the night and stole our goats. He kicks at the fire with one foot. You talk a lot, she observes. Is it normal where you come from? I rarely see people. You travel alone, she asks. Oh, I don't like divulging this, because now I'm making myself out to be vulnerable. I do. Well, you are amongst us should you wish to stay. She smiles. Ishtar is the center of the world, she replies without irony. We will survive together. I hope so, you reply, thinking of the empty waste you have already seen. The woman looks at you curiously, but does not reply. You nod to the woman and get to your feet once more. Throw a stick on the fire. You toss a nearby stick into the fire, and the flame jumps up to devour it. Great sense of peace here. Stranger, one of the villagers declares. We were having a discussion. Who will be most likely to best the other in a fight, a goblin or a wolf? Ooh, I can impress them. I have seen such a fight. You have, they declare with pleasure. And who was the strongest in battle? The wolf, no doubt. Goblin is cunning and sword-wise, another declares. No wolf is matched for the blade. I didn't stay to find out the goblins proved unstoppable. This is like referencing book 2. Oh no. Rip Carrie, once again, it has been destroyed. Go Guy, thank you for the 100 bits before. Lemon, thank you for 100 bits as well. Thank you very much, guys. The goblins proved unstoppable. You hear Lorag spitting curses in your mind. Not unstoppable at all. You simply chose not to try. You'll ask the Archmage to deliver one of each, decides a villager with a sigh, in the name of learning and scholarship. Heard a rumor of tunnels. Tunnels, one replies. A few others look uncomfortable. There are tunnels, another answers, but we do not go there. Why not? The villagers exchange glances. Because there is no need, one replies finally, and there are some dangers. What dangers? Something lives there, the villagers reply darkly. There is no danger here in Kariyama. The Archmage keeps us quite safe. Under the mountain, well, the woman's talking size. You say magic doesn't work under the mountain. Uh-oh. How can I find him? Simple enough, one villager replies. Head through the north gate. Enough questions, another villager says. Please, don't go to the tunnels. We have no wish to send you to your doom. He smiles and pats you on the shoulder. You stand and nod to the woman as you head away from the fireside. The stars turn in the sky overhead. Okay, I want to sleep here, but I do actually want to go back and check this trail. Because we found these tracks before. And I do actually think there is a serpent there. So let's sleep for the night and we'll gear on up over there. You enter a large hut filled with mattresses. Seems not to be an inn, but a communal sleeping place. It's still early and most of the beds are empty. Just sleep for the night, sure. You choose a mattress and settle down. You lie still for a while, your eyes close. Listen to the murmured conversations of other people in the hut. Amidst sundries about village life, one in particular stands out. A young girl murmuring to her friend. At least one of the tunnels is still open. Keep listening. Don't be a fool, Mia, the other replies. Why would there be tunnels? So the goblins can come in. I'm telling you, I saw one. I went in. Another voice hisses at them to be quiet. Ask them about the tunnels. My apologies for overhearing your conversation, you begin. These tunnels sound most interesting. Do not be afraid, you assure. I am merely an interested traveler. The girl's friend is rolled over and is pretending to have been asleep all this time. I don't know anything about tunnels, the girl replies. Please leave me alone. Important that you tell me. Her eyes go round with fear. Who are you? What are you doing here? I am a sorcerer of great power. Are you working for the goblins? She is all but breathless with terror. Are you a goblin? Are you leading an invasion? You should be very afraid, you advise her in whispered tones. She gasps, she stares at you but finally nods. I'll take you tomorrow. She kicks her friend. I'll take both of you. You nod and return to your cot. Thankfully, you're not hungry. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. Sleep well, Lorag murmurs in your mind. Perhaps I will wake you if anything approaches. Perhaps. You are protected here, and your rest is untroubled by dreams. Thanks, Lorag. We met some more characters. And we found a village. Sun rises through the flaps of the hut. The girl and her friend wake quickly and gesture at you to follow. Do I want to just go straight to the tunnels though? Because I think there's a serpent. I think there's a snake. I don't... Discover the tunnel, then you can come back later. That actually makes sense. Okay, follow them. You follow them out of the hut and through the northern gate of the village. Hopefully this works. The girl Mia leads you to a tunnel mount a short distance above the village, carefully hidden behind an outcrop of stone. This used to be a mine, she said, only they had to stop mining on account of the things. Okay, what things? How would I know what they are? I'm not going in, she replies. But if you see my dog, give it a tickle for me. Your dog lives in there. My dog ran away in there, she says. He never came back out. Oh no. Just down a nearby rock. Well. Okay, we've uncovered the tunnel then. So should I just leave her dog? Should I leave this now and go all the way back? Because I think I should go back because I gotta check if this is a serpent. And if it's not a serpent, we'll just like travel back to that spot and we'll go in the tunnel. You thank me and return to the center of the village. Pleasant smells drift over from the kitchen hut. The sun has not yet crested, the last peaks in the east. Oh, can we get some food from the kitchens too for the road? In one corner of the village is a cook's hut. Inside, a lady is stirring a deep cauldron. Looks up and nods to you through the doorway. The early morning sun makes the air glow. Give me food. Step inside. Greet the cook. You're welcome, the chef replies. You're welcome, the chef replies. If there's something you want, if you don't want anything, there's the door. The chef goes over to a shelf to collect some herbs from a jar. Okay, look into the cauldron. Meat brought, the cook says. But if it looks like there isn't any meat, that's because it's Snatch-a-cat. Don't understand. Frown and shake your head. Snatch-a-cats are invisible, she explains. Or at least when they have their eyes closed, they are. And since some close their eyes when they die, you can end up with invisible meat. Everyone says it tastes nicer than the visible kind. I'm not so sure. It's certainly harder to cook right. The lady pours a little oil in the soup from a flask above the cauldron. Can I buy some broth? You ask how much the broth will be. The cook tips her head. The butcher's just been, she replies, so there's plenty to go around. It's 5 gold pieces for a bowl. That's too much. That's the price. We don't haggle in Kariyama. Haggle. I will give you 2. The cook looks suddenly uncomfortable. He glances around awkwardly. You wish to pay me less than it's worth, she asks. I wish to bargain with you. I wish to bargain with you, explain. You may change the price higher if you wish. She looks puzzled. So I might suggest perhaps no gold pieces. Indeed, and I agree to that. She nods. I see. It is clear she's not happy with the idea, but she accepts your gold. She's charging me nothing now. How did I do this? You receive a bowl of thick broth in return. In particular, it contains what looks like a largish bubbles, which you presume to be the Snatch-a-cat meat she mentioned. Eat the soup. You quickly wolf down the soup. It is warm and nutritious. A thin smell of smoke wafts into the tent. Oh, by Throff, the cook curses, and disappears through a flap at the back. For a moment, you are alone. A flask of oil! Flask of oil! This is for beating the water serpent. Remember what you learned of the water serpent's weakness? You grab the flask of oil from the shelf and slip it into your pack. When she returns a moment later, she does not notice. She is red-faced. There is a smell of smoke about her clothes. Can't afford to waste any meat, she says. That could have been most difficult. I had to bat out the fire with my skirt. Okay, perfect. We got the oil. We got a meal. And we're pretty much good to leave. We can leave to the south to just go up to the bridge, but we have to go all the way back. So we're going to work our way around. You head for the western gate and the path down into the valley. But before you leave the gate, a voice calls to you. Hold! Turn about. You turn to look behind you. A lady is standing on the path, beckoning for you to return. You hear Lorag chuckle in your mind. Now you're for it, he murmurs. Approach the lady. You return to the village, To the lady of the village, calling, "What do you require?" "I am sorry," she replies, "but you must understand we are a peaceful, prosperous village." Strong arms grasp you on both sides. "Stranger, you have committed the crime of haggling and bargaining. How do you plead?" "Admit my guilt. There is only one punishment for crime in Kariyama," she declares. "What will you do?" "We will bury you in the field of punishment," the lady replies calmly. "You repay your debt there as you feed our crops. You are dragged out of the village towards the plains." Oh no, we're being buried like the guy. Wait. We lucked out. Because we went back. We went forward in time. We're okay. You are dragged by strong arms across the plains, but somewhere along the way, the grip seems to fade. Struggle free. One last struggle and you slip free of their arms and whirl about to find your captors have gone. The fields underfoot disappear, turn to dust. You are back in the endless, desolate plains of the Backlands. A lucky escape indeed. But where will you go from here? Oh, Jesus Christ, we got lucky there. Okay, so I'm just going to journey back to the tower now. So that we can change it and we can explore that bit of wood. Shepherd is gone. The tower. Open door. Inside we go. Ring check. Ring is here. Ring is intact. Okay, base of the tower. Go back up. That's what we plan to do. I just need to adjust the beam. I'm gonna destroy their village. So this like destroys quite a bit of the forest too, which is interesting. I can get rid of that hut. If I aim it precisely. I think that's fine though. Okay, let's position it there. We'll go and make a move. What does that do? That changes the time of the land. It's like we're traveling back and forth between the present and the past. So there we set it to the past, so the bridge is reassembled, because in the present it's collapsed. That seems to be good there. And now, when we go back to this peg, it's clear. Okay, so I gotta go back over there to explore. Stride onwards into the woods. You walk across the dusty plains. Rocky outcrops break the ground here and there. As the trail rises, you're soon walking on bare stone. Darkness closes in. You should find a suitable spot to sleep. Let's rest here. Laying your pack down on the rocks, you try to rest despite the strange noises that float across the landscape. Close my eyes. You sleep for perhaps an hour, then toss and turn. Your face feels hot and you are sweating, and from nearby you can hear a steady hissing sound. We found him. We found him. Draw my sword. Moving stealthily, you slide your legendary sword from its scabbard before looking up to see your assailant. What meets your eyes is most strange. A coil of fire seems to be hovering above you. As you watch, two sharp talons descend, making a grab for your pack. Okay, I cast a spell. What was the spell that countered him? Was it mud? We do have sand. No, wait. Was it mud? It was heal. It was heal. And cast dud. The pocket sand. I don't think it's just heal. I can cast more hot. I need to check the clues real quick. Hang on. Let me make sure I get this right before I just injure myself. He's vulnerable to sand. God, we got a lot of clues about the serpents. Yeah, there's like the water one. He's weak to sand. Use an item on the creature. Will stone dust do the job? I wonder. That's not quite sand. I don't have sand. The talons have closed around the top of your pack. Okay, strike. Just cast a different spell. Cast a different spell. Let's be on the aggressive. Zob, unknown. What's Zob? Why is Zob an option? I've never seen that. Sus, there's danger. What does this spell do? I've never seen this. Zob. You try to bind the enchantment, but you're missing an item that it needs, and so the spell dissipates around you. Some kind of sorcery, Lorag snipes in your mind. No wonder you left Cowrie to burn. Creature is lifted up into the air, your pack firmly in its grasp. Grab onto my pack. You grab onto your pack as the creature rises up into the air and taking you with it. It curves down to snarl and snap at you, two reptilian eyes burning with fire like hot coals. I am the fire serpent, it declares, and you will die tonight, Analander. Slice with my sword. You twist your arm over and stab with the blade, hoping to wound the creature. Perhaps you succeed. Certainly it howls with rage and lifts ever higher into the air. You tug at the pack. You jerk and tug at the strap of the pack. Open to dislodge it from the creature's grasp. The winged creature twists in midair, trying to shake you loose. The stitching on the pack strap begins to fray. Suddenly you feel the creature bank sharply, and without warning it opens its claws and you tumble to the ground. At least you have your possessions, but where is the serpent? Get up. Serpent has not finished what you have her. It circles about. You will burn, it cries. Suddenly the serpent is swooping. You are not chasing it, it is chasing you. Stand and meet it with my sword. Oh god! That's a lot of stamina. Oh my god, his max is stronger than my max. No. No! Oh no, this is gonna be a mighty battle. He seems to always be on the offensive, which is like a saving grace right now. If he's going low. He's doing 2 lows there. Got him that time. Defend here. Build up more stamina. Oh, I don't know what the pattern is at all. 5.3, I can get him. Okay, defend. I think he's gonna go all out here. Yes, he is. Oh, we got him down. 11 stamina lost. I can do that better. I can do this better. Defend. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we've done it so much better. Okay, now look at us go. Max is a 5.2. I can get him again. Look at us go. He seems to go all out with his first one. No. I was doing so well. I was doing so well. Keeps hitting me with these low ones too. No, I've done worse. Keep slashing. Keep slashing. We've done slightly better than 11 lost now. There's some kind of pattern, but I'm too thick to like pay attention to it. Like, dense as a brick. I don't see it. Try it again. Okay, defend the first hit. He always does that. Hit him with a 7.4. Jesus. Okay. Oh! We're getting it. We're getting it. Doesn't the text help, does it? The serpent's fires grow dull. A line of fire streaks along the length of the serpent. The creature seems to flash with heat. The creature coils its scaly body. Do you think it'll defend? If he coils, the flames around the creature flicker a deep dark red. Defend. Oh no, let's just rest. No, that's not always indicative. Creature flies up in the air, opening its jaws wide and baring teeth like daggers. Defend. It actually does help you then, yeah. I should be reading this. Heat rises from the creature's scales. It gives you a little clue as to what its attack is. Creature's claws draw inwards. Snake eyes narrow and watch you. Fire creeps around his jaws. No! I just don't understand the tells. I don't! And then I get impatient and I lose all of our progress. And I'm dying now. I was doing so well. Keep swinging. I gotta rewind it. 11 stamina. Defend. Okay, here we go. This is the run. This is the run. Going for a middling attack. Get him down there. The flames around the creature flicker a deep dark red. The creature seems to flash with heat. Snake eyes narrow and watch you. Win with 20 stamina. The fire grows dull. Hit him. I knew he was going to defend. Creature flies open in the air, opening its jaws wide and baring teeth like daggers. Defend. So I can work out one or two. Heat rises. The creature flies a short distance up into the air. Defend a moment and then we go all out. I got him. I got him. Only 5 stamina lost. I'll take it. The fire serpent's eyes turn coal black and it looks up at you, questioning, helpless in the final second before it turns to a dark, dead dusk. We did it. You have defeated the first of the 7 serpents of Mampang. You feel a new spring in your step. One serpent has been defeated. Soon the rest will also fall. It just took us close to 4 hours. You defeated the fire serpent. You get to your feet and look around, sitting in the low rocks and humming to itself as a dwarf. Over his shoulder is a cloth string bag. Let's look him over. You regard him with interest. It is strange to see a creature out here, alone on the plains. The dwarf peers back. And what are you, he demands. Are you here to rob me? You need not fear me. You reassure him. Humph, he replies, non-committal. As he talks, he slings his bag onto his lap and opens it up. From inside, he removes a chunk of heavy, blackened bread. You want some, he asks. Thank you. Sit down on the rock close by the dwarf, and he hands you a chunk of bread. It is stale and dry, but still provides some nourishment to stave off the worst of your hunger. Do you play Swindlestones? The dwarf nods. I'll play you alright, but I won't stake anything. I've got nothing to lose. I only play for wagers. You reply, putting your dice away. The dwarf considers a moment and grunts. Alright, I'll bet one of my rations against you. Let's play. I don't have any rations, but I'm not gonna lose. Let's go. Let's go. 2 3s. 2 4s. I'm betting 3 3s. 5 threes. I don't have a single 3. I got him already. Give me your lunch. I want the rest of your moldy bread. Roll the dice again. Okay, 1, 2. I have so fucking many 2s. I'm just gonna bid like 2 3s. 2 4s. It's unlikely that he has that much. 4 4s. I don't have a single 4. Call. He only had 1 4 himself. Give me your bread. I'm taking his meal. I've 1 3. I'm just gonna bet 2 2s. 2 3s. I'm gonna say there's 3 3s. 4 3s. I've only got 1. So easy. Oh, he bet 4 4s if he didn't even have 1. Don't question the AI. 1 2. 2 2s. 3 2s. I'll raise you to 4 2s. I want to just see what he does if I say 4 2s. Wait a minute. I was hoping he'd bet 5. I just want to see. Okay, I mean, we're gonna get him. This time. I'm gonna bid just a single 2. One 3. I'm gonna bet 1 4. Let's get him. 2 1s. Okay, 2 4s. Yeah, he's forced to call now. It's perfect. Reveal dice. He had to call there because he couldn't really bet that he had 3 of anything. The dwarf curses and hands over a ration of cheese and bread. Thanks for the game, stranger, he declares miserably. It really helped. The dwarf gets to his feet. I better be moving on, he replies. I can't stay out here forever. We might travel together. He screws up his nose at that. My rations will last twice as long without you, friend, he answers. You can head out and starve on your own. Take his bag. The dwarf is all but walking away, but you do not let him go. The idea of extra provisions is too tempting to ignore. You reach out firmly and grasp the strap of his bag. Air, he complains. What do you think you're doing? I'm on a mission to save the whole land. So I owe you my lunch, replies the dwarf. That's very funny. Well, I'm on a mission to live a happy, carefree life. I don't see what's so wrong. And he tugs back. With that, take the bag. Stop that, shouts the dwarf, clearly now a little afraid. Stop that! Threaten him. Give me the bag, you insist, or I'll take it from you by force. You'll have to, replies the dwarf angrily, not letting go of the strap. It's mine. Cast a spell. Let me kill him. Let me kill him. Oh, I can cause slowness with DAWs. I mean, that seems like the go-to thing here, honestly. Illusion of worship. Got nip. I can't cause depression, sadly, but I think taking this bag will cause that as is. Cause slowness. Gather the stars around into your design around you. The dwarf's movements begin to slow. Take the bag from him. You snatch the bag from his fingers, empty the provisions into your pack, and throw it back to him. You continue on your journey. Oh, we're so mean. We like beat him fair and square in Swindlestones. He gave us cheese and bread, and so we just realized, you got any more in there? What you having for dinner? This is just your lunch. Oh, God. I feel bad about that, but at the same time, 4 meals is 4 meals. You clamber up the rocks until they are a stack and then a slope. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot once more. The slope of the mountain burst into sudden colour. Ropes slung with prayer flags of all colours crisscross overhead. Be warned, Lorag murmurs into your mind. This is a place of considerable danger. What danger, you demand? Something truly terrible, he replies. You should turn and run right now, while you still can. Pause to look around. What is so special about this place that warrants a decoration? Look around the rocks. Scout around the rocks and crevasses at the edge of the path, but find nothing in particular. Look up at the flags. You look up at the flags, which cross and recross the path, suspended from tall wooden posts set into the earth. It must have taken the effort of several people to erect this place. But what for? The lines of the flags form a triangle, one corner higher up than the mountain, and 2 on either side of the path. The flags flap and rustle in the morning breeze. At the top corner. You trace the flags up the slope, clambering over the rocks until you reach the pole set higher up to which several lines are tied. The pole is carved with the symbol of an open eye. Touch it. You touch the symbol of the open eye, but it's just wood. Nothing happens. Rejoin the path. Bottom corner's next. You follow the flags to the bottom left corner, where several lines converge on a single pole. This pole is also carved with the symbol of a circle in which is a single closed eye. The pole on the other side of the path is identical. It's a circle. It's a circle. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna cast a spell real quick just to make sure. I sense danger. You craft the enchantment and Lorag replies directly in your brain. This place is extremely dangerous, he says. There's something in the tone which makes you think he might be hiding something. Okay, I'm touching it. I'm touching it. Touch the symbol. You touch the symbol of the closed eye. Nothing happens, but you feel suddenly concerned. As though the sky above is split open and a great presence was watching you. Lorag's voice mutters in your mind. Take your hand away, he says. This is the thing I feared. Look up at the sky. You look at you turn your head into the heavens and have a sudden Gideon feeling that you're falling upwards through the clouds and into the stars and into the depths of the very night, but your body is not moved and only a weight has been lifted from your shoulders. The sneering voice of Lorag becomes quiet in your mind. In its place there is nothing, only silence. The silence in your mind is incredible. Wait, he's gone. We don't... You snatch back your hand and the curious sensation disappears instantly. Can I just leave? Dude, touch the symbol again. Do you guys want him back? Touch the symbol again. You touch the symbol of a closed eye once more. Nothing happens this time. You lift your hand away. You rejoin the middle of the flags. He's gone. We lost him. He's left us. Rewind to save Lorag. Oh, I mean, that's kind of good that he's gone. Just move on. You turn your attention back to the path, still reeling with the silence in your mind. There's nothing there. It's not even an animal spirit or something. We've no spirit. We have no god now. Let's keep going. You continue up the winding path into the pass at the top of the mountain. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds pick up. The peak of the mountain is a sudden plateau, looking down across a fetid, swampy valley to the east. But you may not need to tramp through them, as a magnificent stone bridge spans outward from this peak. Okay, let's approach the bridge. Away eastwards, you stride forwards, but a figure emerges from a low hut by head of the bridge and blocks your path. Look at the figure. Stare at the hunched figure. He is aged, leaning heavily on a wizened stick, with one eye much larger than the other, and a hunch on his back. Figure shambles onto the first stone of the bridge, sighing at the effort. Let's wait for him to cross. You wait for the crooked man to limp away across the bridge, but he stops again, as though unable to walk any further. He turns and props himself up on his stick. Announce myself. Oh there, you call out. Greetings. The figure turns to you, leaning heavily on its stick. An ugly sort, what brings you here? If Van Cass's bridge you wish to pass, you wish to cross, prepare be for dismay and fear. You are Van Cass. You cry. Van Cass is my name, it's true. I give you that, what good it do? It lies in the valley below. Martian mud, a tower, debt. Above it all, a drop to catch the breath. The bridgekeeper pauses to scratch his swollen right eye. I wish to cross your bridge. This is my bridge, it spans a rift. To pass you must provide a gift. A sudden image of a sun jewel pops into your head. I don't want to give a sun jewel. Haggle? Perhaps we come to an arrangement, you begin. Van Cass shakes his head without interest, and the hunchback looks up sharply. Unless a simpler price you'd gladly pay. An arm, a leg, a finger, pray. Take my leg. Oh, God only knows what this is gonna do. Van Cass nods and strides forward, raises his staff, which seems to flatten to a hard, steely edge. Brace myself. Grit your teeth and brace yourself. The sharp-edged staff rises up and slices down to meet the bones of your leg. Close my eyes. You scrunch your eyes shut, but nothing happens. You peek your eyes open, the bridgekeeper is nodding. The price is fixed, no less, no greater, he declares with satisfaction. Your leg is mine. I will collect it later. And that is that. With a last clear nod, the hunchback steps from the bridge and back into his hut, leaving the way clear for you to pass. Am I going to lose my leg later? This feels like something that's really going to, like, have ramifications. I'm actually kind of terrified by that. Yeah, I don't, because we could be like in the 4th book, and it's like you're just about to approach the Archmage. You know, you're in like Manpang Fortress, and suddenly a hunched over figure with a cane emerges at the top of the stairs. He's just like, I came to get my leg. He just kills you instantly. Okay. Wait, whoa! Hang on, what just happened? You continue up the winding path into the pass to the top of the mountain. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the wind picks up. Suddenly the sun is snuffed out like a candle. A hissing sound begins to echo around the rocks, and overhead a larger moon than normal seems to rise from the horizon. You look up in surprise. Yeah, no shit. The shape rises a little higher, a strange, almost translucent ball. Then the round shape uncoils itself. The shimmering body of the moon serpent is revealed. What just happened? Its wide fangs are open and it's coming for you. Fire was its weakness, yeah? How did the moon serpent suddenly appear? We just rewinded to, like, not lose our leg. Like, that was my concern there. Create a fireball. Reaching up to the constellations above, you create the spell, winding a fireball in your palm. The serpent's eyes glitter in the light. It does not seem scared. Ooh, do I throw it or do I ward? Throw it at the serpent. The flames of the burning fireball gutter as it flies through the air towards the serpent, but you score a direct hit, and the fire quickly spreads across the creature's skin. It seems fire truly is the serpent's weakness. One by one, the scales pop off from its hide, peeling back and falling like leaves to the rocks below. Oh, good God. The creature's screaming now, in pain and terror. Draw my sword and kill it. You draw your sword ready to finish the serpent off. The serpent darts low and you set yourself for battle. Oh, he's badly injured. Yeah. Silvery glow around the creature seems to wane a little. The creature gathers its failing strength, opening its mouth wide and baring teeth like daggers. Oh, he's no match. Press your advantage, knowing only too well this is a fight to the death. You step left, blade low and strong. The moon serpent's eyes close to narrow crescents, then fall dark. Its body seems to crumble before your eyes. I guess you could call this a lunar eclipse. That doesn't quite work, because that's the moon blocking out the sun, isn't it? I was trying to go for... I killed the moon serpent. Praise me. I did it. The darkness in the sky disappears, and the sun returns as the serpent dies. It seems to coil up, shriveling away, until all that remains is a small crystal orb. Let's take the orb. You lift the orb. It is a precious artifact of great power. You put it carefully in your pack, so we have another magical artifact. Oh my god, we had, like, can I just say at this point in time, considering the amount of consequences we had in Car, and like we completely scuffed everything, we actually seem to be doing quite well for book 3. Like, we've got a lot of the artifacts we were missing, and we're actually in relatively good health. There we go. Check the ring. I think the ring is fine. Good cheer is tempered by the knowledge that you have barely begun to defeat your enemies. There are, after all, still 5 serpents left. Look around the clearing. The marks of your battle with the moon serpent are still visible in the dirt. There is nothing else here, except for a little stonework by the eastern edge of the plateau. The remains of a building, perhaps, or a ledge. Okay, let's look at the old stone. You go over to the ancient stone. It sticks out from the rock a few fingers and breaks away, only barely distinguishable from the stone of the mountain. Another piece protrudes a short distance away. Whatever was here was large and beautifully wrought once, but now it is gone. Now it is gone. Looking back west across the plains, you spy a dark smudge on the land, a cloud of black dust rising from the wheels of a great cavern of carts and horses, crawling slug-like across the dust. We can look east too. Looking east, you can see the plains continuing, and then the edge of the forest of Snada, dark and tangled. Somewhere beyond is a distant glitter of Lake Ikala, which you must somehow get across. The edge of the mountain top ends abruptly. There are a few carved stones then, and a vertical drop. Look over the eastern edge. Looking east, you can see plains continuing, and then the edge of the forest of Snada, dark and tangled. Somewhere beyond is a distant glitter of Lake Ikala, which you must somehow get across. The edge of the mountain top ends abruptly. There are a few carved stones and a vertical drop. Oh, no, I read that one again. Sorry. Creep to the edge of the plateau and peer down. The drop is not vertical after all, but skitters away down the mountainside. You might be able to skid down it, though you couldn't walk and there would be a constant danger of rolling. Time to head for lower ground, one way or another. Is the bridge just choosing to not be there? You step onto the foot of the ruined bridge and then over. You drop a few feet to the slope below in a controlled fashion, and then you begin to skid, sliding and slipping down the loose stones. You are gathering speed fast. The bridge is there. Your boots shoot out from underneath you, and you skid down the slope on your cloak, arms out backwards to try and keep you level. You're about halfway to the thick of trees below. Cast a spell. To cast a spell, you have to lift both hands and craft starlight, which means you'll not be able to hold yourself in balance. Oh, lift my hands and cast a spell. You lift your hands on the ground and try to craft magic, but the stars around you are changing so fast you cannot keep up. You try reaching out and higher, then you skid suddenly on your side, losing your balance. The canopy approaches you at speed. Oh god. That actually wasn't too bad. You hit the ground painfully, avoiding a broken neck and broken leg by mere miracle. Takes several minutes to regain your breath. We can drink a blimberry potion. You know, because like, we haven't had food today as well, have we? Well, actually, no, we have had food because we had the guy's bread. at first. Just get up. You pick yourself up to your feet. You're on the edge of thick trees with no discernible path forwards. You have to fight through the trees as best you can. So, we're now 4 hours in. Look how much we only traveled. There's so much in this book. And I still feel like we missed a bunch of stuff over here to explore. There's just all this area that we didn't even go. And then like we have like the past and the present. The travel. Like there was like a fair or something there. He was even referencing it when we were on the bridge. You missed the dog. I think the dog is dead. Yeah, there's so much in this. It's a fantastic game. I'd strongly recommend it because like I'm never going to be able to show everything in this, even when we play it. Let me take some water. You barge your way through the thick trees, pushing branches from your face. Things chitter in the leaves all around. Pause and try to get your bearings in the trees, but you are surrounded and can barely make out the mountains through the dense canopy. Something moves in the corner of your eye. Have you been spotted by a beast already? Oh no, it's a Snattacat. Draw my sword. You draw your sword in readiness, but though you see the branches swaying, there is no sign of a creature. You move on warily. Well, onward we go. Bacon, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you for so much content during quarantine. You've actually inspired me to learn Irish/Gaelic. It's difficult as well. I don't know how you all do it, but too long didn't read. Thanks a bunch. Oh, I hope you have fun with it. Thank you very much. You erupt from the trees onto an old path that winds a narrow course through the forest. The trees loom around you, twisted and old. You explored the forest in the Shamutanti Hills when you met Aliana, but that was a mere copse in comparison to this. Oh, you remember when like we burnt Aliana alive when she was like imprisoned in the cage? Ah, Jesus. This forest is ancient. Forest of Snatta is ancient and it's a maze. There are no roads through it. Only Wait. There are no roads through it. Only twisted paths and dead ends, but who knows what secrets it may hide. The path is winding and frequently disappears. Perhaps it has been made by animals and not by people. Look into the trees. You look into the distance between the trees. And now you can make out nothing between the thick trunks and tangled bushes. Let's keep walking. You march forwards. I mean, there's some kind of clearing over here, so I want to see what's going on here. I miss Lorag, lads. Yeah, it's just weird that he's gone. But nothing even replaced him. There's just no one there. You walk on between the trees. The sun is sinking. The smell of rotten leaf mulch fills your nostril. A pile of boulders here is topped by a patch of curious bright yellow moss. Scatter the moss. Did I lose stamina there? Did my stamina change? It's 9 now. What was it before? No, it didn't. Okay, I thought I saw it flash and I was concerned. You grab a fistful of the moss. It is juicy and extremely pungent. Should I taste it? Taste the moss with a tentative tongue. The flavor is not pleasant, but it does not appear acrid. Perhaps it is not poisonous. Let's eat the moss. Feeling bolder, you put the clump of moss into your mouth and chew. Thick yellow juices run down your chin. Swallowing the thick clump is hard, but almost as soon as you do, you feel a great warmth spreading up from your stomach. Whatever this moss is, it seems to be most beneficial. You're still some distance from the shores of Iklala, and the voyage you must take across its waters to Lower Zaman. That's pretty good. That counts as our meal for the day too. Random moss, and we found something too. You follow what might be a path and might be an old river through the trees of the forest. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. It will be night soon. You emerge from the trees into a clearing by a low hill. This is an exposed place. You'll be unwise to stay long. Okay, let's make our way around the hut then. Skirt around the north side of the hillock. There's something quite artificial about its shape. Its sides are almost perfectly smooth. Look around the hillock. There's definitely something strange about this hill. You decide to make a full circuit to see what you can find. As you pass the southeast side of the hillock, you come across an incongruous wooden doorway set into the curvature of the hill. Oh, it's a hobbit hole. Look at the door. Step over to the doorway to examine it more closely. Let's see who's inside. The door is made of heavy wood, carved with various runes and symbols in language you do not know. Let's knock. Knock at the door, there's no reply. Open it. You tried the door, it's not locked. A dark passageway is revealed beyond. Circle, Dan, it's a circle. Oh no. The door opens through a short dark hallway, descends into the hill. Is this a tomb? You begin to see a glowing light ahead and hear a voice muttering low, angry curses. I'm just gonna make a move. A little sunshine falls through the doorway. There is still time to turn back. I think this might be okay. Deeper in. The table is massive. You keep moving forwards, and the passage quickly opens out. You enter a small room lit by a single candle on a wooden table. Seated at the table is a spindly creature whose attention is focused on a glass orb set in a planet. Watch the creature. Oh. You watch as the creature stares into their orb, which swirls with colors and shapes. It mumbles something quietly. Announce myself. You open your mouth to announce yourself, but the silence is broken by a squeaky voice. Squeaky voice, we say.
Yes, all right. Don't stammer like a half-orc. I'm busy. Sit down.
No, I'm not gonna start doing like Mickey Mouse voices and Goofy after all this time. I'm just gonna read it as is. A thin finger gestures towards a chair in the corner. Let's sit down. You sit down as instructed. After a few minutes, the creature leans back from her orb and looks up at you. So you're a visitor, a human too. Greetings. Greetings to you, indeed. As the light from the glass orb fades a little, you see the speaker is a woman, some kind of elf, though she appears somewhat disfigured. I don't think we should stare. Look, okay. Her eyes are too large, and they seem to glow softly of their own accord, accounting for a good portion of the light down here. Don't be alarmed by my appearance, she said softly. My illness is not contagious. What illness is that? You ask fearfully. Old age. Now, human, as my time is more limited than yours, I will soon lose my patience with you. I am Fenestra. What in Gred's name are you doing in this miserable forest? Ooh, I'm looking for the 7 serpents. You declare. Do you know of them? She stiffens. I do indeed, she says. Her tone is wary. What, pray, is your interest? I intend to destroy him. You answer honestly. She nods. Many have tried, but if you wish to try as well, that is good. Gred knows the serpents are no friends of mine. Her voice shakes as she speaks. You have reason to hate him, I think. You observe, catching the sadness in her tone. The water serpent killed my father, she declares coldly. This I shall never forgive. I'm sorry for your loss. She nods. Thank you. A single tear forms in the corner of her eye. My father did not know the weakness of the water serpent, so he could not survive its attack. I'll destroy the serpent for you. A champion, she laughs. Well, I never had a champion before. I'm touched. Oil, it is so stupid. Had my father been a cook, he most likely would have been survived. Her eyes flick back down to her orb. And is that all, she asks. I already know where the water serpent is. So I don't need to ask that, really. What are the weaknesses of the other serpents? Here's what I know, she replies. The serpent of time cannot be defeated. Okay, that's bad. And one more thing. Fenestra glances at the glass orb on her table and then back at you. She appears to be deciding whether or not to trust you. Finally, she says, the sun serpent cannot tolerate water. I hope this will prove of use to you. The orb on her table swirls with color ever more violently. Fenestra sits up sharply. You must go, she declares. I have work I must attend to. Okay, Sun Serpent cannot tolerate water, so that's another one of note then. What can you tell me of counterspells? Finestra smiles. Almost casually, she tosses a handful of sand at your feet. She regards you for a moment. What's the counter to sand? I don't have sand. I do still need it. I have like stone dust, which is different. Cast a spell. Air. Yeah, maybe it's foul or something. Does it give it to me as an option? Yes, it does. Float in the air. You spin the constellation. Oh no, that counters rock. You spin the constellations to shape around you, but does you no good. The sand of your boots begin to swirl in a narrow circle, growing faster and faster. You feel a terrible force sucking you towards into the ground. Finestra cackles suddenly with glee. Plead for mercy. Please, you beg as your heels disappear to the ground. You feel the sticky mud closing around your shins. Have mercy. Finestra laughs. You're up to your thighs now and sinking faster and faster. Finestra peers at you contemptuously. Are you even going to try and protect yourself? Cast a spell. Do I have Huff? No. What would counter it? I don't know. Create a force field, maybe? Oh, thank God, we got it. You cast the spell, forming a shimmering force field around your body. You should be protected from all the most serious injury now. The shell is quickly filled with sand grains, disconnected from the gathering whirlpool. The two spells are tearing at each other, and after a moment both fizzle out. She nods, pleased. Very good, she declares. The spell of the whirlpool is countered by that of the force field. He points to the door. Now go. Can I stay put a moment? Oh no, she produces a horn and begins to blow a long, clear note. Wait, what's the spell for Huff? What's the counter spell for Huff? We can learn another one. Cast a spell. We already have a horn, so I don't need to do that. Great stench, which is Niff. People are saying Niff. We can't do that, unfortunately. We don't have the thing for it. Can I try cast it anyway? Requires nose plugs. It might let me. No. It'll just fizzle out. Okay, leave quickly. You've had enough of this. You turn and hurry out of the doors. The first whispers of a wind gather at your back. Whatever spell she was forming was clearly one of great power. The horn note ceases as you look around the clearing outside once more. You found 3 clues and another clue has been updated. Okay, you're back in the sunshine of the clearing. You have the sense that things are watching you from the trees. Time to move on. So, okay, so in the book, right? In the book, the sun serpent is the serpent that she's got trapped in the orb, from what I understand. But we didn't learn that there. So I don't know how that's going to track it, because we're still going to think he's at large. But that is the sun serpent. You could have asked her, I think. Yeah, I think there's one way to do it. That's from reading the book, because I remember that, like, there was like a big point it makes at the end of the book where it's like, was the last serpent you didn't kill the sun serpent? If so, turn to this. If not, turn to this. And I remember Finestra because she has it imprisoned. Rewind. Do you want me to rewind and like we'll see if this can go any better? Maybe we can like learn that information. Watch the creature. Announce myself. Sit. Greetings. Look at what's your name? 7 serpents. Tend to destroy them. You have reason to hate him, I think. Sorry for your loss. Destroy the serpent for you. Weaknesses of the other serpents. Okay, what do you see in your orb? This is the one we want to ask. Give it, guys, you coolly. See for yourself, she suggests, pointing into the glass. Shapes swirl inside the crystal. Look into the orb. You peer into the orb, and then your jaw begins to drop, for inside the glass is a winged serpent. See? It is the sun serpent, Fenestra murmurs. I lured it down from the skies using a rain spell and offered it shelter, for the sun serpent cannot tolerate water, of course, and then I trapped it. Why not kill it? You demand. Her expression turns cold. The sun serpent is a mate of the water serpent. They have a doomed impossible love. It is enough for me to lure the beast, and when it comes, I'll kill them both and thus avenge my father. The creature might escape. We must destroy it for good. Fenestra narrows her eyes at you. Be warned, Analander. This serpent will reach into your mind and control your will if you allow it. It will do anything to be free. Oh, okay. I don't think I want to smash it. I can just take it. Is she gonna let me take it? I don't think she will. I don't think there's any world where she lets me, like, just pick it up. I think maybe we just leave. I don't look into the orb because she just mentioned it has mind control powers, and that would be a mistake. That I think is just fairly obvious. People really want me to take it. Can I try it? You can try to take it. There is no way this orb can hold the creature, and should it escape, your mission will be revealed. The orb must come with me, you declare. The fate of the land is at stake. Fenestra stares at you with hard eyes. You may take it in return for 2 promises, she replies. First, that you will destroy this orb and the snake inside, in such a fashion that they cannot return. Know that breaking the glass will set it free, so be sure you do not do that. I could drop it into a lake. Yeah, I could just drop it into a lake. It would surely sink and crack, she replies, and although the serpent will be weakened by the water, it would be free. How can I destroy it? Utterly and completely, or not at all, she replies. There may not be any way that will do. Are you sure you wish to take it? Okay, let's take it. Very well then, she nods. The second thing is more important. Her eyes are cold and hard. Find the water serpent in Lake Ikala and do not leave it alive. And do not die in the attempt to kill it. Will you do that for me? I shall. You vow. Then with a nod she steps aside and lets you take the orb with the trapped serpent inside. It will not serve you for the casting of fire, she adds. The serpent will not allow it. I have an orb of my own already, you tell her. Then you put the strange orb carefully into your pack. You nod to her and leave the underground room. So I gotta be really worried if I just fall over now or something. Because I don't want that to just smash open. That would be bad. A little light comes in through the open door, so it's starting to get dark. You're back in the sunshine of the clearing. You feel the serpent in your bag enlivening as it senses the heat and light around. You have the sense that things are watching you from the trees. Time to move on. I do not want to take a nap in this forest. A wide track leads away from the door into the trees. Yeah, we got one way to go. Things rustle in the branches all around. Another night begins. You need to rest. Path passes by a heavy thicket of tangled branches. I can investigate. Okay, so we've learned a few. The time serpent can't be defeated. The water serpent's in the lake. We have the sun serpent, and we've killed 2 serpents. We haven't encountered the wind serpent. And we haven't encountered the Earth Serpent, I think. Check your ring. It's okay, lads. Ring is intact. I'm so sick of the word serpent. Yeah, it's said a lot. Let's investigate. The dense bushes curl up around themselves in a tangle, but in the darkness you can make out nothing more. There is some kind of dwelling there. I don't know if I can go to that. I think I should just rest for the night here. The thicket will make a good shelter. You clamber into a hollow beneath its roots and lie down. Removing your pack by the roots of a tree, you try to settle despite the cold. At least you have eaten already today. I tried to pray. We don't have anything at the moment. You close your eyes but do not try to sleep immediately. Instead you attempt to pray, hoping that your devotion can attract a god to accompany you. For a short while all is quiet, and then you begin to feel a gentle presence at your side. Keep praying. You continue your prayer, opening yourself to whatever has approached. With a sudden rush, you feel your soul filling, as though your mouth had opened and a stream was pouring in. Suddenly, walking by your side is the gorilla. God is back. Your spirit is the gorilla. He's here again. Religion has been restored. Okay, let's close my eyes. You stretch out and rest. You wake suddenly. There is flapping of dark wings from overhead. A giant bat is circling above you. Your journey has been plagued by these creatures. Let's cast a spell. God is alive. Rambe, oh god. Guys, please. Okay, I can create an invisible wall. Hover in the air, that doesn't seem to do anything. Can I cast sun? Because they're bats. Create light. That actually seems like it should help. Let's go. You spin the constellations into shapes around you until the sun jewel starts to give off a magical white glow. Light floods the trees. The bats blink twice and attacks more ferociously than before. Well, that helped. I just provoked them. Have to fight. Well, it's okay, because they really don't have much health. Okay, another chance follows. You cleave the air with your sword, the bat falls to the ground, and the light in its eyes goes dark. Creature falls from the sky, dead. The light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. Gorilla is back, lads. So now there was almost no consequence for destroying the city. But we did so well on day 7 too. You gained some provisions, reached the forest of Snada, collected the sun serpent and the moon serpent. There's only 4 serpents remaining. We're doing good. Little, thanks for 100 bits. My first time watching you stream. I only sub recently on YouTube, but I love the content. I'll see if I can sub soon. Thank you very much, my man. It's very kind of you to come on over and support me here. Very much appreciate it. Okay, you wake the next morning and pull yourself off. Just pull yourself out of the thicket. Cramped, but rested. Look into the bushes. The bush is a thick tangle. Peering between the branches, you can make out something covered over. Ooh, heave the branches with an axe. Yeah, we got this before. You hew the branches away with the axe in swift, easy strokes. The foliage falls away to reveal first a glassless window and then the top corner of a door. It seems the branches are grown in front of and out of an ancient hut. Let's cut free the door. You keep cutting until you've uncovered the door enough that you might be able to pull it open. Open the door. You heave on the door, hauling it open. Ancient dust spills out into the forest air, and a million crawling things scuttle from holes in the ancient wood. Smell the air. The air from inside the hut is old and stale, but does not stink of death, decay, or animal. You look about for where to go. So I wonder, because there's a beacon here. It might be possible to restore this. As well as restore the bridge in its entirety. To get across to the lake. I think that's the way we have to go forward. So that means we need to get out of the forest and we need to venture down and just see what's over here. More than anything. Let's enter the hut. Push your way inside through the ancient overgrown hut. There are patches of yellow moss, much like the one you tried earlier, growing on the back of the wall of the hut. Oh, yeah, this is like the helpful moss, isn't it? You gather up a handful of the moss. It's much like the last bunch you ate. Stash it in the pack. Throw the moss in your pack, but it quickly dries and crumbles to so much dust. Oh, so it doesn't really last as long. Look around. In the thin sunlight through the windows of the hut, you can make out writing on the far wall. This is the house Elise built, and in its doorway blood was spilt, but that blood has dried and gone, and poor Elise is still alone. At the doorway. Looking at the door, you see the dark shadow of a bloodstain, wiped carefully around the sill, like a ward against an evil spirit. Not that such magic works, of course. The only true magic comes from the stars. At least that's what they've told you. There are a few more things scratched into the wood. Let's look at the scratches. You look at the other scratch marks. They're hard to comprehend precisely. One appears to depict a person in a circular bubble, floating harmlessly above a raging tornado or a whirlpool. Another shows a fiery ball, perhaps the sun, perhaps not, being drenched by a fist, squeezing what looks like a handful of berries. Are these potentially counterspells? Person in a circular bubble floating harmlessly above a raging tornado or a whirlpool. Fiery ball being drenched by a fist, squeezing what looks like berries. I imagine that's water. Search the corners of the hut. Looking into the dim corners of the hut, you uncover an old vial of water. As you lift it to the light, it gives off a very faint shine. In your mind, you feel the gorilla's gentle voice. The water in this vial is blessed to the god Gred. Okay, let's keep it. Place the vial of holy water into your pack. A lucky find. Okay, is there anything else I can do? Doc heals disease. Sap causes depression. The sus. I don't think this house is dangerous. I can cast sun again if I want. Far see the future. I mean, this one could be interesting. Let's cast fire. Let's see what this does. You settle into a sitting position by the roots of a tree and take out the orb of crystal. You cast a spell and suddenly you find yourself somewhere quite new. You are overcome by a vision of your future. You stand in a clearing halfway up a mountainside. In the middle of the clearing is a tombstone. You stand beside it with a vial of water in your hand. What is happening? Look at the vial. You look down at the vial to see that it shimmers with a strange internal glow. Pour the water. You pour the water onto the earth and it seeps down through the soil. There is magic in the air. Suddenly, something punches the earth below where you stand. Step back. You step back just in time as a bony skeletal hand pokes up through the earth. Something is climbing out of the ground. The vision fades. A few clouds hurry across the sky. Okay, so that's a vision of the future then. So if you ever find like kind of a field where there might be bones or something, we dribble the holy water on it. We're halfway up a mountainside. Specifically. Because there's something to find there. I want to go back. I want to restore that house so we can explore it again. I'm really curious what's actually going on in there. Was there any other spells we could cast? Let's see. Why Doc of all things? Why heal disease? There's no disease to heal. I can cast sun. This one doesn't cost any stamina. Look into the stars, you craft the magic, and the sun jewel in your pack begins to emit a brilliant, blinding light. Doesn't do anything. Raise dead. I don't have a spell for that, I think. Well, there is a red spell, but it's not an option here. That didn't do anything. People are saying just do sus anyway. I don't think there's any danger here. You move the starlight into order around you. A familiar, calm voice begins to speak to you. It informs you quite calmly that the hut is not empty. With that, the spell fades. Okay. So there is something here. But what is here? Do I try Doc of all things? This is like the weird one that it's given me. Sap will target me because there's no visible target. Doc? I've looked at every other letter. Bar. Okay, I'm trying Doc. I have to see. This one's so weird and out of place. Cast a spell across your potion and it begins to glow and fizz. I can save it. Let's save the potion. No, but you put the enchanted potion in your pack, but of course the spell fades and the potion returns to normal a few moments later. Oh, there's something in this house. Like, it's killing me what this is. Save. Save doesn't work like that, guys, in this game. You don't get to save it. It tracks all progress. You can only rewind. There's something in this house. Maybe you need to go to the past. Yes! You're absolutely right. We go to the past, we explore the house again, and we see if there's anything new. Go back outside. Yeah, okay, I'm beelining for that tower. I want to find out what's going on there. Nothing more to be done here. The tower is just down here. Like, we're not far off at all. Oh, we meant the potion. Well, the potion was saved. I clicked save. Don't worry. Yeah, we're good. The path winds tortuously through the forest. The light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. A large ancient tree has fallen down across the path here. A good spot to rest and eat. We haven't had food today yet, so let's eat our provisions now. You perch yourself atop the trunk and eat a quantity of your cheese and bread. While you are sitting, the noise of the forest keep you alert. Small creatures rustle in the undergrowth, birds call. It is almost idyllic, except for one sound that puts you on your guard. Listen. Stay and listen. The sound is a soft plop that seems to be coming from the trunk itself. Investigate the sound. You leave your pack on the tree trunk and move carefully along its length, eyes peeled for what it was making the noise. Suddenly, of its own accord, your pack topples from the trunk and onto the ground. No, draw my sword. Oh no. You draw your legendary sword, but suddenly there is blood running down your arm. Long gashes like claws have appeared, and you almost drop your blade. Slash and cut. You slash down into the grass and hit something. Blood seems to spring onto the blade, and there is a terrible animal scream. Slash again. You slash down again, and the blow makes the creature scream. For a moment, it materializes in front of you, a furry beast about the size of a large dog, with a snub snout and razor-sharp teeth. It's watching you intently. Threaten it. Stay back, you shout, but the creature clearly does not understand your language. It growls and yaps in return. Charge it! You rush forwards. The creature closes its eyes, abruptly vanishing from your sight. Then presumably it steps away, avoiding your blow and slashing painfully at your leg. You use the moment to collect your pack and slip away into the trees. The creature allows you to leave. Snattercats. The only direction here is west, interestingly. I want to get to that tower, though. You walk on between the trees. The mid-afternoon heat fills the landscape. The forest path curves past the shore of a deep, flat pool. Look across the water. The water extends away to the southeast, towards the dark shadows of the next range of mountains. It is not quite a lake, but large enough for a pool, and who knows how deep it is. On the far side, you see another stone tower. I can cast a spell to try and get across the water. Maybe I can float across. Please let me float across. No, it's just far. See the future again. You sit cross-legged by the roots of a tree and put your palms on the orb of crystal. You weave the enchantment and everything changes. The world seems to disappear, replaced by a vision. A ring of tall, shadowy stones in a desolate waste. Stand at their center, holding above your head a long yellow feather, taken from some colossal bird. You are casting a spell of curious power. See what happens. The spell begins to take hold and the feather erupts into flame, as though you held a fiery sword. Fire reaches down your arm and into your bones, and you feel yourself swelling with great strength. The vision fades. Okay. So that's something else then. So if we get a yellow feather, we're supposed to find a stone circle. The ring's fine, guys. The ring's fine. Test the water? The water must be freezing cold, but if you had to swim, you could probably survive it. Can I cast a spell to get across it? Have I got zip again? I do have zip. Causes teleportation. Consulting the constellations overhead, you bind the spell, and the ring of green metal on your finger begins to glow and glitter. You are suddenly torn through the very air. A moment later, you find yourself on the other side of the pool. Look at that. And that spell requires the ring. That's how I know it's still there. The sun is dropping down to the west. Soon it will be dark. Nestled in a curve of the eastern cliffs is a stone tower. It is heavily overgrown with thorny branches, and its base is almost obscured by shrubs and tangled weeds. Let's cut through the branches. You have your hew and axe and cleave quickly through the branches that surround the base of the tower. The axe's keen edge makes short work of the thorns. You've soon cut a path to the tower's door. Okay, let's make a move. Something seems to rustle and move just inside the tower door. Curious as well. This tower... Yeah, okay, so this tower is mainly just for the forest and that. There's a few bits over here. Because there's another tower down here that's going to control that area. That's just good to know. For myself more than anything. Step up to the tower door and step into the shadows inside to be met by a soft, damp smell. Step into the dark interior of the tower. Shadows loom from all sides, and though you can see nothing, there's a sense that something dominates the space. Wait for my eyes to adjust. You hold back, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly, details filter in. You're standing at the base of a gigantic tree. By the girth, it must be at least 500 years old. A wooden staircase winds around the trunk and disappears into the canopy. You look at the tree. The tree is wider than your outstretched arms, and its thick branches and leaves despite the dark. Somewhere up above, you spy a metallic glint. Okay. Let's head on up. You climb the spiraling wooden stairs, picking your way through and over branches. Someone has carved something into the bark of the tree here. Look at the carving. You regard the carving with some interest. It is a triangle formed from 3 stars, a spell. Using your spellbook as a reference, you match the stars in the carving to those you know until you have the spell memorized. This is the SSS spell. As you realize it, you feel the serpent ring on your finger glow slightly with reflected starlight. The SSS spell has been recorded in your spellbook. What did we get? SSS. That's Z. Yeah, there's a new page in the book. Six. Sus. This spell enables the caster to force information from serpents. Requires a serpent ring. Okay, that's very interesting, yeah. Oh, please tell me I still have the serpent ring. Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, it's an information spell. So we'll use that in the next serpent. Maybe I can talk to the sun serpent, because he's in my bag. Maybe. Yeah, I'll wait for the game to give me an opportunity for that. You emerge onto a stone walkway, built in a ring that allowed the tree to grow true. Resting in its branches is a brass contraption much like those you've already seen. Its gears and bearing carefully enmeshed between the limbs of the tree. Okay, let's activate the beacon and adjust the beam. So I want to get the bridge back if I can. Does that destroy the hut? The hut was there. But when I do that, I can't see it anymore. I hope that doesn't destroy it. What else can I do here too? I can cast it over there to get like a bit of a city. There I can just delete a town if I so choose. This one has a very long range. Yeah, look at that. Okay, I want this to be on the hut. There we go. So this should encompass it. Yeah. And this gets us the bridge too. Perfect. Okay, let's look at the view. You push to the edge of the tower and peer through the leaves. Looking west, the sharp mountains rise almost immediately, obscuring the view. The forest grows in all other directions, until its southern edge, where the land becomes a dusty plain once more. Scan the forest. Rising above the tree line is a looming shadow. The bridge, now mostly rebuilt thanks to the shimmering beacon light. It stands like a wall, splitting the valley in two, impossibly high with its upper roadway lost in clouds. Whoever built this must have been a giant, a magician, more likely both. Look down in the mountains. The sight of the towering horns of Ikala sinks your heart a little. They are sharp peaks, scoured by rains and wind, and are most likely quite impassable to all but the strongest of birds. You lower your eyes from the view once more. Okay, let's climb back down. And I'm gonna make my way back to the hut. Wait, cast a spell? Is it gonna let me do SSS? No, it's not. What does it let me do? Zen, hover in air. Okay, make a move. Door to the tower stands open. Okay, we can go back from across the pool to the northwest. The other trees are too thick to pass through. That's fine. Okay, into the swamp. Splash through the water, but after a while it seems to dry up, leaving only dry rock. You make your way easily to the other side. In all directions, the forest has been replaced by marsh, except for here, a small bald plain of rock. A little to the southeast, at least the stone tower still rises, though it is dwarfed by the violet mountains behind. Okay, so I need to go back here. I need to know what's happening with this hut. Night falls. You should try to find somewhere safe to sleep. A towering structure looms out of the marshland ahead. It is a pillar of stone, eerily smooth, built on the raised dais of dry mud from the marsh itself. Looking up, the pillar arcs into a bridge of impossible size. You can look up at the bridge. From this perspective, the bridge seems to span from one cloud to the next. Each arch is distant as a rainbow, and the pillars themselves fall like rain down to earth. The stone is smooth. This is the work of giants, miracle workers, or more realistically, sorcerers of terrifying power. I'm gonna just keep moving. I have good stamina. You continue to walk through the dark. You must reach a call on the lower road to Zaman. Every passing day brings danger. Okay, so here's where it was. The ground underfoot turns to slop until you are sinking a few fingers deep with every step. A thick smell of rotten decay fills the air. Look around. The marsh is endless, bleak and grey, filling the valley between the ridge and horns of Ikala, like slop filling a prisoner's bowl. Long grasses waft and shimmer in the chill breeze. Things move in the water below. From somewhere close at hand you hear a crashing noise and a cry, but you can see nothing. Just wait a moment. You wait to see if the noise comes closer, but it does not. You cannot even place which direction it came from. Test the marsh with my sword. You draw your sword and spike down the ground on either side. Some areas are quite shallow, but others seem to sink a good depth down. The ground here is clearly treacherous. Keep up your pace, hoping the ground will grow firmer further on. No! It doesn't let me investigate it. Oh, there's something there. Yeah, it does not let me investigate it. Caverns in the hut said about a death that happened. Like, we tried as many spells as we could too, but like nothing seemed to actually help that. Yeah, I can't actually investigate that any further. Okay, we'll press on down to down here, I guess, next. We want to keep that beacon lit anyway, so it wasn't all in vain. We got something done. There's a carpet in the sky. An impossible pillar stands in the mud here. Let's just try rest here too. Let's not take any stamina. Rest here. Clambering up one of the mounds of earth by bottom of the arch, you settle down on dry ground. At least you have eaten well already. I close my eyes. Close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. The long night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You see yourself, outside your body, reaching forward to touch a blue crystal in a brass socket. For a moment a beam of light shines upwards, across the clouds, brilliant and alive. Meanwhile, your body burns and crumples to dust where it stands. And all the while you hear distant laughter from the east. Okay, use one provision. Entered the marsh, collected the sun serpent. We've now defeated 3 of the serpents of Mampang. We just have to hope he never, like, that the orb never breaks and he's technically defeated. Ah, dear. Okay. Let's move on. You must find your way up to the shore of Ikala somehow. It lies east. It lies east of the Horns, a towering range of mountains. For a long time, Analand has hoped these peaks would protect them from the Archmage. No one knew his birdman could fly so high or so far. Okay, so I want to go back down this way. Also, yeah, I'm going to take a quick water break, guys. I'm just going to refill. I'm going to get a snack. You have to rest in the hut at night for something to happen. Oh, so you need to approach it at the time of day, and that's what was going on. Oh... Do we investigate it again? Is the question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the top of the tower. I'm going to adjust the beam of light so that it excludes the hut. And then I'm going to make my way back. Because I know what the time of day that took me to get that bridge, I can get to the hut in time. Okay, and now I'm gonna run back over to that because I want to see what happens with this. Like, there's something there, but like, we just haven't encountered it. Back over here. Let me go into this house. You wade on through the marsh, which changes the firmer earth beneath your feet. Trees grow up around you, and suddenly you find yourself in the forest once more. You are close to the empty hut once more. Enter the hut. Sleep here. This is what people told me to do. Is there anything else that we can cast with spells? No, only... It's far, but we did that. Dock again. Fucking dock. Why is it here? Okay, sleep here. This is a good, safe place to sleep. At least you have eaten well already. Okay, close my eyes. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You seem to be guarded here and you do not dream. You are woken in the morning by sunshine, sneaking through the tangled branches outside the hut, but you are not alone. Hello, whispers the girl crouching beside you. She is holding out a bowl. I thought you would like something to eat. Okay. Yeah, we've done something now. Let's sit up. You sit up slowly. The girl smiles nervously. You've been asleep for some time. Okay, who are you? I live here. This is my home. She puts her bowl down on the floor beside you. It seems to contain some kind of grey gruel. What is it? It's munch flax and cat's milk with a few berries for flavor, she shrugs. It's pretty disgusting, but it's food. You milked a cat? When they're asleep, they're really asleep. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're brave. She laughs. I'm hungry, you mean. Yeah, let's eat some. You take a cautious mouthful with your fingers. It's thick, sour, and foul. Eat some more. But it is food all the same. After a few more mouthfuls, you begin to grow accustomed to the taste. I don't like it either, the girl admits, watching your face. A moment later, she has vanished. Where are you? You call. Right here, comes the reply, as though from your elbow, though there is no one there. Search the room. You get up, thinking to search the corners of the room, though there is nothing that could provide anywhere to hide. And suddenly, the girl's in front of you again, a little wide-eyed. What's the matter, she asks. You vanished. She looks surprised. I did. She runs her finger from around the inside of the bowl, scooping up what's left. Give her back the holy water. You vanished from sight. Girl shrugs. I don't know what you're talking about. The light was behind me, that's all. For a moment she vanishes again, then reappears. Okay, where are you from? You ask. You weren't born in the forest, surely. She shakes her head. I was born in Tinpang. There used to be a bridge, but it's gone now. I suppose whoever destroyed my city destroyed it too. Your city was destroyed by the Archmage. The Archmage couldn't save us. It happened too fast. She looks glum. I don't know how I survived. The girl steps away from the door and then once again disappears from view. This time she reappears much faster. It is clear from her manner she does not notice it happening. You live alone? You ask. She shrugs, looking around. Everyone else has disappeared. Picking up the bowl, she drains the last few dregs of Snattercat milk from it. Take her to Fenestra. Come with me. She smiles. To where? She sighs. There's nothing keeping me here. Alright, she points to the doorway. Lead the way. You head for the door. We have a companion. Okay. She's still with me. I can take her back to Fenestra. Like, that's the nearest thing. Let's go see. You step outside, thorn branches catching on your cloak, and then you turn to help the girl through. But she has vanished again. Call for her. Call for her, but she does not reappear. Are you there? There is nothing but silence. The overgrown hut is quite empty. And a moment later, she's at your side once more, breathless with excitement over something. You really can't see me, she exclaims breathlessly. I closed my eyes and crept up on you, and you couldn't see me. You thought I'd disappeared. It's the Snattercat milk, I'm certain. I thought you'd gone. I was right in front of you, waving like this. She waves her hands in front of your nose, somewhat annoyingly. Then she glances away into the trees. So which way are we going? You leave the hut behind. We take her to Fenestra. You trace what might be a path and might be an old river through the trees of the forest. The air moves a little, still icy but fresh. If we're going to travel together, you should know my name. I'm Elise. I'd guessed. Oh, she thinks about that for a moment. But I can't guess your name. I am the Analander. Wait, do I have a name outside of the Analander? You tell her. She shrugs. What a strange name, she replies, before taking your hand to walk with you. Do I have another name? I don't know if that's actually been established at all. Yeah, apparently I'm not just the Analander. Because those were two different things. Hi, I'm Daniel. Hi, I'm RTGame Crowd, and you're watching my Twitch.tv livestream. Hey, Elise, have you smashed the Twitch Prime? You know, that might help you stay like kind of like contained in reality more. Oh, I'm sorry. Path leads in both directions into the trees. This is a dangerous place, the girl says. The witch who lives here is a serpent in disguise. I have met her, she is not. And she fooled you. You're always seeing things which aren't there. Or not seeing things which are. Take the girl inside. Yeah, because she might be able to make something of this too. You go over and open the door. Don't, hisses Elise. She'll come for us. I'll protect you, you tell her, stepping a short way into the darkness. But the girl is not convinced. You say you can't see me when I close my eyes, she says. Is that right? Yes, you reply. You see Elise open her... Oh, no. You see Elise lower her eyelids and then she disappears smoothly and completely from view. The forest path is quite silent. Open your eyes. You insist. We should not waste time. Nothing happens. A few leaves shiver in the breeze. Don't play games. You call, but even as you speak, you sense you are alone. There is no sound, no sense of presence. The girl has simply disappeared somewhere between the trees. You fall quiet for a moment, but hear nothing. It seems she has gone. There's a movement from inside the hill, and the elf witch appears. You, what do you want? Wait. If I tell her that she can't do that, hang on. Have you met this witch before? Never, she said, shaking her head. I'm very good at hiding. I don't think she knows I exist, but I've stolen plenty from her. Okay, she's harmless, but the girl is not convinced. You say you can't see me when I close my eyes, she says. Is that right? Just follow me. If I ask her to steal something, maybe. Hang on. I'm trying to see if like there's a way that prevents her from disappearing. I don't know if it's possible. Have you met this witch before? Could you steal something for me? The girl looks at you in sharp surprise. Like what? Any of her magical equipment. She must have lots of things. Elise considers a moment and then laughs. Alright, I've done it before. Way out of sight. With that, she closes her eyes and vanishes from sight. You see the door to the hillock shift open just a crack, and then all is quiet. Stay out of sight. You slink into the tree line to wait for the girl to return. Wait here. You wait, nothing happens. Wait. You wait a little longer, you can hear nothing from inside the hill, as the girl simply disappeared. Wait. You wait a moment more, then the door shifts again, and a moment later, Elise is standing in front of you. Here, she holds out a bracelet of bone. She was in there, so I grabbed what I could and got out. Well done, you tell her. You're an excellent thief. She beams. Let's get away from here. You're not good at hiding. This is an open place, not somewhere to wait. Okay, she helped us, yeah. She helped us. Let's get some more oranging. You seem to know your way about this forest, Elise remarks. You've not gotten lost yet. You must know the way better. I made the path, she replies, and skips ahead a few steps. For a moment she blinks out of sight and then reappears once more. Let's go back to the south. Things move in the canopy all around you. As the sun climbs towards the zenith, the winds pick up. You are close to the empty hut once more. It's not much, of course, Alizi remarks, glancing at it. We had a much larger home in Timpang. My mother was very wealthy. You look about for where to go. Alizi watches you with interest. Okay, well, I mean, we need to leave the forest. We need to go back down here to kind of explore these steps before we go over to the lake. We need to see if we can find like additional serpents. Let's journey. Let's start going south. The trees open up suddenly, replaced by wide expanse of oh no, it's the... Because we activate the beacon, we go back into the past and she's not going to be able to make it there with us. The girl's voice disappears. Elise? There is no reply. The forest path is quite silent. Oh, don't play games. Even as you speak, you sense you are alone. There is no sound, no sense of presence. The girl has simply disappeared along with the forest. I mean, I think it's unavoidable, unfortunately, because of the way the beacons are. No matter what we do, we're gonna have to cross that sometime, and there's not a lot of woodland here. There's no real way to prevent us losing her. Go back, you monster. Well, she's gone again. Will she be there if you remove the beacon? I don't know. I think we should carry on, though. Because I don't know like how long she's supposed to stay with us, or like, if something's supposed to come of it. We saved the ring, we can save her. Unfortunately, I can't do it. I have to rewind all the way back to when I modified the beacon. But we need to turn on that bridge eventually because we do need to go further. We're going to keep going. Yeah, we're going to keep going. It lies east. Yeah. We're gonna travel on. Because I don't know how long she's supposed to stick around. And she is some kind of weird ghost girl. Go back to the hut instead. Can I cast SSS on Finestra? Because I don't... She's not a serpent. As far as I understand. You should have given her the holy water. Spends an hour to keep a ring, refuses to save the trust in Ghost Girl. Like... I could do it, but we have to go very far back, is the thing. And... She always leaves, it's okay. Does she? Does she always leave? Okay. Yeah, she leaves anyway, apparently. Okay. Well, we gotta learn to let go, lads. I know it's quite sad. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Oh, I clicked off the stream for a moment. Sorry about that. Okay. Yep. We're gonna keep going. I won't let go. Let's go west. Heat beats down from a cloudless sky. You stand on a bald rise surrounded by thick mud and long swishing reeds. The tower is a little way to the southeast. Okay, we're not looking to go to the tower. Excuse me, we want to get through the forest. I reckon there's going to be another serpent down in this bottom bit. The marshland dries up in the thick forest once again. You are back amongst the trees of Snada. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. The trees are alive with movement. Okay, let's journey on. The path winds tortuously through the forest. The sun is sinking. Underfoot, the earth has been turned to mud, and you notice the branches either side of this route are broken. Look at the branches. It's not been cut with a blade, but rather has been torn apart as though by something stampeding through. Let's look at the mud. Uh-oh. Well, you pause to check the mud. Sure enough, you quickly find a sign. A paw print at least twice the size of your palm. Suddenly there's a cracking in the bushes to your right, and you turn to see the towering shape of a wild bear. Cast a spell. Is he always going to give me the option to, like, talk to the animals? Hello, Mr. Bear. Pulling out the green wig, you put it on and cast the spell. A clear message comes through as the spell takes effect. This bear wants food. Unfortunately, it's just not always beneficial to talk to the animals. Dr. Doolittle would not survive long in this world. I can throw it some food. Pulling from your pack, you toss it towards the bear. The creature falls in it greedily, ignoring you. You walk away through the trees. Let's just get out of there. You walk on between the trees. The sun is all but gone. It will be dark soon. The path is narrow and probably an animal track rather than anything more established. Examine the path. Pause to look at the mud and make out a series of paw prints, each about twice the size of your hand. They are most likely those of the bear you met around here earlier, or of another bear. Let's get out of the forest. You follow what might be a path, and might be an old river, through the trees of the forest. Darkness closes in. You need to rest. You've reached the edge of the forest. Through the trees you can see the level steps, extended into the night. Now might be a good time to rest before you go much further. No, I'm still in the forest. Get out of here. But you move on between the dark and shadowy trees, fearing the trip of a tree root at any moment. There's some kind of settlement here. It might be safer. Let's just head over here. You head out across the steps. The first few stars appear. In front of you stretches another plain, more rock than dust this time, and built of layers and layers of stone stacked like scattered papers. These are the Claddaback Steps, said to be the home of the strange, half-human, half-simian creatures. As you walk, you see a strange sight, a village of Liston huts in the middle of an open space, with no walls or defenses at all. Ugly villagers lope from tent to tent, dressed in animal skins. Let's look at the village. The men and women are strong and lanky, dressed in animal skins. By the gate, 2 creatures stand with hefty wooden clubs. Clattamen. What spells can I cast here? It's Animal Crossing Village. Cause invisibility. Summon a giant. I don't know if that will necessarily help. Create a stench. It keeps giving us that as an option too. Grow in size. Scare the shit out of them. I think we should just try into the village, honestly. I think we should just try and walk in. Path leads into the village, or you could skirt past. I'm happy to go into the village and see what's going on here. You approach the guards. They look at you with expressions you cannot read. Greet them. You nod in greeting. One of the Clattamen nods in reply and holds out his hand. The other Clattamen holds up 2 fingers. Is it 2 gold to enter the town? You open your pack to consider what these guards might want. Give them 2 gold pieces. You hand over 2 gold pieces. Clattaman nearest to you seems to love the shininess and takes the coins. The other stands aside to let you pass. They do not speak, but one motions towards a fire where an animal is roasted on a spit. Step into the center of the village. A large hut, there's hammocks, and there's by the fire. Let's chill by the fire. You make your way to a space by the fire. Several Clattamen and Clattawomen are sprawled around, singing songs that consist of barks and squawks, and occasionally turning a roach pig on a spit. One stands as you arrive, slapping her chest and then her head in some kind of greeting. Do I do the same? You reply with the same gesture, and the Clattawoman stares in amazement, then falls about laughing. She repeats the gesture once more. Repeat the gesture myself. You repeat the gesture once again. The Clattawoman's eyes seems to all but pop out. Suddenly she leans forward and smiles strangely, drawing up her lips and showing her teeth, which she then begins to pick. This continues for a moment, but when nothing happens, she stops in evident puzzlement. Perhaps she thought she was looking at a mirror. One of the Clattamen by the fire waves you over and tears off a leg of pig. Take the meat. You accept the roast meat, which is almost raw and barely palatable. Another of the Clattamen brings you a mug of tea-like broth that accompanies the meat, the way a running nose accompanies a feverish cold. Feverish cold, even. I don't think these guys will know about the 7 serpents. I don't think they're gonna know anything here. Eat a bit of pig. You tear off another leg of pig and munch down on it. The Clattamen seem content. Presumably, living so close to the forest, they have a good supply of creatures to hunt. Ask them about the forest. What can you tell me of the forest of Snatta? What can you tell me about the Reapers? Creatures look between one another blankly. For all their human shape, they do not seem to have a human thought in their heads. Suddenly, there is a sound behind you, followed by a hushed silence. Turning, you see a well-built Clattaman, taller and stronger than the rest, approach with unsteady gait. Before you can react, he lifts you and tosses you across the fire to a patch of ground near the gate. Oh no, the arena! What's happening? The large Clattaman stumbles after you, growling loudly. You cannot understand his meaning, then he raises a large club. Cast a spell. Cast a spell. Illusion of treasure. It distracted them before. You bind the stars in a pattern around you, and after a moment, golden jewels begin to spew forth from under your sleeves and from the neck of your boots, rolling away across the ground. But the Clattamen do not seem to notice or be interested. They are much more keen to see the outcome of the fight. Let's try another one. Sus. Sense danger. Yeah, he's about to hit me with a club. Cause depression. You craft a spell, but the Cladaman seems unaffected. It seems that he's so out of touch with his feelings that altering them has no effect at all. Oh no. Let's just fight. Draw your sword and the Cladaman draws back his lips over his teeth in a cruel smile. Then he sets about attacking you. Get him. You meet in heavy collision, sword and club, and everyone in the crowd is stunned when the Cladaman staggers backwards. The crowd groan and moan. That was like almost the max of his potential. I don't need to go all out here. Cladaman blocks your blow. He makes a deep, irritating, chuckling sound. Get him again. Get him again. Oh, we're getting better at our sword fighting. You chase the creature with a passing blow. The Cladaman staggers back, one step then another, until suddenly he cannot seem to stop, and he disappears between two huts and out of the village northwards. The other Cladaman go and find their fallen champion. One of the Cladawomen slaps you on the back. Another Cladaman beckons from outside a nearby tent. His face is painted with strange spirals and markings. A painted Cladaman. Let's have a look. What is going on in the village? You head over to the beckoning Cladaman. From his tent you can catch faint wisps of strange herbal smells. Greet him. You nod a greeting, which he returns, placing both hands on either side of your face. Then he begins to murmur a strange blessing. You feel strength filtering deep into your bones. His gift is powerful and deep. When you step back, you feel stronger, taller, and more confident. Oh god, yeah, we actually gained permanent stamina for that. Thank him. You bow in thanks. He smiles and walks away from the fire. What do you know of the 7 serpents? It always comes up as an option. One of the Cladaman stiffens at the words. Perhaps he recognized them or has heard them from someone else. Either way, he begins to point vigorously at the fire with one hand, while with another he lifts a handful of dust from the ground and makes it as if to throw it on the flames. You realize he is telling you the weakness of the fire serpent. Sand! He repeats his pattern a few times before seeming to forget what he's doing, sitting back in silence. Okay, I mean, we've already defeated the fire serpent, so I don't know how much good that is. One hut is much larger than the others. Above its door is a sign depicting a picture of an owl and a hammer. Owl? Is that how you pronounce it? It is amazing anyone here can draw, let alone perform crafts. From inside you can hear the sound of hammering. You push open the door and go inside. He doesn't like sand, he's Anakin. The Cladaman looks up as you enter. He puts down the tiny hammer and pincers he has been using to repair a piece of fine jewelry, tilts his head to regard you. Greet him. You greet him with a nod. He seems to understand us and nods in reply. Examine his workbench. You step forward and look over his workbench, and he gestures with an open palm to let you look. The Cladaman has a variety of fine tools. Pincers, awls, spikes for scratching and etching, even a vice. He's clearly a master craftsman despite his species. When you are finished, he steps forward to you, gesturing for your pack. Show him my pack. You hold out your pack to him. He begins to rummage through, investigating everything with his long, supple hands, and occasionally pausing to scratch his bulging brain, as though his brain is itching at the sight of your gear. Then he hands it back with a nod and begins to rummage on his bench. Wait a moment. You wait, and after a few minutes, he produces a circular dial with a spinning needle, which he presses into your hands. It's a compass. Connect the compass, and it becomes clear why he's given it to you. It's broken. The needle swings about wildly, pointing first this way and then that, but never quite settling down. This was... We had an opportunity to buy this, I think, in Kare. It was the broken compass. I can just keep that, yeah. You put the compass into your pack anyway. Perhaps there's some function you will discover. The craftsman returns to considering his work. He did rummage through my pack, so let me just make sure. The ring is still here. The ring is still here. I think we have everything. Serpent ring, legendary sword, heathen axe. Well, hewn axe even. Yeah, we have everything. He didn't take anything. Let's just watch him work. Asking him what he's doing isn't going to tell us much. I don't think these guys talk. Seems like he is carving jewelry from colored stones. do not seem to be precious or even beautiful, but the weird twisted shapes he has carved are complex and intricate, and remarkably precise. I kind of want to chance it. I kind of want to chance it. You reach out to take one of the pieces, a bejeweled item of clear value. The craftsman quickly moves to cover it with his hand. You step back and so does he, staring at you warily. I'm just gonna leave. This village has been nice to us. Let's not get, like, arrested or something. He took your leg. Oh, shit. The prophecies come true. Let's just leave. Let's just leave. This is clearly some kind of Clattaman Master Smith. You leave him to his work. Oh, God. Okay, I mean, we can rest here for the night. One corner of the camp is slung with hammocks. What they are for is unclear, as the Clatta folk seem to have tents, but few creatures are asleep in them already. You haul yourself up to one of the hammocks. They are far too large for a normal human, but this in fact makes it only more comfortable, and ensures there is enough room for your pack. Look at the compass. Now that you're settled, you take out the Clattaman's compass and look it over with care. On closer inspection, it does not look broken, exactly. The needle settles in the same direction whichever way it is turned. It is only that the direction it chooses is not north, but east. Perhaps the compass has some other function, but you cannot tell what it might be. Okay, let's sleep here. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You feel untouched by danger here. Your slumber is unbroken by dreams. Okay, you gained a little maximum stamina, use one provision, some gold, entered the steps, and you collected the sun serpent, meaning there are still 4 out. Pretty good. Day 9 as well. I'm conscious of the time. Because we only have so long to catch these serpents. If I can, I want to try and get them all before 2 weeks pass, because like, that just seems like a lot of time. You wake after a peaceful night in one of the hammocks, feeling much refreshed. Okay, I can slip away, or just leave the village. I'm gonna slip away this way. Slip away. The village has no walls. You slip between 2 huts and back out onto the plains. Okay, we can go south or west. There does appear to be something here. Let's go investigate it. You march onwards, ascending and descending as the ground breaks and changes level. The sun has not yet crested the last peaks in the east. A small patch of flowers grows here, just by a small rock. Look at the flowers. Small black blooms. Smell them. You smell the flowers. They emit a rich, thick smell that makes you feel somewhat giddy. Still, you feel somewhat better for it. Oh, this looks bad. This... Walk on. Walk on. Okay, let's investigate whatever this is. You walk on, climbing slightly across the dusty steps. The day is likely to be clear, and will be hot once more. In the middle of the steps, you come across a strange sight. A wooden pole, as high as a tree, with nothing around it. It has no knots, handles, or holds of any kind. None except a level platform right at the top. Clumps of the yellow moss you saw before grow around the edge of the pole. Okay, gather a handful of moss. You chew through the moss, feeling much better for it. So that's our meal sorted for the day again. Let's see if there's a way up the pole. Zen, that's not gonna quite do it. Sun, just create light. I don't see how that actually helps. Dock again, of all things, is showing up. Huff, create wind. Maybe if I just do big, I might be tall enough. Grow in size. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, rapidly growing to 18 feet in height. But the extra height is still not enough to see on top of the platform. From somewhere nearby, you hear singing. Let's listen. Concentrate and listen. There is definitely a voice singing somewhere close at hand, but there is no one anywhere in sight. The pole is set into a slight rise in the ground, and you can see in all directions. An invisible creature, perhaps. Dust funnels across the empty plain. Call out. Show yourself. A moment later, a shaggy face appears over the edge of the platform overhead. Who's that? It demands, crabbily. Can't you hear I was doing the singing? What are you doing up there? The singing, he answers. I see you're dumb as well as deaf. Deaf and dumb, there's a pair. To demonstrate this, he raises both hands and waves them. What can you see? The future and the past as one, the mystic calls out to you, glancing from one waving hand to the other. Joining and separating, and ghosts walking back and forth. None of us are quite when we believe ourselves to be. I've experienced this myself. Shut your face hole! I don't sit up this pole to learn what you muddlers can learn, crawling around the ground with your full fat bellies. I'd like to learn from you. The man does not reply but leans away. However, a moment later, a hand appears over the side of the platform and something falls to earth. It is a medallion. Take it. You take hold of the medallion. Nothing in particular happens. Come on then, the man says, gesturing at you. Then he disappears from view. Look at the medallion. You turn the medallion over in your hands. It is jewel-studded and set in a loose chain. It is probably worth something. This, I believe, is how you can float. Yeah, I can do Zen now. Jewel-studded medallion. There we go. Another magical artifact. We're doing so good at collecting this book. We had none. Practically none before now. You wind the constellations to alignment around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. You're now floating off the ground. Float to the top of the pillar. Up we go. The man shuffles aside to allow you to bob down, while taking back the jeweled medallion. So you're a sorcerer then, he declares. I thought so. I am. And an adequate one at that, he adds. He gestures around with the platform. Welcome to my little eyrie. Do you know of the 7 serpents? Why are you on this pole? High from the world, I can see diagonally downwards onto the world, he replies. I can see through the layers of curse that affect this land. This whole place is unraveled like a poorly woven shoe. He demonstrates with his hands, balling them one over the other. After a moment, he says more simply, from up here I can see. Offer him some water. You must be thirsty. He nods, clearly touched by your thoughtfulness. Then he reaches out for the gourd, closes his eyes, and murmurs a few words. Having said them, he hands the gourd back. I have blessed it, he declares. For you, I do not drink. There is moisture enough on the air. He pauses to scratch underneath his loincloth. So, he asks, do you like it up here? Oh wow, what do you think of the top of my pole? The view is superb. I do not see how a view can be superb. It is only looking after all. As he speaks, you feel a weight gather about your shoulders as you settle down to the platform. The spell is worn off. What do you know of the 7 serpents? I know of the winged beasts and their quest to devour you, grind your bones to dust, and then spit that dust into the cup of the King of Analand. Where can I find them? They are looking for you, Analander. Each is waiting for you. Some are hiding, some are not. One waits for you in the very depths of the lake. He means to pick you off when you're at your weakest. How can I find him? He shakes his head. If you must encounter him, I fear the only way would be to swim until he senses your tiredness, but as a most foolish course. From the forest to the north, the trees seem to part and a gigantic bird lifts into view. Its talons gleam in the sunlight. Wait and watch. You watch with horror as the bird swoops low. The priest screams. Oh no. Then a moment later he is gone, and the bird is flapping gently away. You are alone. There's nothing on the platform apart from a few stray spots of blood from where the winged creature's talons punctured the man's side. Oh, he left the medallion though. Great. I'll take that with me. Oh no. Well, thanks, kind old man. I probably should have tried to save him. Let's oh, we can cast fire from up here though. See the future again. Okay. Your vision is suddenly overtaken by a strange sight. You are lying down to rest by a deep fissure in the earth. The water of a lake glitters in the near distance. Suddenly the ground begins to rumble. Look around. You look about to see the rocks either side slide into the fissure. At first it seems as though the ground is sinking, but then you realize something is rising up through the earth. Something with a forked tongue. The vision fades. Oh, okay, that's gotta be the earth serpent then. Wait, so where is this? A deep fissure in the earth. The water of a lake glitters in the near distance. I think it's over here. I think that's it. If I had to guess. And it's a near lake. It could be something in the future, but the fact that it's a snake specifically. Yeah, I think the earth serpent might be over there. Okay, so that's good then. So we know the earth one is there. We know the water one is probably there. We don't know where time is, and we don't know where wind is yet. But there's still some stuff down here to explore. Okay, in the distance, a dark speck appears above the forest. No, I need to get down. I need to get off the pole now. The bird's coming back to pick me up. I can only cast far again. There's no big... Oh, no, we have Zen. Yeah, hover in the air. We can just hover back down. The medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. Return to the ground. You lower yourself gently back to the ground. Looking up once more, the top of the pole seems dizzyingly far away. You clutch your medallion with pride. My medallion now? We're getting a lot of clues on the water serpent. Like, the game really wants us to know that the water serpent is there. No other clues on the other serpents, though. You're back at the base of the pole. Let's move on. You leave the pole behind and strike out across the steps. Okay, there is definitely stuff here. There was something to do with a circle. Kill the bird for the feather. You guys are right. You guys are actually right. Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? You guys are smarter than me. Back up the pole. Okay, we gotta talk. Oh, we gotta watch the old man die again. Okay, do you know of the 7 serpents? View is superb. Can you tell me their weaknesses? These are most secret, but some I think can be guessed at. The serpents can also be defeated through sheer strength, except for the Serpent of Time. Okay, where can I find them? Yeah, they're waiting for me. He's underwater. Okay, do I try ward away the bird this time? Do I try help him? I think I do. Shout away the bird. You shout away something incoherent. The priest screams, and a moment later he's gone. Okay, so he dies no matter what you do. Let's take his medallion again. And we'll cast a spell, and we're just gonna wait again. So he's a goner no matter what. The game wants to give you the jewel-studded medallion here. Okay, sit on the pole. You float down to the pole's platform and cross your legs to contemplate the sun. A few meditative minutes go by and you feel cleansed and well-rested. Time passes. A moment later, you feel a great weight settle about your shoulders. It is your body weight returning. Your spell it's evaporated. Now you're stuck atop of this gigantic pole. In the distance, a dark speck appears above the forest. Wait and watch. The dark spot resolves into a bird-like shape. The dark spot resolves into a bird-like shape, swoops low, and a moment later, you have been snatched up into the air by sharp talons. By the way, here's the water serpent. Wait, where are we going? I'm being carried. You wriggle and struggle, but there is no safe way down. Below, the steps transform into thick, tangled forest. Talk to the bird. Let me go, you demand of the great bird, hoping it perhaps can understand the common tongue, even if it cannot speak. And indeed, perhaps it can. The talons begin to slide from your flesh and you're about to... Why'd I tell him to let me go? Grab the feet. You grab the creature's feet and it lashes, kicking you sharply in the face. The talons retract and you are tumbling downwards through the air towards the canopy. Okay, wait. Okay, in midair. Climb the creature. No, okay, so no matter what, I think I'm gonna fall. Draw my sword. You whip out your sword, intent to skewer the creature quickly, but there's not enough time. The talons retract and you're tumbling downwards through the air towards the swamp. So I don't think this is gonna help us in any way then. The bird, we can't get his feather. There's no spell we can use. Was there a spell we could use? Just pray for aid. Like climb the creature, talk to the bird. Pray for aid. Yeah, the gorilla just makes us fall too. So no matter what we do, we fall here. I don't know if this is going to help us get the feather. We might want to go back. You plunge to the earth with a soft splash. With a splash in the soft marsh mud. Miraculously, you are largely unscathed by your ordeal. Yeah, so this just sends us back into the marsh. And we can test it. I want to stay over here. Okay, priest pole. Oh, we gotta watch him go again. Do you know of the 7 serpents? Where can I find them? I'm not gonna give him water this time, because he's gonna be swiped away anyway. Wait and watch. Take the medallion. Cast a spell. Oh wait, no, he blessed the water before. Oh, we gotta watch him die again. Hang on. Hey, yeah, it's me again. I just need you to give me your blessing. Watch out for Big Bird there. You know, he's on his way. Things are about to get ugly soon. Oh, nice medallion you got there, my man. No. Okay, bless the water. We got the medallion. Let's hop back down. This poor man has just died 4 times. Ah, God, return to the ground. By the way, the water serpent, you learned something there. Oh, God, that's funny. Okay, move on. Let us travel to the south. I want to see what's down over here. And we have to activate this tower at some point too. Oh dear, you keep moving, the ground dropping a little. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. Gradually you shrink back down to your normal size. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. Featureless landscape offers little to attract your interest. In the far distance, you can make out the edge of a great forest. With luck, you will reach its shelter before nightfall. A chill wind sweeps across your path, making you shiver. Okay, pull my cloak tighter. Pull your cloak tighter around your body and keep walking. A short while later, another gust of wind hits you with sudden force, almost knocking you down. Is this the wind serpent? Look at the skies. Overhead dark clouds are gathering, and a rumbling noise rolls across the sky. But east and west the sky is clear. It seems you are the center of this storm. Keep going. Turning up your collar, you set off through the gathering winds. The forceful gusts blow you roughly one way and the other. Keep walking. Oh no. Keep walking, head turned low to the wind. A few spots of rain land on your neck, ice cold. You get about halfway to the natural shelter of the next layer in the rock. Then finally the skies open and a torrential downpour bursts from the clouds. In an instant, you are soaked to the skin and shivering, and your pack grows heavy with collected rain. Of course, all your water-damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook can protect it, but all of your soft food has been ruined. You look up into the clouds to try and judge how long the storm will last, in time to see a bolt of lightning heading down for you, only you realize it is not lightning, it is a hooked claw. Dodge to the left. Okay, well we found the serpent though. We did find the serpent. There is no way to predict it. You respond entirely on instinct, dodging left. The claw rakes down from twisting serpentine clouds and strikes you where you're standing. You gasp in relief, but it's not over yet. The shape in the skies is rearing back for another attack. Analander hisses the wind. I am the air serpent, and I will taste your soul and your blood. Thunder boils in the dark clouds. So we were told that it has to have its body. We can also cast a spell. We can cast SSS. We have to do this now. Talk to serpents. Holding up the serpent ring, you cast a spell. The serpent hisses loudly in response, angry as it feels itself coming under your will. While the spell lasts, you'll be able to demand information from the serpent. Foolish adventurer, it cries. Your ring will not protect you from my wrath. I know its weakness already. Where are the other serpents? The Serpent of Time waits on an island in the lake. Should you meet him, you will be dead before you understand what has occurred. Okay. So we've now found 2 serpents. What advice can you give me, Mr. Serpent? The Serpent of Air rides and shakes, not wanting to answer your question, but finally it spits back. Pay respect to Nagamanit, the Torture Master. Should you meet him? The Air Serpent hisses and spits, but this will do you no good as you'll never leave this spot. The spell is worn off. Okay, look for its body. Knowing the serpent's weakness, you look around for its corporeal form, but can see nothing against the whirling dust. Foolish creature, bellows the snake. You look for my body, but do you think I have left it here for you to find? The wind blows dust and rubble past you. Something like a large dry leaf blows across the ground. Do I grab the leaf? Grab the leaf. You make a grab for the leaf and catch it in both hands. Not a leaf, snakeskin. You hear the air serpent gasp, a sound like all the water of a hurricane, all the wind of a hurricane, pulling themselves into a bottle. Suddenly the clouds collapse, almost instantaneously. Tear the skin apart. I think we might have killed the air serpent. As fast as you can, you tear the frail skin in 2. It is easy, like tearing dry paper. And then, nothing more happens. All is silent. It seems you caught the air serpent just as it was returning to physical form. And now, it is simply gone. Everywhere is suddenly quiet. Time to move on. You've dealt in more than half of the deadly serpents. We've found 4 of them so far. And we now know where the Serpent of Time is too. We're doing so good right now. And I think the Earth Serpent's over here too. So I don't think we've missed any of them. I think we found them all. It did cost me my food, that one, but that's okay. I want to go further south. I want to see what's over by this temple. And there's going to be something regarding that, I think. That was too easy though. Yeah, that one was quite straightforward. You fall into a steady pace as you walk, ascending and descending. The sun is hot now. Okay, let's go to the ruin. Oh, there's something here. You march onwards, climbing slightly. Mid-afternoon haze makes the air uncomfortably warm. Something is visible in the distance to the south. Perhaps man-made, or perhaps a freak of nature carved from the rocks. But it resembles a low stone building. Bunny, thank you for 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. Hope everyone's been enjoying the stream. There's a well, there's a temple. There's a snake in the temple, and there's behind the temple, and there's a cellar. Oh, there's quite a bit of stuff here, lads. There's quite a bit of stuff here. Let's investigate the well first. They're all circles. You skirt around the building and the bits of rubble that surround it. Around the side of the ruin, you find an old well house. The well is an ancient mud brick structure. If it once had a cover, it has long since rotted, but the metal winch handle is still in place, and an old bucket rope hangs from it. Drop the sun serpent orb into the well. No, that's that's not gonna help us kill it. That's gonna set him free. Not yet, not yet. Okay, look in the bucket. You haul the bucket over the side of the well and look into it. It is quite empty. Clearly this well has not been used for a very long time. Let's lower the bucket. With some effort, you get the handle of the well to turn and lower the bucket down the well shaft. Keep lowering. You lower the bucket all the way to the end of the rope. There is no splash from below. It seems the well is dry after all. Let's raise the bucket. Let's look in the bucket. A snake leaps out at you from inside, and you spring back just in time to avoid being bitten. The bucket falls to the ground, and the snake slithers out towards you, fangs bared. Is this one of the dreaded 7 serpents? It seems very small. If it is one of the 7 serpents, it should respond to SSS. Right? No, SSS isn't even an option. So, this... It's probably not this one. This is a small serpent. Can I talk to it? Every time I talk to the animals, it doesn't do anything. And they just, like, it's just like, you can understand animals now. I want to eat your face. Like, that's the only information we discern every time we cast this. Oh, and it's yap as well, isn't it? Talk all languages. No, I don't think that's we don't have talk to animals here. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Fix, cause fixness. What else is there? Like, sharpened blade. Like, some of these are odd. I'm just gonna draw my sword. You draw your sword to skewer the creature. This is a big snake that was living in the well. A yellow snake looms up from the bucket, spitting. You swing wildly, hoping to slice the creature to pieces as it also leaps forward. Thick snake blood pours down the channel of your sword blade. It can be a bit gentler. Oh wow, we're getting this guy real easy. The snake is all but defeated. It snarls across the ground. That's a big snake. The yellow snake is afraid. Swinging up from a squatting grip, you attempt to take off its head. The snake hisses as it dies. Well, we killed a snake. Let's lower the bucket again. We can climb into the well. Climb into the well. You feel inside the edge of the well for handholds, but there are none. The stone edges of the well are smooth, and the well itself is too broad to shimmy down. You can always climb down the rope, of course. Climb down the rope. You steel your courage and swing your legs over the edge of the well, regarding the darkness far below. The rope is old and probably rotten, and should it break, there will be no way back up. Climb down. You lower yourself into the ancient well shaft. You shimmy downwards into the darkness of the well. The sunlight at the lip has barely shrunk at all when the rope begins to groan and stretch under your weight. Go down. You keep climbing down, then the rope begins to spin violently. It's unraveling. There is nothing you can do to stop it. And it snaps and you fall, hitting the bucket below. Saved! For a moment you think you're saved, but of course nothing is holding up the bucket. You fall into the depths of the well. When the bucket shatters, your neck goes with it. Maybe we shouldn't have crawled into the well. Maybe. It gave us a lot of chances to get back out too. The rope gives out before you reach the lip, but by stretching your arms and legs wide, you pinion yourself on the well mount, not free but not falling. Shimmy upwards. You make your way painstakingly back up the well shaft until you scramble gratefully over the stone lip and onto the plains. gasping for breath and glad to be alive. As you climb, you pass a rich crystal vein in the wall of the well. But there's no time to stop to dig it out. Oh, I could have just cast the Hang on. By the well. Why didn't we just think of this sooner? Wait, just float in air even. Cast a spell, lighten your body weight to a mere fraction of normal. Okay, look in the bucket. Strange hissing noises echo up the well shaft. Is there any way to get the mining vein? Lower the bucket. Keep lowering. Okay, climb into the well. Did the spell wear off? Am I gonna just do this again? Oh no, I can't cast Zen. Zen's not an option. I have foul. I can float. Okay, let's climb down. Let's kill this snake. Oh no, I should have done it the other way, shouldn't I? Wait, when you reduce weight, you scramble down the rope without difficulty until you're hanging just beside a crystal seam in the rock. Oh, look at the crystal. The seam of crystal is quite beautiful. The soft rock walls are studded with fissile and lumps of green and blue gem glass. There must be a fortune down here, perhaps even a layered strata of pure wealth. Only the backlands can be mined by the king of Analand. I can use my Analand sword to mine it out. I think this is because my legendary sword might get damaged. So use the Analand sword. Using your old sword awkwardly in the narrow confines of the well shaft, you dig a fistful of gems out of the wall of the well shaft. You cannot catch them when they fall, but thankfully they land in the bucket a short distance below you. You've blunted the edge of your blade in the process, however. Dig for more? Uh-oh. You keep digging, hoping to get even more crystal from the rock wall. And you do, getting several crystals the size of skulls. But then your spell wears off. The rope begins to groan and then starts to spin violently. It's unraveling. We got the order wrong. We got the order wrong. We don't need to fight the snake, I think. I think we could, let's just go in, get a few, and leave. Okay. Okay, look in the bucket. Lower the bucket. Keep lowering. Climb into the well. Climb down the rope. Climb down. Let's take a few, and then we'll go back up. And we'll be good. Climb back up. Not wanting to risk the spell wearing off, you clamber quickly back up the rope. There we go. You land in the dust, heavily, feeling your weight return. Now we raise the bucket. Look in the bucket. The bottom of the bucket is also filled with uncut gemstones and glittering rock. This haul must be worth scores of gold pieces. Take the gems from the bucket. You scoop up the gems from your pocket and pour them gleefully into your money pouch. An excellent find. Examine the gems. The gems are an assortment of different types of stone and require an expert to sort, value, and cut them. But the sheer size of them is jaw-dropping. Several are the size of eggs, and one is the size of a small cat. Pleased with your work, you stride away from the well. So, fistful of gems. Yeah. That's really good. Gem the size of a small cat. Like, that's pretty big. Okay, we can explore outside or we can head on in. Let's head on in first. You climb up onto the plinth on which the structure stands. It appears quiet enough. Though whether it is structurally sound or not is another matter. One of the pillars of the temple seems to take a step sideways, or is that your imagination? Uh-oh. Let's go inside. You step inside the temple. The floor space is quite empty, but the walls are decorated with long lines of strange hieroglyphs that remind you of the little symbols decorated in the ancient shrine of Korga in Kar. You cannot read them, but may be able to decipher them if you look closely. A little dust trickles down from the temple roof. Let's read the hieroglyphs. The hieroglyphs are not exactly like any language you have seen before, but they are similar to others you know. You spell out the first few words aloud. This temple built by priest Yadu in honor Throth, goddess of earth. Now were we told to be warned about Throth? Or are we okay here? Those not of fate are forbidden, and these must not speak the name Throth. Whoops. You stop suddenly. There is deep rumbling in the ground beneath your feet. Do we want... beg Throth for mercy? Or do I just read more? Throth, you call out, spare me! At the use of the goddess's name, something happens. The rumblings subside, and a woman in leather armor steps out of a carving in the wall. Mortal, she declares, you speak my name thrice in my temple. Do you wish to follow me? I mean, we can see what this does. We might as well see what this does. We just have the gorilla at the moment. Yes. She nods and reaches out a hand to your forehead. Her touch is cool but not cold, like wet earth after heavy rain. Wordlessly, the gorilla moves away from you. Then you feel the power and warmth of Throth enter in your mind. Go in peace, follower, she declares, and she reaches up to hold the temple roof in place to allow you to leave. One of the pillars makes a strange creaking sound. We lost the gorilla. You step back outside into the plinth of the ancient temple. A rat scurries across your foot and is gone. She is wise and loyal, but though she supports the weak, her rage can be furious. Okay, we have we have a goddess now on our side. Wait, did I break it? What's going on? There we go. It wasn't registering for a moment. There we go. You walk around to the back of the structure away from the well. The east side is in no better repair than the front. Wind blows through holes in the walls. In one corner you notice a strange, almost rectangular impression in the dust. Across the distant steps, you hear a sound like a keen and echoing cry. Look at the rectangular impression. Kneel on the old stone, you brush the dust away from the rectangular impression with careful fingertips. There's definitely something here set into the old stone. A trapdoor. Let's go. Leave no stone unturned. You grasp the handle of the ancient trapdoor and give it a good heave. The hinges squeal and cry, but the trapdoor opens, revealing a few steps downwards and a disgusting smell. And you can hear something down there moving around. Peer down. Peer down to the darkness below. Two eyes are staring back, and you can hear ragged, rasping breathing. Hey, buddy. No, he's just rattling chains. Do I have a clue about this? People keep saying clue, but I think people are just saying clue because clue. Throth is the Earth Serpent's enemy? Yep. Torture Master? I don't think that's gonna help. Throg is the one we were learned about, not Throth. Okay. Let's climb down. Drawing your legendary sword ready, you step into the darkness below. Your vision goes blank from the darkness. You can definitely hear someone or something breathing close at hand. The smell is almost unbearable. Wait for my eyes to clear. You pause at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly, details filter in. You stand in a tiny chamber built into the foundations of the temple, clearly some kind of prison. Chained to the far wall is a skinny, half-naked man with a wild, long beard. I don't believe it, he gasps. A human. Oh, my eyes, a human. He races towards you, but is pulled up short by the chain around his ankle. Who are you? My name is... He screws up his eyes to think. Shala. My name is Shala. I'm the priest of Throth here. The man claws for you once more, his eyes wide, his mouth almost drooling with excitement. Who chained you up? It was Cladaman, damned Cladaman, he curses. They ransacked the temple, took everything of value and chained me up here. Yeah, cast a spell real quick. It's kind of dark, so maybe we can do sun. No, it's only sus. Interesting. It's not giving me the option to light up the room. I don't know if there's danger here. I don't think there is. I kind of believe him. Throth would probably warn me if this guy wasn't their follower. I don't trust him. I don't. Alright. I'll cast it. But I don't think this will help. I'm trying to preserve stamina. Look into the constellations above. You craft the spell and a quiet voice enters your mind. It tells you there is danger down here, but it is a danger you cannot see, and not the old man himself. Its cryptic message delivered, the voice fades. A rat dashes across the floor of the chamber. The man snatches it, snaps it in two, and begins to chew on the raw meat inside. Seeing you stare at him, he offers you half, but you shake your head. Yeah, apparently there is something then. Yeah, but... I thought the old man was going to be safe. Let's search the room. With the man chained, you take a moment to search the dark space. If you're looking for a key, declares hopefully, you won't find one here. I've looked already. The man is correct. You do not find a key. You find something. A strange black face mask. I think this is a magical artifact. This is for a spell. You turn the mask over in your hands. It is carved from a hard black wood and depicts a demon-like visage with fox-like eyes and a sharp, jagged chin. This is for causing fear. Take it. That's mine, the man says weakly. Perhaps begin to understand you are not quite the answer to his years of prayers. That's my only thing. Let me see. You guys were saying Foth because the man's diseased. Yes. The old man's not the danger, but he's carrying something. You cast a spell forming a shimmering force field around your body. You should be protected from all but the most serious injury now. Shala does not seem to notice the change in your appearance. Set him free. Smash the chain. Ah, dear. You approach and bring your sword down on the ancient rusted chain, and it shatters in an instant. The man leaps forward with gratitude, wrapping his arms around you in a bear hug. Your force field keeps you protected, so you let him wear himself out with his gratitude. Always use protection, kids. Thank you, stranger. It's wonderful to be free. He dashes away up the steps into the sunlight, and you hear him gamboling around. Glancing up, you notice the old man's hand on the edge of the trapdoor. Perhaps he's about to lock you in. Hey, wait a minute. Hang on, oh. Run up the stairs. You hurtle up the stairs, legendary sword still drawn. Let's just get out of here real quick. Oh no. I didn't mean to run into him. I was just trying to get out of the temple. You send the old man flying. His head hits a pillar behind and his eyes swim in their sockets. But you have worse problems. Suddenly, without warning, one of the pillars holding up the broken roof of the temple shears. The whole structure is sliding down on top of you. The old man yells somewhere close by, but you cannot get to him now. Throth, help me! I may have destroyed your temple. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to Throff. The temple collapses around you. Enormous stone blocks burying themselves in the ground left and right. But none fall on you, and when the dust clears, you are still in one piece. Can I just rewind and leave, like, peacefully? I wonder. Okay, wait for my eyes. Search the room. Take it. Cast a spell. Do dock. I don't think I have a potion. Dock's not even an option because you don't suspect anything here. Like, why would you cast dock? It's like, let me cure your disease. Like, that's not gonna be your first thought. Okay. It's Shala. Let's smash his chain. Shout to him. He looks at you in confusion. Do what? You realize he was not closing the trapdoor, but instead simply staggered and was holding himself up. You climb the stairs to join him. The old man is sitting cross-legged outside his temple, smiling. It's wonderful, he breathes. I thought I would never see the daylight. How can I repay you? What do you got? No, the mask was his only thing, and we've already taken that. Answer some questions, you suggest. I am traveling across the backlands and I need guidance. Ask him about the serpents. You know of the 7 serpents. I have heard rumor of them, he replies. They are formidable. Can they be defeated? Yes, they can, he replies. They are all vulnerable. He bangs the ground with his palm. I know 2 things. That the serpents can all also be defeated through sheer strength, except for the serpent of time. And that the serpents have clustered around the lake. Tell me about Throff. She's just a goddess. The very best, he replies. Throff is the goddess of the earth itself. They say this land is cursed, but I do believe, without Throff, the very soil would come apart. I am her follower. Very good. I am glad. Be well. Has he got anything to say about the towers? They're very strange towers in this landscape, you remark. What are they? Very old, he nods. Built by the ancients themselves. What they are for, I do not know, but I have heard it said that the towers hold the land together. The priest smiles and hops to his feet. Please, I must return to my duties. I have rested long enough. He goes inside and sits down to meditate. Suddenly, without warning... Oh no, he's being collapsed again. I can trust in my force field, right? You hunker down, trust into your force field to keep you safe. The roof slides forward. It's coming for you like a gigantic slicing blade. But sure enough, it hits the spell and buckles and crumbles to the floor. You are still alive, but you are now trapped beneath an enormous pile of Oh, I didn't think about that. I'll try to help, calls Shala dimly from outside the rubble pile. Somehow it seems he has survived. Okay, he's not gonna be much help. Cast a spell. If I can just cast big, I can just get out of it. Big is like such a lifesaver. Oh no. Look into the constellations above, you craft a spell, quickly expand and triple your size. But in such a small space, there is no room for transition, and you end up terribly squashed. Just keep praying, Shala advised. It worked for me. Throff can heal us. Just wait a moment. You wait for the old man to reach you, but it seems he must be struggling with the rubble. As nothing about your situation appears to change. Help! I'm coming, mutters the old man. I'm not very strong. Praying didn't help. Praying the first time helped me. Can I just push? I'm big now. Surely I can just push. You heave and push with all your might, and finally a few of the stones begin to move. Keep going. Keep pushing yourself through until you squirm out from underneath the giant pillar and lie gasping on the stone. There you are, the old man declares with a sigh. It seems he has escaped miraculously unscathed. I'm glad you got free anyway. He seems remarkably cheerful, considering. Search the rubble. Search through the rubble, find nothing of use. The plinth is now knee-deep in broken stone and pebble-sized rocks. Pebbles are useful for a spell. You gather up a couple of pebbles from the plinth of the right size and shape to be useful in spells. But of the ancient temple's treasures and artifacts, there is nothing more to be had. Okay. Throff, can you heal me? Throff has heard you. You feel better. Thanks, Throff. There's nothing more to be done here. Shala seems to have decided the same thing, as he takes one last look at his fallen temple, gives you a cheerful wave, and then rushes off across the plain. You leave the ancient building behind. Continue on your way. Okay, there's still something here. And then there's something here, too. Well, I think we can, like, shine the light on it. How are we doing on time? It's now 9:15, and I realize I've been streaming for 6 hours at this point. But I really want to see this book through, and I feel like we're getting towards the end. Ah, God. I've got a pizza in the freezer, so I'll be able to cook myself something nice later. So I'll be okay. I'm not feeling too hungry right now. You walk on, the ground dropping a little. With a pop, your force field shimmers out of existence. Gradually, you sink back down to your normal size. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. Soon, it will be dark. You notice something white, stark against the grey of the dust. Look at it. It's just a sliver of cool white, visible through the thin, dusty scrub. Something is buried here. Ooh, clear the dust. You wipe away the dust from the object. It is short, dirty white, and gently curved. Dig up the item. Dig around the object and find two similar objects to the left and right of it. They lie parallel in the dirt. These are just bones. Aren't they? Keep digging. You squat down on your heels and dig in the dirt a little more. Eventually you uncover 3 short white rods, and at that moment it becomes obvious they are finger bones of a hand, clenched into a fist. The fist points upwards, as though its owner had been buried standing upright in the soil. This is where the bone prophecy is. I keep digging. You keep digging. The fist gives way to a wrist and then an arm, and as though the creature was trying to climb out when the soil of the land closed over its head. As you go lower, the bones start to accumulate a leathery coating. First you think it is remains of a coat, but then once you locate an anchor and sail tattoo, it becomes clear it is skin and somehow preserved in the soil. Keep digging. You are now into serious digging, which is hard work. You pause to take a break every few minutes and stop once more when you have a figure unearthed down to the waist. It is a skull. Its skull is a dried leather ball with 2 grey-brown eyes shrunken into sockets. It wears a metal ring through its nose, and the remains of a beard are just visible. Its jacket is better preserved. Its color faded, but its buttons are still intact. Wears a small 3-cornered hat. Sticking just above the waist are the remains of some of its harness. It is possible this figure had a false leg. Keep digging. The sun is almost set and the sky has turned purple. You work harder still, creating a deep pit and getting down as far as the figure's knees. One leg is indeed wooden, the other trouser-clad bone. What's the point of this? Search the figure. You rifle around the figure's jacket, but find nothing of interest in its pockets, not even 1 gold piece. Around its neck, however, you find a small metal whistle, which you take. Okay, take the hat. I can take its hat too. No, it crumbles to dust. Take the hat from the creature's head, but it's of little use. More interested in what's left behind. Under the figure's thin covering of hair, you can see a dry, leathery scalp inked with another tattoo. Look at the head. You examine the tattoo carefully. It shows 2 long, thick lines that come together to form a V. At the top, another stroke crosses, so that the shape becomes an inverted A. Inside the top of an A, near the tip, is a black X inside an O. Perhaps it is a map, but if so, it is surely too vague to read. Are we gonna keep digging? Keep digging. Another night begins. You should find a place to sleep. You dig down to the creature's feet so it is standing proud in a 5-foot hole. Water begins to pool around your feet. The moon is climbing in the sky. The figure keels over, face down against the dirt. You've wasted a lot of time on burying it, but have discovered nothing. I'm not going to rebury it after all that time. Just leave it. Oh my god. You haul yourself up out of the pit and leave the figure standing in its hollow like a ghoulish statue. Suddenly, the creature in the pit begins to shiver and shake. It's moving, arms reaching out to grasp you. Watch. You watch in horror as the eyeless creature drags itself up from the pit to the edge and stumbles and clatters away westwards across the steps. It disappears into the dust, so after a short while you hear a clattering sound, most likely the sound of its bones falling to bits around it. Is there anything else in the pit? The pit is now half filled with sparkling, gleaming water. There must be an underground river here that is feeding it. Move quickly away from this ghoulish place. What was the point of all that? What was the point of all that? Let's go to the circle. I lost 5 stamina. Throff, can you heal me? You keep moving, ascending and descending. The moon gazes down impassively. The sudden sound of voices to your right startles you. Look around. You spin around to see 7 hooded shapes silhouetted against the dark. They form a circle, squatting on the ground, playing some sort of weird game, chanting in a curious tongue. Uh-oh. Look at the figures. You rub your eyes in disbelief. The figures shimmer, and it seems you can see through them, and they were certainly not here a moment before. One raises his head and stares straight at you, then calls you by name. We have awaited you, it breathes. You have made a good time to us. We are the 7 spirits. Come, join us. Uh-oh. Do we wanna join the cult? Cast a spell. Uh-oh. You raise your eyes to the heavens, but there is nothing here. Strange. You have heard rumors of spots where no stars at all are in alignment, but you've never found one before. The figures beckon you towards them in the very center of this magical darkness. Let's see what happens. Approach them. Warily you approach. Who are these creatures? How do they know your name? Will they offer you advice, or are they dangerous, as their skull mask faces suggest? The spirits rise from the ground as you approach, gliding silently through the air, passing through one another as they mingle and encircle you, linking hands. Caution is understandable, whispers a single voice, or 7 in tight unison, but fear us not. What are you? These bodies are not our natural bodies, merely shells, the voice declares. We cannot touch you, we cannot harm you. What are your natural bodies? Long dead, whispers the voice. We died, learning a chant to protect you from harm. You must hear it. We're in the present. We can go back in time to have a look at these people. It does feel like Death Eaters, I'm gonna be honest with you. What's the chant? The spirits begin to turn and dance around you, chanting in a whisper in unison, but you cannot understand the words. Repeat, they hiss. Sing with us. Repeating the words in a language you cannot understand is difficult. You try, but stumble over the first few lines. Use mag, use mag. As they chant, you begin to feel stars appearing in the sky above you. Magic. Should I chant it? Abril Madarbil. Arafar Arcry. This time you get a little further. Another round, and this time you get further, though you still do not know what it is you're chanting. Arbil Madarbil. Arafar Arcry. Arbor Madarfil. Noe Dole Mine. Silence is settling over the area, a strange and natural silence. Something is coming. No dole, low mine. You sing the chant in full, louder and more confidently. The clouds begin to churn in the sky. Then a loud crack breaks the stillness as a bolt of lightning skewers the place where the 7 figures stand. The lights clear and they have vanished. Look to the sky. You look up. The sky overhead seems to be breaking. The dome of the sky is now a lidded eye, cracking open. Something like a clawed hand has hold of you and is pulling you towards the top of the low mound. The ground itself is transformed into a face, and you are walking into its wide open smile. Struggle. Uh-oh. This is bad. You struggle and strain, but there is nothing to fight but the wind. Your heels score tracks in the dust. The force in you is like 100 invisible hands. Then you are above the wide open jaws of the face on the ground. This must be holy ground to some dread spirit, long forgotten by civilized peoples of the world. But you will not learn its name. You are not to be a follower. You are to be devoured. Run. You turn to run away and stumble. And suddenly stumble. Your legs are too weak to hold you. You have been poisoned. But no, looking down, you see your legs are suddenly thin, and your hands are thin and bony. Reaching up to your face, you find your hair is coming away in clumps and wrinkles and spreading over your skin. The sword falls from your hand, too heavy to hold. The serpent facing the ground laughs. The jaws of time are unescapable, it roars. Oh, it's the time serpent. You look up to the heavens, intending to cast a spell, but you cannot see the stars anymore. Your eyes have grown blurry and unfocused, and the night swims as if you're underwater. You tumble to the ground and hear the snap as the bones in your hip and pelvis give out. The serpent shifts closer. Just scream. You open your mouth to cry out, and your teeth scatter to the ground. A moment later, you cannot see. Another moment, and you are nothing but a skeleton. You stare through bone-dead eyes, cold, dry bones. You are nothing but cold bones. But then the winds drop once more. The clouds roll back. The steps are clearing. You feel yourself becoming young once more, bones strengthening and skin tightening. Whatever was pulling you towards death has released its grip. You turn to see a gigantic shape lift into the ground and swoop away northeast. It leaves a strange trail as it flies, and the wind from its movement knocks you to the ground. I'm not dead, guys. You stagger backwards, glad to be alive and keen to leave this accursed place. I'm not dead. We changed something for the Serpent of Time here. Look at that. There's like slivers of the past that have just like appeared. Did we just summon Satan? Like, I don't know. What did we do here? I'm very confused right now. I seem to be fine. I can go towards the tower too. We can have a look at the tower. Let's shine the light on that circle. You set off across the steps with an easy stride, but the firm, dusty ground becomes spongy, and after a while, you are no longer walking on firm ground, but rather striding between waist-high weeds in a deep and stench-filled marsh. The moon sets, more stars appear. You approach the edge of the mountains and the base of an old stone tower. A card from the cliff face itself. From the battlements of the tower protrudes a strange brass cylinder. Nestled between the stones is a large, closed door. Do you have your ring? Oh, that fucking Serpent of Time mugged me. Yeah, the ring is safe. We have Throff too. I hope we can heal soon. Your leg's gone again. Okay, let's enter the tower. Try the door to the tower. It is locked, but the wood is ancient and rotten and could most likely be broken. Cast a spell. I got a spell for this. Gonna adopt that right now. Opens locks and doors. You weave the starlight into the design around you, and slowly the ancient rusted lock on the tower door begins to turn and finally falls open. You peer inside. Darkness and a musty smell, like ancient sweat. Just want to see. Okay, I'm just having a look where the Serpent of Time is, because like there's a beacon here. I feel like you can get him with a lot of things. I don't know how we're supposed to beat this lad. Because people keep saying he's unbeatable, which seems problematic. Step into the tower. Step into the gloomy darkness at the base of the ancient tower. The ground underfoot is hard stone, wet with collected rain. Something growls at you from the back of the tower. I draw my sword. You draw your legendary sword and approach the creature. It is a wolfhound. Its eyes are red with madness from being trapped here so long in the dark. Let's make quick work of him. keep on hacking away until he dies. Doggo is dead. You wipe your legendary sword and gasp for breath as you look around the room. The wide tower base is empty, except for a flight of spiral stairs leading up to a hatch in the ceiling overhead. Try to ignore the smell of wet blood that fills the chamber, and search the gloomy arches under the spiraling staircase. In a forgotten corner, you unearth 3 gold pieces. I'll take it. Drop them in your purse. Time to leave this gloomy place. Up we go. You clamber up the spiral stairs to the hatch and go through the roof and up the tower. The cool wind of the steps hits you full in the face, snatching your breath away. This tower stands on the slope of one of the horns themselves, looking over the whole of the steps. In the top of this tower is another movable brass cylinder, like the last one you saw, set with a blue crystal. There are powerful, unusual stars here. Unusual stars. Oh. What spells we got? This causes I don't know if I want to do that. I want to kind of touch the beacon. Is Doc? How? Far. See the future. That makes sense. You sit cross-legged on the rocks and put your palms on the orb of crystal. You weave the spell and everything changes. Your vision is suddenly overtaken by a strange sight. You are lying down to rest by a deep fissure in the earth. The water of a lake glitters in near distance. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble. Jump up. You jump to your feet just as the rocks under your feet disappear down to the fissure. At first it seems as though the ground is sinking, but then you realize something is rising up through the earth. Something with a forked tongue. The vision fades. A little light glows in the east. Okay. Yep, that's the same one. So that's just the earth serpent. So there's multiple ways to kind of uncover it. We're being very thorough here with our search. Okay, let's activate the beacon. We'll adjust the beam. If I do that on the water serpent, he just disappears. The time serpent, he seems to be visible no matter what. This just turns almost everything to swamp. Except for that circle. The well is surprisingly intact too. See that? Do we want to investigate the stone circle? Yeah, I'd say we're going to investigate the stone circle, and then we'll find a way across the river. We know where the serpents are. This time there's water, and Earth is over there. Yeah, let's investigate this circle. And see what's going on. We'll rest here for the night too. You cannot choose a better place to rest. You close the hatch and lie down on top of it. Nothing will cost you now, unless it has wings. At least you had eaten once today already. Close my eyes. You stretch out and rest. You are unharmed here, and you do not dream. You ran out of provisions and gained some gold, and you collected the sun serpent and the air serpent, so you have now destroyed 4 of the Archmage's serpents. We're so close on this. I want to see if we can get them all. All 7. Perfect run. Okay, let's climb back down, and we're going to investigate that circle. Goddamn circles. Let's hop back outside. Step out of the tower once more. You feel Throth's presence in your mind, filled with disgust. I despise this land, she tells you. I repelled the waters once. I do not wish to have to do it again. The mountains to the east are impassable. The only way to walk is back across the rocks. Throth, can you heal me yet? No, she doesn't want to just yet. Okay, let's have a look at this over here. You're walking across boggy marshland. The air stirs, still cold but fresh. You walk across the marshland and pause inside a ring of 7 standing stones. Hawk, thank you for the 200 bits there, my man. Thank you very much. Okay, let's look at the stones. Each stone in the ring is the size and breadth of a man. They stand straight upright, except for one, which is listed sideways like an arthritic finger. A few are carved. In the very center of the ring, a flat stone lies an inch or so below the water level of the marsh. Wet things gulp and groan in the mud below. Let's look at the carvings. You trace the carving on one of the nearby stones. It shows a fearsome bird rising up into the sky, wings blotting out the rising sun. This is where we should have got the feather. stand in central stone, but nothing special occurs. If there's magic here, you cannot fathom it. You step out of the circle once more and plod on through the marsh water. We don't have the means to do that one. Yeah. That's a bit of a shame. I don't think we really want to explore the well again, honestly. We didn't exactly have a fine and dandy time the last time. Shall we adjust the beam so that it's somewhere else that might be of note? Yeah, time's getting a little funky. I kind of want to shine this beam over there, because I don't know how the mechanics of this are going to be at all. Yeah, let's head back to the tower. Okay, and I'm going to adjust it again. Go to the well and throw the sun snake in it. I'm not doing it. Okay, adjust the beam. I'm going to pop this here, just so this is like on this guy for later. Is it actually blocked by the mountain? Oh my god, it kind of is.
Put that can down, Dan. You've had enough.
Okay, well, I can get it. I can line it up there. There we go. Firewall, thank you for 1,000 bits. Get all the beams on the snake. Because I just don't know how it's gonna, like, the mechanics of the fight are gonna be. But, like, it's giving me an option to use time against him. So I don't know if that will be significant, but I'm gonna do it. It seems to have a mind of its own there. Did that do it? I don't know if it did. That's the thing. I don't even know if that beacon's doing anything. We have to make our way all the way back to this bridge to go forward now, as well. Because we need to meet the water serpent there and the earth serpent there. And there's some kind of settlement there too. I can touch the crystal. You're absolutely right. Touch the blue crystal. Fast travel unlocked. There we go. Oh, we saved a bunch of time. Okay, let's climb back down. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna see if we can finish this tonight. It's currently coming up to 10. I'm gonna go to at least 11, and we'll see how we're doing then. Door to the tower stands open. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, you splash through the water. After a while, it dries up. We're back in the marsh. Can I climb up the bridge? I think this is where... Climb the pillar. Yep. Briefly scour the pillar for suitable handholds, but the stone is featureless and smooth. There's no way up the bridge from here. Oh no. Okay, no, we can't actually climb it just yet. There might be a way up from there. Let's go back west. Yeah, we're just walking through the marsh, basically. Follow on to over here. The marsh dries up once again. You're quickly surrounded by trees. The sun lowers. It'll be night soon. Things flutter in the trees all around. The sun is sinking. Soon it will be dark. The dense branches give up, and the land changes to a miserable, fetid swamp. The sun is dropping down to the west. The swamp is broken by an enormous stone pillar like a giant's foot that strikes into the earth here and rises into the clouds overhead. You look up at the impressive pillar. Despite its incredible height, it seems to have been built by human hands. Indeed, there are a series of rungs in the stonework leading up. You clamber rung over rung up the side of the bridge. The rungs are firm and well set, so the climb is relatively straightforward, although you are careful not to look down. You quickly pass through the forest canopy, and several more minutes later, the top of the pillar is within reach. You clamber up on top of the bridge. Below you, a thick marsh spreads north and south between the thin lines of mountains. Okay. Wind plucks at your coat. Time to move on. Let's cross the bridge. You stride easily across the bridge, feeling like Herm, god of cloud cover, who walks the heavens as the day rolls by. It is a great pity whoever built this did not think to build a bridge all the way across Lake Akala. Throf's deep voice enters your mind. Do not be so confident, she warns you. You are a long way from the ground. Night falls. You need to rest, especially after walking so long on an empty belly. There are no handrails here. Sitting by the sheer drop at the edge of the road, a starved-looking man with legs folded beneath him and head bowed to the stone. He's perhaps asleep or drunk or dead. Let's just leave him alone. You aim to slip past him quietly, but his head rolls a little to one side as you pass. Spare a coin, the man begs. Sliding a palm, he perhaps does not have the energy to lift across the stone. Give him a coin. Hand him a gold coin with a nod. Use it wisely, you tell him. Thank you, stranger. What do you know of the 7 serpents? You open your mouth, preparing to ask the man for information in return for your gold, but the words fail when the beggar holds the gold coin out over the side of the bridge and lets it go. It twinkles as it sails out of sight. Here's another coin. You hand him another coin to replace the first, and he tosses that one off the bridge as well. Isn't falling wonderful? He says wistfully. Why'd you do that? You wouldn't understand. He shakes his head. Now give me another coin or push off. One more coin. You hand him a third coin. He tosses off the bridge and sinks into a deep, meditative silence. You leave the man and move along the bridge. What was the point of that? You reach the other side of the bridge. From here, a chiseled steps is just visible in the darkness, leading downwards towards water. You feel cheered by the sight. You have crossed the Horns of Ikala. Now only the lake stands between you and the road to High Zaman. This is not a place to sleep. You still have some way to travel before you clear of the backlands. We're in the final section, lads. Let's do it. Let's go. Back down the valley. You make your way down the mountainside slowly, being careful with your footing on the scree. The night air is cold. The air is like ice. The road down the slope passes a small stone house. The aged wooden door stands a crack ajar. Look inside. You peer inside the house. It's dark inside, but you can make out furniture coated by layers of dust. It seems that the place is no ruin, but it's clearly been uninhabited for some time. Let's enter this home. This is just barely trickling in. It's like scuffing between the clouds a bit. The inside of the hut is simple, but as you saw, well kept. In the center of the room is a table with one wooden stool, and in one corner is a straw mattress cot. A cauldron sits in the hearth, with a roasting spit above it. By the far wall is a sculling boat. Okay, look at the boat. It's clear that the boat is an ornament, or else the owner intended to repair it, but made no progress. It has several planks missing, no paint, and the woodworm has been burrowing constellations into its sides. But once it must have been a serviceable coruscant. Let's look in the cauldron. You peer into the cauldron, but if there's ever anything edible inside, it has long since turned to dust. The pot is quite empty. Looking under the table, there's nothing of note there too. What time is it at the moment? It is night. We can rest here. You push the door to and stretch out gratefully on the low cot. You've not yet eaten today, but you have no rations to ease your hunger. Close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You seem left alone here, and your night is untroubled by dreams. Okay. We lost some gold, we reached the lake, walked on an ancient backlands bridge, and collected the sun serpent. Okay. Get to your feet and stretch. Warm sunshine floods through the open south window of the house, making dust sparkle as it floats past. It's clear there is nothing here. You turn to go, and that is when you see the skeleton tied to the wall above the door frame. Uh-oh. Let's look at that skeleton. You stare up at it. The figure must have been a big man once. He has wide leg bones, now strapped with leather through iron pins hammered into the stone, and his shoulders are broad and stocky, now attached to hooks that still bear the trace of blood. His empty skull hangs low, sockets staring at the floor. Aside from the gruesome nature, there is something very strange about it all. Yeah, someone's been killed. I can cast a spell. Is this gonna give me res for once? Yes, it is. Resurrect the dead. Holy water. You take the gourd of holy water from your pack and cast your spell. The water begins to shimmer and shine with an inner light. Then you toss the holy water at the hanging skeleton. After a moment, the spell takes effect and the creature's head suddenly lifts up. The skull turns this way and that, and the arms tug at their restraints. Who are you? You call. The skeleton's head snaps around as though searching for you. It tugs and pulls at its bonds once more, and its jaw flaps, but it seems unable to speak. It doesn't do anything. Is there another spell I can cast? Can I read his mind? I don't have a skull cap. I can res him again. What the fuck is Big gonna do? There is... Big does not help this situation in any possible way. Soul in the stars, you bind the magic, swell in the tower over your surroundings. Lift down the skeleton. You reach up and slice the straps around the skeleton's legs, then you carefully lift him down from hooks and carry him over to his cot. At first he struggles and fights, but seems to relax into your arms as he realizes you are carrying him. Once on the cot, he seems to sigh and turns over, curling up as though into a peaceful sleep. But there is nothing else to be done. You leave the hut to continue your walk. We just put him to bed. The path from the mountain joins the road. Gradually you shrink back down to your normal size. The early morning sun makes the air glow. A little to the south, a river rushes by. We can go down to the river. You scramble down a slight slope to the bank of the river, which rushes up from somewhere underground, heading east towards the lake. Throw the sun serpent orb in the water. Just drink from the water, it looks refreshing. You step towards the water's edge and crouch low to scoop up a handful of water. It is cool and refreshing. Straightening up, you notice a pair of feet sticking out from under a rock close at hand. Oh, the feet are unshod, blackened and scabbed. The toenails are hooked with short, stubby claws. They are not human feet, but they are not the feet of a goblin or orc either. Nudge them. You nudge one foot with your boot. At first it's limp, then it twitches. Whoever owns these feet is still alive. And cover the legs. Oh, I should have cast Big. You begin lifting away the stones from above your feet, revealing a pair of spindly legs that go back into the rock pile. They twitch a little as you work, and you begin to hear a gentle rumbling sound. It's hard work, and after a moment you have to stop to rest. Cast a spell. What's it gonna let me do? Actually do sus here. This actually might be important. Turn the stars into shape around you, and a quiet voice enters your mind. The voice informs you that the sleeping body belongs to an aged elven, who is very weak and unlikely to be a danger to you. Then the voice fades. Okay, so let's cast Big now, and get him out of here. Our favorite spell. Big. Okay, we're several times our normal height. Keep working. You clear another layer of stones. The legs give way to a waist which is very gently rising up and down. Seems the owner is asleep. A small purse hangs from the belt within reach. Uncover the creature. Suddenly the rocks tumble in all directions as the creature sits up in alarm. Who's there? It squeals in alarm. What do you want? Who are you? Grab it by the ankles. No, greet it. What did I do to deserve this? Moans the creature. I'm lost, hungry, starving, and now this. He begins to weep. Who are you? My name is Kashish, the old elven replies. Who are you? I'm from Analant. You're big, whoever you are, he replies. What do you want? Yeah, I guess we still got the big spell cast. Why are you under the rocks? Well, he replies. Well, what? I was just lying down to rest in the dirt, he complains, and then you come along and try to bury me alive. You look like a starving dog. I buried you? I did no such thing. I didn't bury myself, he protests. I was asleep. So it must have been you. How long was he here? A few hours, perhaps. Then he frowns. Although I don't remember that river being here when I went to sleep. Okay, just... maybe he's traveled through time. He's been asleep a while. Try not to worry. The elven looks at you with deep suspicion, but doesn't say anything further. It is clear from his manner that he is anxious to get away from you as fast as he can. What do you know of the 7 serpents? He gasps in horror. The serpent, he replies. I saw a mighty serpent as I went to sleep. Where is it now? Still here, probably in the fissure, the elven replies, pointing at the river, or at least where the fissure was before it flooded. The elven shivers. It was horrible, the most horrible thing I ever saw. It was so bad I thought it was a dream. Okay, where are you going? You ask him. This is no place for an elven. I examine, he replies. That is my destination. You are a servant of the Archmage. Not yet. The elven looks awkward for a moment. I know the Archmage is said to be evil, but I don't see it. I see he's trying to bring this land together. I've had enough of goblins and ogres, haven't you? I shouldn't have said I was from Analand. I shouldn't have said I was from Analand. You go to join his cause. I suppose I do. He'll most likely kill you. And why would he do that? He's not a monster. I should not have said that. On the edges of Low Zaman near Lake Iklala. But how you got here to be here if you didn't know that, I can't imagine. Where am I anyway? Come with me, you suggest. I am also going to High Zaman. The elven considers that for a long moment. Then he shakes his head. Where I am going, I go alone, he replies. Perhaps I will see you again. A moment later, the creature is bobbed high into the air and begins to float away into the distance. Remember, my name, he calls out from the air, is Kashish. Remember that. The ground underfoot is stones and scree. A few skitter as you shift your weight and splash into the river. I shouldn't have let him get away. Okay, the cool waters of Lake Akala glitter a short distance to the east. Here in the morning light, you are sheltered from the winds of the steppes. But further east is nothing but the endless desolation that leads to Mampang. Let's move on. Let's keep making headway. You find a new clue. His name is Kashish. Oh, and that's the Earth Serpent, if I ever saw it. Oh god, but he's blipping in and out. He's in the present. I mean, I should, in theory, be able to get him. I just gotta find the way over there. Do I go to the lake shore? He's marked. Let's go to the lake shore. You follow the road as it curves and bends and finally begins to descend until it reaches the shores of the lake. Looking out across the vast expanse of still water, which stretches to the horizon, your resolve grows. How can you cross? There are no signs of either people or boats. The far shore is nothing but a blur against the sky. Blow the whistle. What does that even mean? Put the whistle to your lips and give it a short, shrill blow. The sharp note disappears over the still water. Gotta wait. For an hour you wait. Gradually you shrink back down to your normal size. Oh, you're still big. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. But apart from the occasional small animal darting around the waterline, the area seems to be completely deserted. In the distance over the water, a few bird-like creatures turn in the sky. Wait a little longer. Half an hour later, there are still no signs of intelligent life around the lakeshore. You begin to realize it is likely you will wait for a very long time for the means to cross Lake Ikala. It must be possible to cross the lake, but you may have to swim. Walk along the shoreline. For several strides, you follow the sandy shore eastwards, but find nothing of note. The shoreline ends in a collapsed seawall. It seems it was once a harbour of some kind. Thin clouds drift across the open sky above the lake. Oh, gather some sand. Yeah, you gather a handful of sand. Neat. I have my oil. I was just hoping I could find like a boat or something. Like the water serpent's apparently right there. I was told that he would only attack me when I was in the water. And I would have to swim a while to get him across. Walk the other way. You walk back and try the other way. Again, you come across nothing that might help you across. Do I just swim? I think I'm just going to try swim it. Yep. The lake is wider than the eye can see. To swim across it might take an entire day. You cannot be sure. Swim. Step down to the water's edge. Do what you can to secure your pack and then dive in. At least the water is warm. But he's disappeared from view. We're swimming. That costs stamina too. You fall into a steady stroke through the water. After so long walking, it's almost pleasant change to swim. The sun has reached its highest point. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. The water is strangely thick and curiously buoyant. It seems to keep you afloat with little effort required, but the same buoyancy makes moving through the water hard work. I need to get around to this serpent. I'm going to see if there's a way up. You swim on through the water. It is exhausting work. The afternoon is watching on. A shoal of brightly coloured fish pass by just under the surface. One nips at your fingers with tiny teeth. Just ignore him. You ignore the tiny fish's attentions. It's too small to do you any harm. The shoal turns about in a flash and is gone. Swim quickly away before they can return. There's the middle of the lake and there's near the island. You try to sustain a regular stroke as you swim. The sun is sinking. It will be dark soon. You pause for a moment, treading water and catching your breath. The size of the lake is beginning to dawn on you. Just keep swimming. Thinking about it can do you no good. You set your mind to swimming. How do I get that earth serpent? How do I get back up there? On the lake. Swimming like this is hard work. The sun is all but gone. Soon it will be dark. A dark shadow passes across the water. Look up. Looking up, you see a large winged form passing across the bright sky. It flies fast and high. A serpent? You steal your courage. Is it one of the serpents that you were warned would be here in the lake? But no, this creature does not have the long twisting tail of a snake. The creature circles back above your position. It has seen you. A birdman. Of course, it's a birdman from the high peaks of High Zaman, beating his way across the water. In its arms, you make out something else. It seems the birdman is carrying something. No, someone. What is it? You stop and stare upwards, trying to make out the figure against the shadowy creature and this bright sky beyond. You can see nothing but it is human in shape. Well, it looks like two long horns rising from its head. It seems limp, perhaps even dead. The birdman swoops low, heading towards an eastern island. Wait and watch. You wait, and after a few long minutes, the creature rises once more into the sky. It's now empty-handed. It flaps away east. It was the spot from before the beach. The beacon was blocking the serpent. Wait, is there... Wait, so are you telling me that there is a path here? Do I have to... Should I go back? Hang on. Because I do want to make sure I get this. Because I know he's here. I know he's here. Was there a path that I missed? Because I don't see it myself. Another beacon further up. There is. There's a tunnel. Is there? Okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna trust you guys on this. Okay, leave the shore. I want to go to the mountain when the lines aren't there. There we go. Yep, thanks for that, lads. You leave the shore for an old road across the plains. Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. It's very warm now. You begin to sweat into your pack. You stand in the foothills of the mountains. Looking east, the wide waters of the lake gleam in the sunlight. A high point in the rocks would make a good place to stop and eat. Just to the south is a deep fissure in the land, as though something gigantic had stamped its foot and cracked the earth. look for the serpent in the fissure. You can see nothing but an endless drop. Step back. You take a step back and then are almost knocked over. Suddenly, a rock explodes out of the ground, just a few spans from where you stand. It begins to roll down the slope towards the fissure, but then abruptly it stops, reverses direction, and begins to roll towards you. It dodged left, and the rock shoots past you, impacting into dust against an overhang. The rumbling is growing louder, an even bigger explosion is coming. Okay, cast a spell. Let's fight this Earth Serpent. What have we got? Walk. Create a shield. Requires 1 stamina and a gold piece. Let's try it. Make a shield. You place a gold piece on your wrist and cast a spell, and a moment later the coin is gone. You feel the weight of an invisible shield in your arm. The rock surface explodes and you are showered with fallen stones. The rocks rain down but bounce harmlessly off your shield. You are knocked off your feet all the same. The ground opens up directly where you fall, forming the shape of a freshly dug grave. Down the pit. You're at the bottom of a deep pit. Dust and small stones are still raining over the lip. Your shield shimmers out of existence. Look around. The walls of the pit are smooth, not carved, as though this pit had been drilled. There is no way to climb out. The earth below is creaking and hissing with steam. So look up. You're about 9 feet below the rim of the pit. You may be able to jump and grab the edge, but it's unlikely. Suddenly, a rocky protrusion breaks through the pit floor. It glows red. It's boiling hot. We might need more magic to escape this. This is definitely the Earth Serpent. I can teleport. But I can also just rise back out of the pit. Rise back out of the pit. Zen. Reaching up to the constellations overhead, you create the spell and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. Out of the pit. You fall up out of the pit, which fills with burning hot rocks and lava just as you escape. You're out of the pit, but the danger is by no means past. Cracks are radiating across the ground. One opens beneath your feet. You jump clear. You jump clear just in time to avoid being swallowed. Turning, you spot a large boulder on top of the rise where you pause the rest, teetering. Dodge to the left. Prepare to dodge but find something is holding your leg. A small green snake has wrapped itself around your ankle and has attempted to bite. Run it through. Draw your sword to run the creature through when suddenly it begins to grow in size. The skin blisters and breaks, and a huge winged serpent made of crystals and rock coils up, spitting stone shards as it hisses. This must be the Earth Serpent itself. Suddenly, everything seems to slow to a crawling pace. Okay, look around. You look around fearfully. Surely the Time Serpent is not here as well. But no, someone else is causing this. Throff's voice intones in your head. This is the Serpent of the Earth, a demon of the worst kind and my mortal foe. How can it be defeated? The serpent draws its strength from mine own earth, but is not respectful unto me. Throff's voice is rising in passion. You have my permission to remove it from my realm. The serpent's jaws are open and wide, even as the goddess holds you fast. I'll kill it. But the voice of the goddess has already left you. A moment later, everything snaps back to normal, and the serpent is coming for you at terrible speed. Cast a spell. What was it Huff that counters the Earth Serpent? I think so. You just get it off the ground. Oh, and I can also do SSS. Talk to serpents. Foolish adventurer, it cries. You may control me now, but I will still eat your bones. What advice can you give me? Beware the breath of the Mucalitics, but I will tell you no more. And I hope you will forget. Oh gee, I hope you don't remember this. I'm gonna get in trouble if you do. What's your weakness? I am never weak. So long as I am in contact with the ground, there will be of no aid to you. It's too late for you to prepare. Now prepare to die. Okay, well, thanks, buddy. Let's huff this one out. You gather the constellations into order around you, placing your gale into your lips and playing a clear tone. A powerful wind is summoned, striking the wings of the snake and lifting it up into the air. The serpent roars and hisses, but once off the ground, everything changes. The earth settles and the serpent itself shrinks once more to the size of a small snake. Strangle it. He strangled a snake. You catch the creature's throat in one fist and throttle the life from it. It rattles, gasps, and then hangs limp from your fist like old rope. The earth below is still. You've defeated 5 of the 7 serpents. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. The rocks around are smooth and unbroken. The whole thing might have been a dream, but for the piles of stone dust that cover the ground. Gather some stone dust. Time to resume your journey. Only 2 more serpents remain at large. As you turn to leave, you feel Throth's benevolence descend upon you, a reward for your service to her. My work with you is done, she tells you. I must make space for your true spirit to return, if it can find you in this accursed place. But no, Throth, do not go. Throth's gentle laughter makes the ground below ripple and move. You cannot command the earth. The booming voice of Throth goes quiet. In its place there is nothing, only silence. All is silence with just the wind through the fissure below. Your heart and the skies above are empty. Oh. We lost her. We lost her. Okay, there is a whole thing up here. Shall we quickly make our way to that tower? Get the ferry and see if we can get like a ferry or something to cross the lake. We're very near the end now. I want to see if we can wrap this up by 11, I'd say. Should we go north? We'll just see if we can get something. You continue following the long road. The afternoon is drawn on. The stone underfoot turns into carved slabs, buried by layers of dust. It seems you are walking along what was once a wide flagstone road. Examine them. You pause to look in the cracks between the stones, hoping to find perhaps a gold piece or two buried under the topsoil. But there's nothing. This place has been scoured bare by the wind of centuries. Looking northwards, you can see the northern reaches of the Zanzunu peaks. Somewhere there lies the ruins of the ancient city of Tinpang, once filled with the Archmage's most devout followers. Let's go. The road curves as you follow it. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. A little dust below across the surface of the ancient road. Suddenly you hear the sound of hoofbeats. Something is coming towards you along the old stones. Next thing you know, you are knocked flying by a low armored creature. It is a roach pig. Let's just kill this real quick. Quick ol' zap. What do you mean zap is unknown? You attempt to raise a spell that does not exist. What do you mean? What? Okay. Well, we gotta fight it now. Yeah, that was zap. Wrong P. Does it track that? Like, is it case sensitive? Oh no. Okay, well, we'll just make quick work of it anyway. It's all good. We lost some stamina from the spell, but it's dead. You wipe the thick pig blood from your blade and stretch. Cut off some meat. You hack off a hunk of meat and wrap it in some spare cloth. You try to arrange what is left as dignified a manner as you can. Raw meat must be cooked before it will serve as a ration. Continue to walk. Okay, we just gotta make it to that tower. You follow the old road. The sun is sinking. It will be dark soon. The road passes between the pillars of a ruined stone gate and opens out into a wide plaza of low ruins. Okay, let's just keep moving. Silent City echoes to the sound of the footsteps on the road. You're aware you are headed away from Salmon and not towards it. Perhaps the ruins of this place will have something to aid you. Enter the city. Follow the outline of a street into the first of several open plazas. It seems this was once a city, hewn into vertical layers in the northern cliff face itself. Now it is as though a great clawed creature has scratched it from existence. Few dwellings remain, but most are broken piles. Only one structure remains standing, a tower that rises somewhere to the west. Clouds begin to tumble across the darkening sky. Soon it will be dark. Okay, to the tower. I want to turn this on. Base of the tower, so amidst all the level buildings, its walls stand firm. Let's turn this one on for us. Door opens easily. The inside of the tower is much like the others you have seen, except that perhaps it was once decorated. The walls are hung with rotten strings, and you are set with empty candle brackets. You could go up the tower or back out onto the street. Up we go. The tower has a brass cylinder. From here, the plan of the old city is quite clear. Winding streets and blocks leading towards and then up the cliff face. Though it's all been scrubbed clear, the stain of human habitation still remains. Okay, turn on the beacon. So you can get like a full-on town here. But what I want is this bit over here, I think. Because I want to see if I can get like a boat that will help me get across the ocean. So that's where I'm going to put it. You adjust the cylinder, now almost accustomed to the curious effect of the magical light. It seems to bring the dust of this dead land to life like a sunbeam picking out motes in the darkness. You feel better for having touched the cylinder. That restored stamina too. Okay. Let's climb on back down. Head off into the ruins once more. Darkness closes in. You should try to find a suitable spot to sleep, especially after going all day without eating. Or just sleep in the ruins of the city? Let's sleep in the ruins. The ruins of the city are quite extensive. Whatever happened here, it's scooped away great sections of the city, so the streets are raked by gigantic claws. The grandest houses are those near the cliff face. Further from the slope, the dwellings become smaller and less remains. The moon crawls across the heavens like a dud pearl. Let's take refuge in the low city. You walk through the ruins of the buildings that spread across the floor of the valley. One seems to be a large warehouse, though whatever was stored here has been taken by the winds long ago. Keep exploring. Pick your way over a low wall and through a shadowed outline of a family home. A vague depression in one corner indicates an old fire pit. Let's look here. You scratch in the dirt of the fire pit for some time but find nothing beyond a few shards of broken pottery. You leave the old house by what was once the doorway. Scratched on the doorstep is a chiseled mark, perhaps a drawing of some kind. Have a look. You squat to examine the marks. They were perhaps once more detailed and are almost worn away by scour and dust. A cat, large and striped, is curled up into a ring for warmth. Oh. Can I talk to the cat? No. But I can use sus. Sense danger. You cast a spell and a steady voice begins to speak to you. The voice tells you the city is now empty, though not entirely without its dangers, particularly in the upper half of the city. With that, the spell fades. There's nothing more to be done. You loop through another house but find nothing. These streets have been reduced to mere marks in the dust. There are no signs left to tell you what happened here. Nothing more will be discovered. Yep, let's make our way back then. We're just a happy cat. Yep, it's not a place to linger. We could rest in this pocket of time. Maybe. The road curves gently as you follow it. As you walk, the pavement improves. It becomes smoother. This is now the dead of night. The road begins to bustle with people who seem to emerge through the dust and mist and rumble past in their carts. Let's look at them. Of all the strange things you have seen out in the waste, this is the strangest. These people come from nowhere and go nowhere, and the same travelers pass by again and again, waving the same greetings down to you. You stride on through the crowds. After a few minutes, you encounter a small girl, sitting on her own and staring into the distance. Let's say hi. You go over to her and squat down your ankles. Greetings, little girl, you begin. The girl looks up at you sharply. You're in the wrong place, she says, aren't you? In a manner of speaking, yes. I can see it, she says. No one else seems to notice, but I can see it. What can you see? I think it must be a curse, she replies. Thoughtfully, adults are so forgetful. They forget everything. Where are your parents? They've been lost, she replies. I think they must have forgotten themselves. She points up the road towards the great stone arch at the entrance to the city. When did they rebuild that, she asks. I have seen that arch broken, you tell her. She nods. I knew it. Didn't I say? You're in the wrong place. I could tell by the way you were looking at people. Are you the one that stole my parents? No. She shakes her head and then stands abruptly hitting you. I think you are. I can tell you are. No one else can see it, but you can. It was you, and I want him back. With that, she rushes away and is quickly lost in the strange mist. All is quiet once more. Okay, see you later, little girl. Continue to walk along the road. Travelers just kind of coming past. To the lake shore. Day 12. Collected the Sun Serpent and the Earth Serpent. We've now defeated 5. Okay. Follow the road downhill to the lake shore. The bay is quiet, though judging by scattered litter, it has been a busy day. Lines of boarded up huts follow the curve of the shore, and heaped here and there are piles of rotten fish parts, left over from great feats of cooking. Look across the water. You walk down towards the edge of the water and look southwards. The surface is almost mirror flat, the reflection of the moon broken by only the occasional ripple. Familiar stars seem to lie on the ground, their pattern visible to all. Look through the rubbish piles. Is there anything here? Without any thought to the smell, you dig through one of the nearby piles of fish heads, scales and bones and other body bits from the day's catchings. At the bottom of the heap you find a single gold piece, which hardly seems worth the smell of and oil that now covers your fingers. A few things growl in the bushes near the shoreline. Let's see if we can leave the shore. Head away back up the slope. Wait. Why isn't it letting me go onto the water now? Hang on. Let me just go back. Follow the road as it bends. Yep. The stalls and there's a shore. We might as well investigate the stalls while we're here. On the other side of the bay area from the waterfront is a line of stalls. Most sell food, grilled fish, and fruit. There's also a bottle seller selling stoppered bottles. Ooh. I think if we have anything, in case we have to swim, it's going to perish in the lake. If I had to guess, because we're swimming. It'll be soaked. So, bottles is the way to go. Stop at the bottle seller stall. He has shelves and shelves of bottles of all different shapes and sizes and colors. A few are filled, but most are empty. You greet the bottle seller. Let's ask. You have a lot of bottles here, you remark. It's not my passion if that's what you mean, but I'm very, very good at making bottles, as you can see. Okay, look at the filled bottles. Most of them seem to contain nothing but colored water and are probably still filled simply to show off the craftsmanship of the glass. But a rack at the front appears to contain Blimberry potion, and the row behind is labeled Holy Water from the Temple of the Mule. Okay, buy the Blimberry potion. Oh, it's 7 gold. That's very expensive. It's not entirely the cost of the liquid, he answers. The bottle is highest quality as well. You know what? I'm gonna buy it. Be careful of the glass, he says. Okay, bid him farewell. Go elsewhere. Let's go to the shore. You walk down the shoreline. The water looks clean and inviting, though it is almost certainly freezing cold. In the far distance, boats punt this way and that between scattered islands. Blowing the whistle, it's supposedly that's for a ferryman or something, but I think I'm doing something wrong. Call out for a boat. Let's swim. Swim. Okay, in we go again. This is gonna cost us a fair bit of stamina. We fall into a steady stroke through the water. After so long walk, it's almost pleasant change to swim. Yep, it's the same as before. Time Serpent is on that island. There is a beacon there too, and there's a hut. We have to try and find him. Okay, just ignore the fish. Same as before. We can go near the island, or we can just go from middle of the lake. I don't know where he's gonna be. Try the middle of the lake, just first. Try to sustain a regular breath. Yep, just keep swimming. Set your mind to swimming. Okay, you know what? We're gonna check that house then. Near the island. Swimming like this is hard work. The sun is all but gone. It will be night soon. A dark shadow passes up across the water. Dive under a moment. You waste no time. Whatever it is large and you are vulnerable. You gulp a breath and dive under the water. The shadowy shape seems to hover above, circling. You swim away. You swim away under the surface. You soon lose track of the shadowy shape, but hopefully it loses track of you. Come up for air. And yet we swum within reach of the bay of a low island. You need to go ashore and recover. You haul yourself gratefully up onto the shoreline. Another night begins. You need to rest, especially after so much going on an empty stomach. There's no way to cross the water in the dark, and exploring the inland will be unwise. You'll have to rest here. Then you're packed down on the shore of the lake. You try to stretch out despite the shivering cold of your still wet clothing. You've eaten nothing today, but you have no provisions and only a single vial of blimberry juice. Try to pray. There's movement nearby. Keep praying. You continue your prayer, opening yourself to whatever has approached. With a sudden rush, your soul filling as though your mouth had opened and the stream was pouring in. The gorilla is back. Thank you, gorilla. And we'll drink the potion too. You feel somewhat improved and your hunger is abated. Then you lie back and try to forget your troubles. You dream that you are trapped in a low straw hut, its door sealed with bolts made of bones. A small fire is burning in one corner, but quickly spreads until you're surrounded by flame. You feel yourself starting to sweat from the heat. And you wake up to find a ball of fire raging mere inches from you. Uh-oh. Let's look at it. The fire does not seem to be fueled. It's a ball about 3 feet wide, gushing with smoke and steam. A moment later it unravels and curls into a long animal form. It's a firefox. It's an internet browser and it's coming for you for your neck in a blaze of fur and fire. It's Mozilla. He's back for blood. Heard you were using Chrome. I can straight up do FOF. But I'm wondering if there's anything better I can do. Rock turned to stone. That actually seems kind of effective on fire, doesn't it? Let's try it. Craft the magic, tossing out a handful of stone dust at the firefox, but the creature balls up into flame once more, and the stone dust burns the sparks in a moment. I guess we're fighting. That's fine. He doesn't have too much health. We should be okay here. Yeah, he like, threw his entire body at us there. Sideswipe, and he's dead. Wait, no, he has a little more HP. Okay, defend 1. Bastard. Okay, cut. 3 stamina lost, so he hurts you for a lot more damage. Okay, we got him though. Collapse back, exhausted and scorched from the encounter. With luck, the rest of the night will be more peaceful. Search the creature. The creature has no possessions, of course, but has a fine array of teeth, including 4 front fangs that seem to glow with a faint heat. Take them. With the tip of your sword, you dig out the first of the creature's fangs. But as you tug it free, the tube cracks and suddenly erupts into flame. You drop it smartly, and the fire burns a moment longer before going out. Leave the other teeth. Rubbing your scalded palm ruefully, you leave the rest of the teeth. You're in no mood for any more bloody work. Time to rest. Day 13. We gotta get to the time serpent. And we gotta find the water serpent too. The island is thickly wooded, but all the trees have died, and the whole forest is grey and desolate. In the shallows stand a tall pole from which hangs a bell. Let's look at the bell. The bell is set with a silver clapper attached to a rope. The wind shifts a moment, bringing with it a terrible stench, then the smell is gone. Might as well. Looking up, you see the clapper of the bell has been lost. Let's explore inland. Move away from the shore and the cover of the island. You head away from the shoreline to the trees. You walk up the path from the shore to a small clearing in a dead forest. At the center is something that used to be a hut, but now it's just 3 rickety walls and part of a roof. Look inside. Inside is an old woman. An old woman is hunched over a table scattered with vials, broken jars, and plants you don't recognize. She's mixing some kind of bright green paste. and so absorbed in her work she doesn't notice you. Let's approach. Greetings, wise woman. My apologies for the intrusion. She squints at you, sucking on her few teeth with a wet pop. What? Who are you? I'm on a quest. What, quests are no good. Leaving home will get you killed, you know. I only ever leave my island for ingredients. Ingredients? For my potions, she says, waving her shoulder at a shelf, groaning with concoctions and jars. These islands are brimming with herbs and dirt clumps I've never seen before. They probably all have 100 uses. After so long in this cruel wilds, this woman makes for unexpectedly pleasant company. What do your potions do? I can never be sure, she replies with a shrug. I experiment. I push the boundaries of the healing arts. I've created several new recipes that you won't find anywhere else. That sounds most interesting. See, I studied at the fortress, no less. They were so impressed with me, they suggested some independent study. That's what I've been doing, alone, for 47 years. What's your name? You know, that's an excellent question. Aren't you curious? Here, let me try something on you. A pick-me-up strong enough to get you through the lake, even up the mountains. What do you say? What's in it? A very powerful healing potion, she says. You won't find this in some market, oh no. I'm doing experiments that are so experimental, even I don't know what I've put in. But there's some Allscap, flattened goblin hair, and a bit of unicorn meat. But that's mostly for flavor. She's gone mad. Goblin hair. What? No, I never said that. Why would I put goblin hair in a healing potion? That's what you said. Goblin hair would be all wrong, she says. It's a cure for baldness. Now, I distinctly remember telling you the potion has Allscap, catfish whiskers, and levitated sand for the color. Okay, bottoms up. Potion slides down your throat. Your legs begin twitching and wobbling violently. Every step is a frenzy of bending knees and feet moving in random directions. Spend a few minutes in the nearby forest, bashing in the trees and kicking underbrush before you gain control of your legs again. Return to the shore of the lake. Oh, there's a bell here. I can throw something at the bell if I want. Throw the whistle. Oh, I have 1 coin. Let's try it. You flick a gold piece at the bell. It rings with a clear note, but your missile bounces away into the water of the lake and sinks out of sight. Nothing happens. Okay, well, back into the water we go. We still haven't found the water serpent. Yep, swimming is going well. There's another beacon here, so we can do something with that. Thank you for 100 bits. Thank you very much. Go towards the beacon. You keep a steady pace as you make your way through the water. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds pick up. You pause for a moment. Several yards ahead, the water is bubbling upwards. Approach it. This could be it. Cautiously, you splash towards the frothing water. Closing in, you start to notice that as each bubble breaks on the surface, there is a sickly smell. Look down into the water. You hold your breath and put your face into the water to peer through the murk. Somewhere, far below, something shadowy is moving slowly by. The bubbles rise from a hole in its back. Then the shadow passes and it's gone. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer, but nothing changes. Seems whatever was here has truly moved on. Does anyone know where I might find the water serpent on this lake? Because, like, this seems so vast. I don't know where I'm just supposed to swim. Like, I'm gonna just make my way to that island. Swimming like this is very tiring. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air damp. You stop briefly, holding up your spell and catching your breath. Looking up, you sense a suitable formation of stars above you. You have to get tired. No amount of magic will shrink the size of the lake. You move onwards. Okay, near this island next. Swim drawn through the water. It's tiring work. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You've swum into sight of a small island, but the shoreline is too rocky and rough to swim ashore. You'll have to keep going. Interesting. Oh god, and the time ripples are getting bad because I want to find the water serpent, but it's having none of it. Are we in the present? You accidentally swallow a mouthful of lake water and feel yourself begin to gag. Just spit it out. Spit it out, and a thick leech the size of your thumb goes flying into the water as well. Swim away. Splash and swim frantically away from the leech before it can find its way to you. Okay, between the islands. We need to make it onto the Time Serpent's island then. Swimming like this is hard work. Night falls. You should find somewhere safe to sleep, especially after swimming all day without food. Short distance ahead, another commotion in the water appears, but this one is unavoidable. Leaping up from the water, a small school of flying fish are springing into the air and flying towards you. I draw my sword. I can take them. Fight an entire shoal of fish with a sword will be difficult, but you have no choice but to try. Defend. They're just descending under the water. The shoal winds its way back, then turns to face you. The fish leap from the water, arcing up to destroy you. Oh god, we just barely got him there. The fish start and flicker in the water, gliding in an agitated state of view. The fish disappear a moment later. Little jab. Oh, just barely. I'll take it. You pant with relief, exhausted from the encounter. Collect a few fish. Command fire to cook them, they should be most delicious. How do I get to the Time Serpent's island? I don't see the way up. Can I go around here maybe? Maybe that's the way I have to go. Okay, you rest on the lake. Yep, here we go. Stars turn the sky overhead. After a few minutes, you look up from the water to see an approaching fin. Is this him? Tread water. You hold your position in the water, hoping the gigantic fish will not notice your presence. It approaches slowly but steadily. Keep waiting. You wait as the fish approaches closer still. It passes to one side of your dorsal fin cut in the water. Do nothing. Stay absolutely motionless. The tall fin sweeps past you and then disappears from view. Okay, we're almost here. Swimming like this is very tiring. The cold night lingers on. You stop briefly, lifting your face from the water. You've swum within reach of a rocky island. You cannot keep swimming without a break. Go ashore. Okay, we're on the shore. It's just gonna fall asleep here. We've not eaten. We're tired. Vivid dreams of laughter. It's not going too well. Day 14. It's been 2 weeks. I've had this option so long. Is now the time to do it? Will this bait the water serpent? Or no, it won't. Some people are saying no. Some people are saying it baits them. Let's try it. You toss the orb away into the water and sinks rapidly out of sight. Its light fading from view. Keep watching. You keep watching, not quite believing it could be so simple, and your suspicion is well founded. From underwater, a powerful glow suddenly erupts, as though the sun had risen beneath the surface. Then the sun rises, eventually leaping from the steaming, hissing water in the form of a serpent, weakened but not defeated. Okay, let's finish it off. Finish it off. Kill this fecker. Okay. Sun Serpent is dead for good. 5 dead. You don't have to worry about him just being in a backpack. I forgot to do SSS. It's fine. We'll be okay. Okay, rest and recover. Seat yourself by the lake shore to rest. Let's explore inland. Are we going to be able to beat the time serpent at all? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to stop him. You head away from the shoreline up the rocky slope of the island. Low shrubs grow from the cracks between the large stones. The wind drops. Even the water below seems to stand still. This island is quiet, deadly quiet, as though nothing here was alive at all. The air seems to shimmer slightly. It is as though you can see the beacon's beam here. In this one place is the whole of the Backlands. Look ahead. You make out a bowl-shaped depression in the ground, some kind of pit. At its base lies something, a coiled shadow, but you cannot make out what it is without getting closer. Cast a spell. I mean, there is danger here. But we'll cast Sus anyway. Spin the starlight into a pattern around you and a calm voice speaks into your thoughts. The voice warns you that the island is occupied by the most dangerous creature. The capability to destroy time itself. The spell fades. Okay, let's keep climbing. Continue climbing up the strange dead slope. The path turns and descends to a bowl-shaped pit. Here he is. You crest the edge of the rocky pit and look down. The coiled shape you saw earlier is still there, curled up, apparently asleep. No. You begin to cast a spell, spreading your arms wide, but of course you only have one arm. The other was lost on the climb up the hill, don't you remember? The dark shape uncoils, turning its vast jaw towards you what is clearly a smile. Just stay still. I am dead, the serpent says, speaking with grandiose slowness. I devour all, destroy all. Nothing can withstand me. I end all. I shall end you. I have already done it. Welcome to your death. I know who you are. You won the 7 serpents of Mampang. And which, pray, am I? You are the serpent of time. Serpent nods. So I am, and all the times are as one to me. Raise my sword. No, it's not going well. Your hand is empty. You have no sword, of course. How could you have forgotten? You lost it in the storm on the lake, just as you lost everything. For a moment, the beacon light around the serpent seems to make it freeze, and it shakes itself free once more. Turn to run, but you cannot. Your legs are buried several rocks deep in the ground. The serpent seems to almost chuckle. All endings much have a moment in which they end. Must have a... This is yours. No, that was yours. Attack. No, you die. You move to attack with your fists alone, but somehow you cannot. But don't you remember? You died yesterday. You were eaten while you slept. Okay. I don't know how to get that beacon, is the thing. Do I rewind all the way to the shore to realign that one? Do I go all that way back? I think I have to. Yeah. We have to bear in mind that we still have to kill the sun serpent. This is very far back. Okay. You probably need to change the time for that rocky shore so you can get up. Yeah, I would say so. Okay, let's try it. I can point this at him as well, which is interesting. Can I get the... do I want to point them all at him? Or do I need this tower here? I'm gonna need that tower, aren't I? So do I point it at this tower first? You need that tower. Okay, we can start fast traveling. Yep. Touch the blue crystal. Let's turn on another beacon. Adjust the beam. There we go. Okay, that's pretty good. Touch the blue crystal. Because he seemed to have been stunned by the beacons. So maybe this is the only way to beat him. Just the beam. There we go. Okay, touch the crystal. So we just need to find a way onto that island. I think that's the main thing we're missing right now. There's gotta be some way. Swim there now. Yeah, we'll go back here. You can climb it now, can I? Will I just be straight up able to climb it? Okay, I'm gonna power through it and we're gonna get to that island. Because I want us to do this tonight. I want us to get all the serpents. Make our way back. Wait, you need a boat for the island. How do I get... I don't know how to get the boat is the thing. Ignore the people. Ignore her. You don't need a boat. We're messing with time quite a bit right now. Lake shore. Okay, we're at the lake shore now. I'm gonna see if I can quickly get some food too. Visit the fruit seller. 1 apple, 2 gold pieces. Buy some fruit. Just buy 1. Okay, and go elsewhere. On the harbor, call for a boat. I don't know if I can. I call out for a boat. Blow the whistle. Yeah, it doesn't tell me. There's nothing there. Can I swim out to this now? I hope I can. We're gonna find out. Let's go. Into the ocean. Ignore the fish. Hop over to this island. Keep swimming. This house is like kind of coming in and out of existence now. Wait, I didn't mean to go ashore. Oh no, you need to go ashore and recover. Okay, on the shore. Wait, the island's thickly wooded, but all the trees have died, and the whole forest is grey and desolate. It seems someone has left a boat here. It's pulled neatly up on the shore with oars stowed. Push the boat out. Push the boat out into the lake and hop aboard. The craft looks well built and freshly oiled. You should make excellent time. Row the boat onwards across the water. The sun begins to drip, heading towards the horizon. You pull on the oar, sliding forwards through the water. But is this gonna be weird because time is rippling? Because if I move here, I'm crossing... You row the boat across the water. The sun lowers towards the horizon. No? It seems to be fine. I can approach the bubbling again. down into the water. Wait a little longer. It's letting me keep the boat. Yeah, the boat is working. Okay. Yeah, we're almost there. We come into sight of the small island. Go ashore. You row the boat onwards across the water and pull up onto the shore. The sun disappears. There's no way to cross the water in the dark. And exploring inland will be unwise. You have to rest here. Then you're packed down on the shore of the lake. You try to stretch out despite the shivering cold of your still wet clothing. You've eaten nothing today, but there's nothing you can do to fill your belly. Try to pray. The gorilla. I summon you. Okay, and that was the same nightmare we had before. Oh no! It was the same firefox as before. Okay, look at it. Let's just cast a spell this time and just kill him. Gorilla has returned. A Nif? That's not gonna help. I feel like more fire is not the solution. Raz, I can sharpen my blade. Rock did not work last time. Just create a shield. Yeah, but walk. Let's fight him again, and maybe this should protect us in the fight a bit. Assuming we actually get hit at some point. Cast wet. Oh. Oh, I got it wrong. I'll rewind in a moment. Rest up. Does not want to attack. Oh, his fur bristles when he wants to attack. That's how you know. Front paws ignite with fire. Yeah. Okay, try again. He's got some easy tells. There we go. It limps back. So just a gentle blow. Crouches down and snarls. Okay, snarling is not indicative of an attack. His eyes flash, that means he's going in. Scratches at its fur, that means he's probably defending. It howls and whimpers. Okay, we almost got it now. Fire flickers across its back. Finish him off. Okay, continue. We won't search the creature because its teeth just kind of exploded last time. So we'll just leave it be. Take a rest on the island. In the distant water, you see a fleet of fishermen row past and catch a moment of their singing. Do I have to killing the sun serpent here? No, I'm gonna wait till if we encounter the water serpent. Explore inland. I want to find the water serpent and see if there's any interaction with the sun serpent because it said that they were lovers. The path winds along the shoreline, skirting an area of dense trees. Then it ducks below the canopy, and you're surrounded by the column of strange creatures. Insects and birds buzz past your face. From the shore, you see a stone tower sticking up between the trees that fill the island's heart. But now you cannot see the way forward, and the paths seem to twist and turn about. Use the compass. You take it out and watch the needle as it settles into place. Eventually, it shows you a narrow track through the trees. A flock of nearby birds startle at something, lifting suddenly in the trees. Follow the track. After a few minutes of walking, you come in sight of the base of a stone tower. Thanks, compass. Yep, a door is open. Come on in. The inside of the tower is dank and filled with mud, as though it's been flooded and emptied several times. Stone stairs curve up to a hatch in the roof. You gasp as you notice the walls, which are covered floor to ceiling with intricate carvings. Suddenly, something lights up in one dark corner. A flame. Just look at it. As you watch it swells in size from a single thumb to a fireball size of a small dish. Okay, look for shelter. You look around quickly for somewhere to shelter, but apart from the staircase that runs up the tower, there are no walls, no furniture, and no cover of any kind. The fire has grown now to a full fireball of clearly magical nature, and in its light you can see what is holding it. It is a rough wooden frame of sticks, shaped into the form of a woman with its arms spread wide. It's a grimalkin, like those you saw as an apprentice. Magical constructions would gather magic the way a funnel gathers rainwater. Why don't you just watch it? It hurled a fireball at me. Dodge left. You dodge left and the fireball punches past you, not aiming at the door but instead splashing up the staircase that leads up the tower. The room is dark for a moment. You look up at the stairs. In the light from the Grimalkin, you follow the line of the staircase with your eyes. At the top is a trapdoor sealed with a rusty old bolt. If the bolt is stiff, it might take some time to coerce it into opening. A new fireball begins to form between the arms of the Grimalkin. Okay, make a move, make a move. Every fireball that strikes the staircase bounces and bows up the whole length. If it is possible to reach the top unscathed, you'll have to be fast. Let's run. You watch the Grimalkin carefully, getting ready to time your run up the staircase. Another fireball is released and explodes up the staircase. You move quickly to the base of the staircase, ready to climb. Okay, move. And it's time to run. You rush headlong into the dispersing fire of the previous fireball. Its heat is so intense that it knocks you back. The flame of the last fireball boils up away upwards. Move. Keep on running, taking 2 stairs at a time. There's no shelter on the staircase. You climb the spiraling stairs as quickly as you can. The Grimalkin begins to form a new fire. Keep moving. There's no pausing. You reach the top of the staircase. There's a closed hatch above you sealed with a bolt. The fire in the Grimalkin's arms is almost complete. You open the bolt. Your fingers go for the bolt at the top of the hatch. It creaks with age and rust. You tug and pull on it. It sticks and then finally opens. The fireball whips across the floor of the tower and begins to boil up the stairs. Climb up. You go to pull yourself up out of the tower, but the fireball is right behind you, drawn upwards by the draft. The flames envelop you and you cry out in agony. The impact knocks you from the stairs and back to the foot of the tower. Wait, real quick here, let's go back to the top of the stairs and we're just gonna take a quick old look. Wait, hang on, rewind. Open the bolt. Jump. Back down. You hit the floor, but at least the trapdoor is now open. A good clear run, and you should make it through. The fireball spell is completed, and splashes across the stones of the staircase. Can I cast a spell on this? Like, am I doing this wrong? Is there a spell I can do? I don't think Big's gonna help me here. I can cause slowness on it? Oh no, the only target is yourself. You feel no difference once the spell has taken hold, but the clouds overhead seem to double their haste. Let's not do that. Cause invisibility. Talk with animals. Zen, hover in air. You cast a spell and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. Float up through the ceiling hatch. You float up to the ceiling hatch, avoiding the Grimalkin's fireballs by traveling through the middle of the tower. Easy. Let's activate another beacon. Oh, it's a bit broken, but that's okay. Okay, so that beacon is now shining there. I'm going to touch the crystal. I can shine this one on it too. Adjust it. There we go. Touch the crystal. That one doesn't even reach it, really. It's only these three that seems to matter. Okay. We need to find the water serpent. Let's just climb back down. Easy to dodge the fireballs on the way down. You drop the last lent off the stairs and the fire splashes past you towards the roof. Grand. Spark in the gloomy interior indicates that the Grimalkin is still active. For a moment, the tower is dark. Just go. You know the pace to run now and the hatch above is open. It's fortunate the Grimalkin is a dumb, regular machine. Just go. You leave the tower. The path in the direction is less confusing, heading downhill through the trees. You return to the shore of the lake. A pole with a bell seems to have appeared by the shoreline, and someone must have taken the boat because it's gone. Oh no, look at the bell. Can I ring it? Nothing happens. Someone stole the boat. You need low stamina to find the water serpent. So I'll let's kill the sun serpent right now then. Toss the orb away into the water and sinks rapidly out of sight, its light fading from view. So we've done this round before. Let's just beat him down. Here we go. Sun serpent's dead. Now we swim. Leave the shore. Dark shadow passes across the water. This is the Birdman again. Birdman. And it's carrying someone. Yep, so we've got that before. We'll just wait and watch. That's fine. Okay. Let's beat the time serpent. And then we just gotta find Waterboy. Okay, look at it. I don't want to head to the... A crumbled shoreline throws rocks into the water. Either side of the piled rocks are two pairs of enormous stone feet, broken off above the ankle as though cut with a scythe. I just want to keep moving, honestly. There's no way ashore here. We'll have to get the stairs back. You keep a steady pace as you make your way through the water. The sun is sinking. Soon it will be dark. You rest, lifting your head to face the water. The corner of the lake is a spot there too. You can try that. You notice a thin stream of bubbles to your left. Investigate. Swim close to the bubbles. They break around you and underneath you, and looking down you see something is rising. Swim away. Oh my god, we found him. He found us. You change direction and swim away from the rising bubbles, but you're not fast enough to escape. Breaking through the surface of the water is a long, thin shape. It rises in a coil and then unfolds two dripping, leathery wings. You half smile with pleasure at the encounter. It is the water serpent. Oh, I'm definitely smiling. Okay, S. We're gonna find them all, lads. Holding up the serpent ring, you create the spell. The serpent throbs and glows, struggling against the force of the magic. Foolish adventurer, it cries. I will be your debt. I know its weakness. What advice can you give me? Nothing, foul thing. Tell me about Mampang. The fortress is far from here and heavily guarded. The serpent of water replies unwillingly. Through the forest, across the lake, and across the Whispering Bridge that is still guarded by the ghost of Collectus the Hermit. The water serpent whips its tail and thrashes. Enough of this. The spell has worn off. The water serpent is now free of the water and hovers, a massive shape against the dark sky. It stretches open its wide jaws. This is what we saved the oil for. Throw it. You toss the flask of oil into the mouth of the creature, and and watch in amazement as it takes effect. In mere moments, the serpent breaks into splashes of water which rain down across the surface of the lake. The water falls quiet once more. You feel a flush of satisfaction. Only one serpent remains. None of the others will be reporting your mission to their master. And we're just about to meet the time serpent. Here we go. We may have done the perfect run. We completely fucked things up in books 1 and 2. I think we've saved it. I think we've completely saved it. Oh, God. Just rest on the shore. Distant laughter. We've had that before. One serpent to destroy. The island is a pile of rocks as though dumped from a giant's bucket. Explore inland. We're climbing over to him. We know where he is. Keep climbing. The gorilla is with me. Boiled serpent lies sleeping in the middle of the intersecting beams of light from the towers. The creature has not yet noticed you. In fact, it seems to be still. The only unmoving things on this busy, bustling little island. Cast a spell, and it's letting me cast a spell this time. Look at that. I actually got to do it. Talk to serpents. Holding up the serpent ring, you cast the enchantment. The serpent hisses loudly in response. Tries to wrap itself around its jaws. The serpent is too feeble to say anything. It moves its jaws emptily, but nothing comes out. Creep up on it. You try to approach stealthily, but stumble and slip down the loose mountainside, sending loose rocks flying with each step. But the creature does not look up. Indeed, the creature does not react to your presence at all. It appears quite immobile. Run it through. You waste no time and none of your advantage, but draw your legendary sword and skewer the creature through the neck. Blood pools around its feet. Very slowly, its eyelids open, as though they were pinned by weights. Then it chokes once, and the light inside its eyes goes dark. Is it dead? You stride over and check the beast's heart, but there can be no doubt. It is over. It is dead. You've now defeated all of the 7 serpents. Something is happening to the island. It's alive once more. The first thing you notice is the clouds as they start to hurry across the sky. The grass begins to shift and move in the light wind. A few loose rocks skitter down the slope. The island is moving once again, and the light from the beacons fades from view, and you feel a great wellness. With all the serpents defeated, there is nothing stopping you from making your way to Mampang. Turn to the shore. Now your quest will not wait. You head back to the shore. Here's the road out. We just gotta get home, lads. We're so close. You return to the shore of the lake. A pole with a bell seems to have appeared by the shoreline. Black, gloomy clouds roll across the sky, flowing from the east. Jump into the water. I'm swimming back to this island. Corner of the lake. I don't even need to investigate it now. Let's get this done. If I'm lucky here, the stairs will materialize. Swimming like this is hard work. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air damp. Once more, you're at the south shore of the lake, but it is not now as you saw it last. A magnificent stone harbour is set between 2 towering statues of sorcerers who reach to the sky as though to pluck down the constellations directly. The Zaman Road. You can clamber ashore, and the road to High Zaman begins from the harbour. You've defeated all 7 serpents. Time, then, to put ashore and proceed to High Zaman and the Crown of Kings. I better see some fucking, like, madmans and chatting the pog champs. I'm like, even the confetti emote we have now. You know, we've worked hard to get to this point. It took 8 hours. You drag yourself dripping ashore. The afternoon is starting to draw on. You've successfully crossed the wastes of Kakabad. The road to High Zaman winds southeast from here. Now the serpents are defeated. The only way is forwards. Let's journey on. There is no time to waste. You begin the slow climb. Ahead, the stony road leads into the Zanzunas towards the fortress at Mampang, and the final stage of your quest. You may yet be able to arrive in secret. You've taken 14 days to cross the Backlands. It's almost certain that the Archmage has received word of your journey by other messengers in that time. Who knows who the serpents told before you found them? You walk on disheartened. Oh, did we take too fucking long? Did we take too long? As you walk, you are stopped by a man, bent double under a great load. You, he demands breathlessly. You are going to High Zaman. I am? He nods. Of course you are. He adjusts his grip on his heavy pack. I'm going home, he tells you. Home is Kariyama, a little village over the lake, over the marsh. I'm sure you won't know it. I know it. He smiles. Do you? I'm glad of that. A frown crosses his face. Only I was worried by something I heard while leaving. What did you hear? The birdmen up at the fortress were talking, you see, about the beacons. They said that the beacons were emptying the land. I'm a simple peasant. I don't know anything about magic, but I'm headed home as fast as I can. Emptying it? You demand, catching his arm. How can a beacon empty anything? That's what they said, he says with agitation. They said the beacons were wiping out whole villages, leaving only bare rock and dust behind. It sounded so strange, but then I heard the rumors that Tinpang had been turned to a ruin overnight and all the people gone. His voice drops to a whisper. They say it's being done by the most evil sorcerer in the land. The Archmage. Of course not the Archmage. Gred preserve him, the man replies, astonished. They call this sorcerer the Anoland. Someone saw him turn the light onto the Great Bridge, and then it was gone. Oh no, are we the baddie? After all this? I don't understand. Nor me, he shrugs. But listen, you look like a strong sort, so I tell you what. If you see this sorcerer Anoland, then you kill him for us. I will, you reply listlessly. Good, the man answers. With that, he shoulders his pack once more and hurries away down the path to be quickly lost in the mist. Oh no. On either side, the ghosts of ancient traders, sorcerers and carts rumble up tracks in the steppes, delivering supplies to the fortress. Now, out of the pit of the Backlands, these figures are only half real. One calls out to another and rushes through you, and you feel nothing. The only inhabitants remaining are the birdmen, cursed to the air, that shriek like demons to each other. Upwards. The sun shrinks down behind the tallest peaks, and its dying rays light up a sight you will remember for the rest of your days, however few or numerous they are. Mampang. Tall spires and sharp angles make the building look like a rusted blade. One thing is certain. Entering the fortress will undoubtedly be the most perilous stage of your journey. Continue. To Mampang. The journey across the Backlands is complete. You took 14 days to cross the Backlands. In the course of your journey, you defeated all 7 serpents, including the Sun Serpent, met Eltheria the Mystic twice, met Dintainta, the Sorceress of the Slopes, met a girl called Elise, a survivor from Tinpang, and met Fenestra, the Sorceress of the Forest. You learned that all spells can be countered, of Calictus and the Whispering Bridge, and not to eat from the Ladder of Throg. You collect an impressive number of magical artifacts. You're armed with a legendary sword, your original sword, have no rations, 4 gold pieces, and a spellbook. The adventure concludes in Sorcery 4, The Crown of Kings. And to everyone who has made it to either the end of this stream or this end of the video on YouTube, I hope you've enjoyed this one, because I'm shattered.